Welcome to the NLC Regional Promotional Series, round 4 or day 4, whatever you'd like to call it. The groups are starting to, at least in some ways, find their footing, but we have a lot to go through. I'm Dogsutter. With me today, I have Brackish, and we're going to guide you through it. How are you doing today, Brackish?
Oh, I'm ready to see some more. We're going to pretend day 3 didn't happen, right? I'm ready to see some more UKEL dominance. Tempest Gaming came out strong, very strong, in fact, on day number 2, claiming their first 2 wins. And yeah, I'm excited to see them run over some more teams.
Yeah, of course, we're sitting here as a Norwegian and a British person, not getting to cast any Norwegians or British teams, but we still have a pretty solid list that we are
I'll have to have
gonna
some words with
show you
Temporal
today.
later.
Yeah, we'll get to it. But first, very much first, we're right into it. Epic Avalanche versus 42 Academy, and a lot of people are in this one thinking that EA is coming up ahead, and both teams are yearning for a win, standing without it.
Yeah, so Epic Avalanche are a bit of a question mark for me because we only saw one game of them thus far. Playing up against Chaos, who right now I would say look like the second strongest team in the group. Second strongest team in the group. And Epic Avalanche are known for cooking and doing weird stuff. In this one game that we saw, we had Mirza playing Fizz in the mid lane. Like, there's plenty this team can do. On the other side, we've got some question marks around 42 Academy as well, because yet to pick up a win. They are now playing, I believe, with their full roster, because they actually had the org owner, Demps, sitting in on their first 2 games. They now do have Akos Marcus and Tabby in. In fact, Double Geo as well, as I believe he wasn't playing on day 2. I don't think so. So, at full strength 42 maybe looks a lot better. We're currently waiting to find out. You can see that brand ban, by the way, is something kind of notable and something that should clue you in onto the cookingness nature that is Epic Avalanche.
Yeah, a lot of fire, a lot of cooking going on, and doesn't want to see anything of it. 42A been keeping track, but as we said, we're definitely looking at what kind of strength levels are there in this group, because we have a couple of games that haven't been played that were extended. So, for example, we haven't seen a single game of Fritt Fall from Sweden. Excited to do that, and we see some quick lock-ins. Let's keep track of the the draft while we look at the entire
Always
picture.
happy to see the Ivan. I'm actually, the first bite of this dish from Epic Avalanche is a little bit disappointing. We've just got like some grilled salt and pepper chicken with the Casante pickup. Of course, a lot of players can really, really go off on that pick, but I also do like to see the Gwen into it. It's a pick that can scale alongside it throughout the game, and VL locking in alongside Eru with a very aggressive bot lane, the Kalista and the Renata. 42 Academy, they now need to choose. All right, well, do we want to fight? Do we want to do something that could...
No way. We have the Ivan Rengar instantly. What a start to the day, Rakish. And they don't keep anything hidden. It's full aggression versus full aggression.
Yeah, no kidding. Where does the Rengar go, though? Is this Rengar mid?
It's Rengar, Ivan bot, Brackish. This is what I'm thinking,
We'll
at
see.
least.
You know what? It could work in a multitude of ways. You could potentially put the Rengar into mid lane and really leverage the Ivan brushes. That Ivan just walks in, put a brush down, and let Rengar have fun times. We have some bans coming through, however, in the meantime. The Graves and the Orianna taken away thus far. I'm trying to think of any other like more compositional bans that you could take away, perhaps. But I think... 42 Academy have just thrown this game into complete disarray with that Ivan Rengar lock-in.
I just can't stop grinning. It's just such a way to start the game, and you're doing it in the first rotation too. You could have let the Ivan sit. You could have said, "Oh yeah, this is a jungle Ivan," and then suddenly swapped it around. But they just went straight for it, and it's a response to a Kalista Renata lock-in. If it's in the same lane. It's just such a hard-hitting comp already.
In theory, that's just really good, because Rengar gets to freely jump onto the Kalista, gonna immediately put himself in melee range. If he can land an empowered bowler, or we now see a Varus. That said, the Varus could be put into mid lane from all that we know thus far. The draft, of course, still got a little bit more to come through. So Epic Avalanche, they need a mid laner, they need a jungler. Here, I like the Belveth. I think that's perfectly solid. The mid lane pool has been pinched somewhat, but Lissandra also does feel pretty good. It's a good answer if Rengar tries to go a little bit too far beyond his means.
Yeah, and I just think in general, we're very confused right now. That means Epic Avalanche should at least in some ways be the same. It means 42 for now has succeeded. We'll get the full final say now with the last lock-in. And they're waiting with it till last second. Look at that little bar. No, yeah. It is most likely your first instinct.
They just picked in order. They just picked their comp in order, 42 Academy. That takes some balls to do, to be fair. I respect it. I think if I'm looking at it from the most analytical of standpoints, I would have rather seen the Alistair on 3 and maybe save the Rengar for R5.
Yeah.
But... alternatively, you can put the Ivan into the mid lane.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it seems like that's what they're doing. One thing I do think about is the fact that Epic Avalanche has been able to pick up a couple of champs that can make it hard for the Rengar.
Yes.
On the basis that they know that Rengar is coming.
I mean, that makes sense, and I think that's a part of the reason that we see the swap around. Because I think the Rengar and the Ivern, in a lot of situations, could be fairly interchangeable between jungle and mid lane. In this situation, put the Ivern into the mid lane, has a much better time into the Lissandra. It is not, playing a melee champion into a ranged matchup. And Double Geo should be able to farm out the early game perfectly fine. Probably going to be able to, fight decently well in the 1v1 against Round Tamari as well. And the 2v2, just because of how well the Rengar Ivan work together, I'm really hyped to see that. I actually don't think that, despite Belveth's relative early power, just Royal Maelstrom, really, really good, I think she might actually just be outclassed in the 2v2.
For sure. And I'm looking through a little bit just to see did we have any games in this earlier, and it's something they've played before. This setup. It's interesting to see the mid jungle. I'm interested to see is it fully interchangeable or not. It's a question for another day, but it's for sure something that not too many teams are used to playing against.
Oh well, I mean, Epic Avalanche though. I think if any team would have to be kind of aware of this, or at least ready to deal with it, it's the team that plays the crazy stuff already. And Epic Avalanche is certainly that team.
Imagine if you're just good at playing the strange stuff, though, and then you're completely unprepared for being faced with it. I don't think so. Thinking out of the box, it's a strength, and it's a strength we have loads of, it seems like, in the NLC RPS. So we've seen so many fun comps. We've seen jungle items being relinquished and just buying Doran shields instead. Everything works here, and we'll see if this setup, this finish versus finish game will finish up with an interesting result.
I don't know if you could have fit finish more times into a sentence there, Dogsledder, but we are into the game. I've been looking through these setups and looking, for the most part, pretty standard. I think the Electrocute on the Lissandra is a wise choice. Otherwise, you're not really going to be able to trade. Trading up into an Ivan is actually surprisingly difficult when he just puts the shield on himself.
It's gigantic. You have to have a little bit extra to get through it. For now, they're just standing there waiting for some sort of invade attempt. Of course, the Ivan never gonna do what we initially thought the champ would always do when he first came out, going into the opposing jungle, proccing a camp and then smiting it away. But nonetheless, EA just wants to make sure that nothing unprepared has happened in their disadvantage.
I mean, keep an eye out, Dogsledder, because it is entirely possible that Draconics could walk into the enemy chickens and just let them stack up, especially since we see Round Tamari starting towards the top side. If it takes him too long to get to it, in theory, you could steal that camp away. It's not going to happen in this situation.
No, but it's still something to think about, because there's a lot of unacquired potential, you might say, lingering potential from this Ivern, especially if you manage to take the early mid turret in terms of just making it a little bit harder for the opposing jungler to get what they want. But for now, laning phase was properly started.
I'd like to see that Draconics is starting as he means to continue. Already got the Brushmakers out. He's going to stack those up. And the early aggression of this bot lane duo from Epic Avalanche, we're already seeing it. Level 2 already obtained. Of course, Alistair, basically not a champion at level 1 unless you're the sort of maniac that wants to flash pulverize at level 1. Not something I would recommend in this game state.
No, for sure. And you see also, they know what this Alistar can and can't do versus this lane. Any sort of attempt will quickly be peeled against and then kited out. So Tabby picking up some slow on his runes, I think it indicates they know what they're trying to do.
We're looking towards our junglers right now, both clearing their bottom side camps, which means they could look to prioritize bot side in the early levels. Of course, VL and Arrow already pushing very, very hard. They will be able to get an early plate pickup here.
Yeah.
Aquasbox and Tabby are kind of waiting for that point where they're able to start effectively hitting back. And I think it's going to be a little bit awkward for Double Geo to try and get bot lane so early, especially since Round Tamari already towards this bottom side of the rift. We might see a fight over the scuttle, but honestly, I'd much rather just see Rengar let that one go. He can always path up towards the top one.
Yeah, really wants to get himself going with a couple of kills. Losing momentum by spending too much time fighting for this scuttler, as you mentioned. I don't think it would garner much value. Of course,
we
mid
see the
lane,
wave priority
obviously
as well.
a good place to gank with Draconics' Ivern waiting to put up a bush, waiting to put up hit with a Q, so you get that quick engage. But for now, it's a slow start.
Yeah, and on top of the advantage that bot lane had, there was also wave pressure for Meza in mid lane pushing into Draconics. So had Double Geo had any designs towards that bottom scuttle, he could have potentially been faced with 4 members of the enemy team. So very smart just to take the recall.
Yeah.
Concede that that is not your camp to take. And as we now see, he will come back out onto the map with a Ruby Crystal, with a longsword, and take that topside one.
Yeah, in general, just a little bit more power. Of course, something we're paying a little bit of extra attention to when we have a Rengar on the map is what drakes are we looking at. Infernal would remove a lot of bushes, would be a little bit of a bummer. Sure, you have the Ivern to put up some extra ones, but if you get that ocean map, so many options.
Ocean is indeed Rengar's best friend. Right now, though, we are obviously waiting with bated breath to find out what rift we will end up on, as neither of these junglers right now particularly interested in taking a Drake on spawn. Obviously, you need to keep up on your camps, otherwise you could end up hitting 6 later than your opponent. It's more important for Double Geo, I would say. Obviously, the ability with the On the Hunt to get into a lane potentially unseen.
It is, but yeah, I'm not. It seems like I'm not used to having these slow games now in this RPS, because there's really been so many aggressive games going on, and we're 5 minutes in, no first blood, and of course it's how it's supposed to be with these drafts, but I'm just anticipating that moment when it really goes off, and now we see finally EA going for the Drake, getting that first Chemtech, but an engaging mid lane. Merza caught out only Draconics chasing, and you see EA coming with the backup. Gets through it, jumps back in. Is there enough damage? Flashes on the wall, but still last second! Tabby coming in, keeping himself alive a little bit more, but the Ivern does get the kill. But this prolongs the fight. Draconics gets the Kalista, and in the end, it's 42A that comes out the strongest. Another pickup might be on the horizon. Yes, a double kill for the Ivern.
His bark is so much worse than his bite, it seems, Dogslayer. He picks up 2 kills in the fight, and I was very worried. 442 Academy there. Double Geo was in a lot of trouble, nearly managed to get Mercer down. Thankfully, the later roam up from his bot lane really salvaged that play, and yes, Epic Avalanche get the first Drake, but it's only a Chemtech Drake, and as individual Drakes, that's probably one of the weakest ones you could get.
Yeah, for sure. And you might say potentially they accelerate a good map for 42A2. Drakes have two sides of the coin. This match, it's hard to say. I have to point out that last fight, I wonder if we'll have a replay or not, but I'm looking at when was the level 6 timing for Draconics, because Daisy, the Ivan ultimate, was huge in that fight.
And Mirza did not have the level 6 at that point, which, yeah, Daisy did so much work. It was effectively like they had an additional member in that fight. So we see Epic Avalanche here, clearing out that Drake. I don't know if 42 Academy were actually coming to actively contest it. We see a fight towards the bottom side.
Wanted to keep a little eye out. But yeah, also in that fight, the fact that EA managed to stop Double Geo from taking down Mirza for so long is in and of itself impressive, and it could have gone even worse if that was a free reign. But also, as we said in the fight, it extended the fight because they had to defend, and here we get to see it again. Farius through it.
So, Drake goes down, and I think 42 Academy, by their pathing at least, they know this is happening, and Draconics is specifically just looking for that pick onto Mirza because he knows he has the level 6. Double Geo moves out and goes, oh no, there are many enemies here. Has to use the ferocity to break out of the route from Mirza, which means that he ends up not having quite enough damage to finish it off. Goes down to Eru, who picks it up though. Then the follow-up through from the rest of 42 Academy. Daisy beating on into VL as well.
And then another one. Yeah, that was a huge Daisy, and yeah, I got my answer. It was up from the very beginning. Now 42A deep into EA's jungle, trying to get out of this, but yeah, they take down Rahan Tamar, and the fourth kill of 42A. They're really snowballing right now.
Yeah, this introducing the craziness to the game. Epic Avalanche might not actually be that comfortable with not being the ones that are introducing the chaos, and right now Draconics on this Ivan has been so huge. He's already really accelerated this game. 2 kills, 2 assists, and from here obviously he can look to influence the entire map because a roaming Ivan is, you know, effectively a second jungler.
Yeah, absolutely, and they pick up that Herald. They're gonna keep on pushing on. Let's see if Double Geo just pops it instantly. Carvox, of course, not going to be in any trouble under the turret, but yeah, it's just to push in the wave, just to allow a full reset. But for now, yeah, we got to pay attention to Draconics. I'm actually a little surprised that 42A's gold lead isn't larger, seeing what we've seen for now, and it's a result of just a little bit more farm in the jungle and the mid lane and the bot lane, so a little bit more across the board for EA, evening out the scoreline.
Absolutely, and the early pressure advantages we've seen in most of those lanes, as you say, is the big difference maker. Draconics, the one with the notable advantage thanks to all of that fighting he has been doing this far in the game as we come up to 10 minutes.
Draconics hard onto Draconics. He is a shutdown, which is just easily picked up by the mid jungle duo, and we didn't even get to complete our point before that gold lead was evened out.
Carvox forces the ghost out from Rice there. Has to be careful, obviously. Has the all-out available, but I don't think he's going to want to use it underneath this tower. Rice is also about to have the needlework back up. If you can just keep the pressure in, maybe force him to lose a little bit of gold. Kasmarkos, that might be one of the most valuable control wards he's ever bought.
Yeah, big value from it, and again, now it's up to 42A to actually make sure that this momentum doesn't completely swing. EA, they want to fight. They start on the Drake. We know 42A has members nearby, 4 of them to be exact, and both teams converging upon the Hex tech.
There's a chain of corruption coming on out.
Hitting the Belveth. Knockup is
good.
God. Really good engage. W keeping alive for a little longer, but not enough. The ultimate from Eru also not having the wished upon impact. And the 42A, they acquire the full priority around the Drake.
Judge of Peace rests in peace as he gets caught out on the backside of that fight, and it'll be child's play for 42 Academy to claim their first Drake of the game. It was a 33% chance for it to be really good, really bad, or kind of meh for Double Geo, and we're kind of meh.
Hard here in the bot lane.
Eru goes out.
But now the kiting is going on. Flash in from Tabi, insta cleanse from VL, and that is a kill to be acquired. I think they're gonna get another one. No way that stopped. Yeah, Double Geo is a little late to the party, and VL picks up 2 kills. Easy peasy.
And just using the Fate's Call makes it a little bit awkward for 42 Academy to fight this one out. Double Geo is looking to capitalize.
And this is the kind of
Jaconic's on the
situation
way
where you're
down
almost
as
taking down Drake. No,
well.
they're peeling off. They're peeling off.
Can
There
they
we
do
go,
anything
engage
about
in.
it, though? Nope. In fact, he's the one being caught.
Yeah, and he has to run away. I mean, that's the danger of this Renata. You can't just cleanse when she hits her CC on you. She can throw you away too, make it easier for VL to kite. It has a little bit of that extra pizzazz that is needed to buy time versus with an assassin versus AD carry.
Yeah, the Chem Baroness is going to be a real thorn in Double Geo's side if he wants to go anywhere near that Callista in this game. And, well, we were talking about Fortitude maintaining that advantage, at least in fights, but that bot lane that just occurred means that Epic Avalanche are actually the ones holding 1.5k gold advantage. However, with the Herald being put down, Jaconix getting bullied a bit in the mid lane. Gold-wise, though, they will be able to capitalize. As Fortitude Academy, they've got the numbers towards this bot side. They'll be able to secure some plates and then leave before Rauhan Tomari makes his presence known.
Yeah, but this is most likely going to be first turret to Epic Avalanche. Completed Blade of the Ruined King for VL. It's going to be hard for their bot lane to really keep up with so many members in the bot side. Now the reset from Jaconix coming in, but I really do think with this gold lead, with EA having such control on the map, despite losing a little bit of plate in the bot lane, it's going to be a little bit of a hard time for 42-8 the next couple of minutes.
Right now, they've just got to... Realistically, they've just got to chill out a little bit. Jaconix, you started really, really well, but you've given across 2 silly deaths. Being caught out on the mid lane. Gotta respect
Top lane
CC.
pull out. Lots of damage from the Cassante. And the needlework doesn't really hit the mark. And a kill. 1v1.
It's just Cassante things. Completed with the Drax show. Is going to be able to trade up pretty nicely into Rise with the Nash's Tooth. Not quite got enough damage to really, really threaten the Cassante right now. And as plates drop, the gold lead going up towards 3k for Epic Avalanche. As you said, all of that pressure that they had bot lane meant that they weren't quite able to fully take the tower down, but Carwork certainly will be able to.
Yeah, and I'm proven wrong. No first turret in the bot lane because EA already got it in the top. Now the Belveth chasing down Jaconix. Teleport coming in. Flash available. And here comes the reinforcements. Now they're going back in, trying to burst down the Ivan. That works. And now the reset from the Belveth will make a lot of damage happen. Servox does go down to... the Double Geo goes down. So is Rice. And yeah, that's another excellent fight from EA. Especially if they can just get this Belveth. Oh, it's a nice little sidestep. But the turrets here, unless he moves perfectly, it's gonna make it hard. Can the bot lane come and collapse? Try to catch Rice? No, they can't. I think she's out.
Just about makes it out. Neza still looking though. Gonna be able to secure the recall. Rice that still ends up not looking amazing for the side of 42 Academy. Epic Avalanche definitely getting the upside of that 2-for-1. Carwox. He's not really going to be upset about taking an L in that situation. Right now, we already see Rauhan Tomari back towards the top side. Really wants to pick up this second Herald to get that empowered ult form.
Yeah, the former one went to 42 Academy. And now Double Geo is here. He really wants to stop it. This snowball push that will come out if Belveth gets it. It's going to be hard to deal with. So it's going to be a smite fight. Who's going to win out? It is the Belveth. And now a collapse is coming in. Double Geo bit off a little bit more maybe than he could chew, but luckily got a little bit of help from his top laner.
You get by with a little help from your friends. Carwox gonna be pulling down a little bit of VL, dropping incredibly low.
Gets the reset, gets knocked up. Is the ignite gonna be enough? No, with the kite, I do think. With the cleanse, I think VL is just dominating the bot lane.
And that's particularly nasty with the combination of the Renata. You can put all the damage you want into the Callista. You're gonna have to do it twice because the bailout will give VL enough time to finish off Akos Makos, and Tabby just doesn't quite have the damage to finish her off after that.
Yeah, it's a hard pill to swallow. Now another push in from yeah, they are relentless, pushing on at every opportunity, but Let's see, is there a little bit of an overstep from Ratumaru? It does seem like it. Yeah, it goes down to double Geo. A lot of bushes here means that 42A are in their prime playground as Draconic solo gets a shield ultimate from VL, saving out his support. But that is a little bit of a win for 42 Academy, a well-needed one.
Rowan Tamari feeling himself maybe a little bit too much, finds himself in a bad spot under the mid-tier 2 turret. I love the teleport. Wow. Now being used out by Draconics, wants to get in towards this first Cloud Drake that is spawning. Double Geo, very, very low, however. Thankfully, Rowan Tamari, obviously only just spawning back onto the Rift, so 42 Academy will have enough time to finish off this first Cloud Drake before he's able to contest it.
Movement speed gonna be an important statistic in this game. Now, of course, doesn't mean we do not remove any bushes. We do not add any additional ones. Handshake between the teams. No unfairness going on here. But now 42A has the most Drakes. That little bit of a momentum play is not something you would have expected 2 minutes ago when VL got that double kill in the bot lane. You would think they would have control over the map. 42A, they strike back.
Yeah, they're able to take advantage of that misplay from Rowan Tamari. Convert it into a real tangible advantage. They do get that second Drake secured. Obviously, they are still nearly 6k down, which must be spoken of. And Mercer
play bot lane.
Looking to be engaged on, but they're turned on.
Oh no, they're completely stuck here. Both the jungler and the mid laner. And it's an easy pickup from Epic Avalanche. A little bit too easy, actually.
And this reeks a little bit of desperation coming out from 42 Academy. They look for a pick, but they haven't fully prepared it. And so it is easy as counting by numbers for Epic Avalanche to turn that collapse into a counter collapse. And now they've got a wave and 5 members in the bot lane shoving on towards an inhibitor turret before 19 minutes.
Yeah, flank from the Varus is the Hail Mary, but Tabby's already going down under the turret.
It is going to fall
through, so no backup coming in terms of turret shots. It's an easy kill, it's an easy turret, and they can just back up there. Easy.
I really appreciate
because it does feel like it.
Well, it is feeling a little bit EAZ for Epic Avalanche, but I appreciate the fact that they don't choose to take the inhibitor. Obviously, this early in the game, taking an inhibitor is often actually a mistake, because it gives your opponent effectively a free lane to farm on, as Rice does not respect and will get picked up again. He thought Epic Avalanche had left, but no such luck.
Yeah, and it's the second time in a row, just a little bit of an overstep in the bot lane. Garner's just an easy piece of gold for EA. And the Epic Avalanche just keeps on rolling down the mountain, and I don't know if 42A has the proper training to get out of it.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Baron is just about to spawn onto the Rift, and with the strength we're currently seeing from Epic Avalanche, I think they may want to try and put 42 Academy to task with that, because they are going to take Baron extremely quickly. With a Belveth, with a Callista, especially one that is this ahead of the curve. 2 items already completed at the 20-minute mark. And they don't even necessarily need to finish it off, because obviously they start it. That forces 42 Academy, who are currently not in a good position to fight, to come and fight. And now Tabby.
Yeah, steps in, gets CC'd instantly. Now, just kiting carefully after. Just follow up, Mercer. But yeah, I completely agree with you. And just the fact that they don't even have to finish the Baron, but it's pretty much unstealable because of the Callista. Some of the options that are comeback mechanics in League of Legends just aren't really available in this, so they have to fight. Now they're 4v5 while Rice is pushing bot lane. Teleport available. Baron about to go down.
There it is.
4k. And now comes the engage. You see the damage from the Lissandra, the follow-up from Eru, and just in general, EA being very prepared for a fight on the Baron. The damage is there from Akumasku, but he's getting chased down in the end. And I do think this might just be, I mean, it feels like we're a little further in than 21 minutes, but they're at least gonna pick up an inhibitor with this push.
When you dwell in chaos like Epic Avalanche do, these crazy duos like the Ivan, Rengar, don't seem to bother them all that much. They are vastly ahead now, 12k before 22 minutes. We want to see that again. It's Mirza that starts it up so very well. Makes it nigh impossible for 42 to try and go beyond him. We see it here. Gets rooted up, can't follow the glacial path, but he knows that Daisy can't step forwards. All he's got to do is get in and manages to get that damage down. Drops into the Frozen Tomb to avoid the Chain of Corruption as well. The follow-up then is all too simple as Karwox manages to rip through. Tabby is the first to fall. Geo almost gets Karwox. He's able to slink off to the backside, and it really is simply playing with their food to finish off the rest of the fight.
Would like to have a little bit of a damage graph from that. I assume Akumako's damage was pretty huge. One little element to notice is the fact that Rice teleport on Daisy, meaning that Daisy did not participate fully in the fight. It's a little bit of a give and take. Who knows what kind of difference it made, but it's still when the fight didn't work out in some areas, maybe that little bit of CC and damage from the Iron Ultimate might have made a difference.
Epic Avalanche leverage their Baron power play to pick up their second Drake of the game, so the hope of Dragon stacking is slowly fading away for 42 Academy as well. At this point, it doesn't feel like there's necessarily 10 minutes more of game to go, but Geo and Rice have flank angles. Round Tamari is all the way on the top lane.
Epic Avalanche seems to be very prepared for it. Teleport from coming in earlier from Karwox just to make sure they're keeping the tempo. Catches out Giconics. Has the ultimate from Renata coming in. It's the hostile, it's a takeover. And they've just in general been doing that all game long. Finding 42 Academy time and time again. The Belvet is pushing with her minions in the top lane. Every single inhibitor turret is down. The inhibitors will fall shortly after. And this is almost an impossible push.
Epic Avalanche say, we don't give a damn about no 4v5. Round Tamari simply left to be a glorified super minion in the top lane as the rest of his team will clean up 42 Academy. And Epic Avalanche, we said they were a little bit of a question mark, having only played one game on day one. Well, this is the kind of statement I wanted to see from them. It means they are a real competitor, potentially for those higher spots in Group B.
Absolutely, and yeah, the Finnish team finally taking a proper win. It's not been their tournament till now, but this one was looking really, really good. They seemed very convincing, and in general, it just seems like when they got ahead, they never looked back.
You could almost say that they snowballed it, or avalanched it, really. They snowballed it so hard that it rolled and became an avalanche.
It's the biggest snowball of all, and yeah, true to their name, sits with a single win now in their it was their second game, if I remember correctly. Yes, while but we also got some other teams coming up later today. Epic Avalanche are going to meet Garden Gaming at the third game of the day, but we're going to see 42 Gaming Academy now again after a little bit of a break against Frittfall, free falling. I mean, that's also a way to snowball something. Put it in the air, drop it down a mountain, and let's see how it goes. We'll be back with that game after a short little break. And welcome back to the NLC Regional Promotion Series. We got a quick game one brackish with Epic Avalanche taking the win over 42 Academy. Now we're having a little bit of a break where Academy gets to pick themselves back up, try to see how they'll do against the Swedish team Fritt Fall, who's yet to have a game in today's in this season of the RPS. Now we get to see them for the first time in a proper international setting.
Yeah, the literal actual question mark, since their games on day 2 were delayed. They will be played on day number 5, aka tomorrow, I believe.
That is, I don't think that's correct. I think they're played on the 29th.
So it'll be
correct?
Wednesday then.
Yeah.
Yes. But
And
on
the games
on
that
day
are
5, the
yeah.
final day of games, you've got the last few games, then you'll have the Fritful games that were missed, and then any tiebreakers to finish it out. So a bumper day of games potentially coming up on Wednesday. That'll be a lot of fun. However, Fritful is the one that I really want to try and dig into. There's a lot of interesting stuff. They've been around in the Swedish scene for a long time, so Swedish viewers will no doubt be very, very comfortable with them. But everyone else, of course, might need a little bit catching up to speed.
Yeah, we're excited. Of course, I would love to see in their games versus both Chaos and Epic Avalanche. I think both of those games were been incredibly entertaining. From just the general vibe I'm getting from Frittfall, they seem to be an entertaining bunch. Of course, there's one thing to be it on social media, another thing altogether to bring it on the Rift. But now they get the first chance against 42 Gaming Academy. They came off a loss, and maybe Frittfall. I think they're feeling comfortable.
Yeah, this is like a nice little situation to warm yourself up, because down the line you've got some challenges coming, like Chaos, as you mentioned. We've also got Tempest Gaming waiting in the wings to take them on later as well. But specifically, I wanted to try and hone in on a couple of people, because especially in the jungle, you know what? I wish I knew how to pronounce this. You know the little circle above the A? Do you know how that's pronounced?
Yeah, so it's Loffe.
Loffe.
Loffe, because it's double F, so it's Loffe.
Loaf. Okay, I'm gonna Loffe. Loffe is a prolific player of a few weird picks, where we've seen him play Udyr, Evelyn, Kha'Zix, Karthus. These are things that are not generally picked. And it's going to be very, very interesting to me to see how they want to, if they want to, mold a draft around picks like that, or if they want to prioritize somebody else, like Kyrie, for example, is somebody that can really hard carry. Sweden seems to really like their duelist top laners.
Yeah, it seems to be very much the case. Of course, has that Ornn to round it out in case
everyone has Ornn. I have Ornn, Dogsledder.
I believe you. But yeah, it's always nice when not all the players have to play carry at the same time. And that's what we're seeing with Chaos too. Reflect in the jungle is a great mirror where he always plays a carry in the jungle no matter what, pretty much. And that means the top lane, mid lane are more into supportive or tanky champs, just to round it out. Might be the same kind of setup for Frittfall. Everyone has the Orianna too, of course, unless it's banned out. So that matched up with some sort of Kha'Zix or Evelyn is also great, of course. Karthus,
as you were alluding to, with Edo, this is the sort of player that you will find to kind of make the sacrifice so that Loffe can be more aggressive. He's going to be the one playing towards his jungler, not the other way around, which means you can see Aries, sometimes LeBlanc, but like Galio has come out, and of course the ever-present Orianna. And from what we've been told, the notes given, thank you across to Peter for that.
Yeah, we're very grateful.
He's kind of a quiet player until he suddenly makes a highlight reel from a single game. So we'll see if that's this game.
Let's hope so. I mean, what a way for Frittfall to step onto the stage. If he were to really take the high road kind of performance. Of course, we shouldn't forget bot lane Omniscient and Calm. I mean, let's take it calm. Let's talk about him. Let's bring them in.
I don't know if I believe that'll happen.
I don't think so. I don't think so either. But yeah, also just in general, a safe. It seems to be the combo of a can play a safe bot laner, has a roaming support. It works well when you have a jungler that really wants to snowball and can make stuff happen both top and mid lane too. I really like this kind of team setup that Fritfall might go for. And based on what we see their shampoo and their descriptions are, they have that playbook.
They absolutely have the capability to do that, yeah. And from the side of 42 Academy, I very much want to see them come out and, like, you know, last game was a bit of a blip. Like, maybe they go back to something a little bit more standard if they feel that way inclined. But as long as they come out and really brawl, because at 0-3, it's going to take a bit of a difficult situation. There's going to have to be a lot of teams towards the bottom side of the group for them to have much of a chance of making it out.
Yeah, which I guess the group looking to be maybe lopsided. That's my first impression of Group B.
Has seemed that
With
way.
Chaos and Tempest being as strong as they are we're predicting them to be, of course. But we're also getting at the point where there's no looking back if you fall twice in a row. 0-4, no way.
That's basically, yeah, pack your bags.
Yeah, for sure. And I think 0-3-2 is a very hard pill to swallow, just in general. Also means that 42 Academy doesn't have much to lose. When they're already a little bit in trouble, I think they're just going to go out. They seem to have really fun drafts.
Fences.
Yeah, but then again, they do seem to require a pretty harsh snowball to make it against teams of this caliber. They had a great start against Epic Avalanche last game with the 2 early kills for an Ivern, and then it just seemed like the house of cards just suddenly fell together, and then there was
perhaps if it had been something not Ivan in the mid lane, then maybe it might have gone more 42 Academy's way, but unfortunately, yeah, two kills onto what is effectively an enchanter is, like, at the end of the day, it's not really where you want to be snowballing. If those kills had gone onto the Rengar, maybe, get him ahead of the curve,
yeah,
perhaps.
very true.
But yeah, Draconics, it's not to discredit him. Obviously, he had a good start to that game, but definitely needs to, if he gets an advantage again, make sure that he plays it cleanly enough, because after he got those 2 kills, we then just saw around Tamari make 2 visits mid and him die both times.
Yeah, it seemed like that shouldn't happen as easily as it did, especially if they played it a little bit more cleanly, were a little bit more aware of the map state. So just some small mistakes that, of course, Epic Avalanche were really good at punishing. We mustn't forget that there's 2 teams on the Rift. A mistake just doesn't happen on its own. It was still a great play by Epic Avalanche, managed to find those openings. Now, Fritfall might be aware of them existing, and that means you have to close those doors if you want to take a win in this game for 42 Academy.
Yeah. It's...
Sorry, we're just waiting for the games right now, just so you know. We're on a little bit of a talking spree.
I'm trying to think of, at 0-3, you can either swing for the fences and hope that you snowball the game, or fall back onto comfort or onto a more standard style and try and play it out cleanly.
Yep.
This reminds me of a circumstance. So this is going to be a bit of a deep cut, but we're talking about, in StarCraft 2, there was a tournament called Shoutcraft Kings run by the late great Total Biscuit.
Yes.
I'm glad you know what this is.
I'm a master StarCraft player.
So it was a tournament where pro players would come in, and it was a King of the Hill best of 1 style tournament. And when he announced it, everyone was like, oh, everybody's going to just cheese. Everyone's going to cheese, and they're going to do weird stuff to try and throw their opponents off to get easy wins and, get that King of the Hill and accrue money from winning. No. In best of 1s, a lot of players were like, it's not worth the risk. We're going to play super standard, play as best as we can to win. And there's a couple of players, like, the legend that is Haas, the Cheese King, who would still, cheese regardless. But yeah, 90% of players in a situation where that risk was there would prefer to play standard rather than risk missing their shot.
Yeah, and I think that is I really like that analysis and just that mind, that little visit into that space of mind, because being at the risk of a single Hail Mary play not going your way isn't always as easy as people write it out to be.
Mm.
It is you do have to not only do it right, you have to also play it out. And I do really think that now I would like 42 Academy to go into that more of comfortable style, because last game reeked a little bit of desperation. Both you could call the draft being let's say Rengar, Ivan. Let's categorize it as doing something out of the norm to try to beat someone
A
you
little bit.
recognize as better than you. And we saw some of the plays also having that vibe, especially after they were behind, after when they tried to barrel it down, get some picks off in the bot lane, and just getting collapsed on. Uh, I think that if we see the strength of these players coming out of an accumulated lead with a solid comp that they actually can play out of, I still think they can do really great and really well. I really do agree that I want to see that from them this time, especially since Fritval are aware that this might be somewhat of a style from 42 Academy.
They have now been noted as cheesers. And certainly, again,
Props to
throwing it
Max.
back to the StarCraft, if you are playing on the ladder and you spot somebody like a name like Haas, you're like, this guy cheeses a lot, which is going to immediately make it, it's gonna immediately have you, that spidey sense tingling. It's like, okay, watch out for weird proxy hatchery or a pylon where it shouldn't be.
Yeah, and you noticed a little bit of that in the last game too. Where did Epic Avalanche position at level 1 before the minion spawned? They
Yep.
were standing as a 5 stack, waiting for a step in from 42. They were waiting for that little bit of an attempt at gaining an unfair advantage to punish it. Don't expect anything less from Fitfall.
No, that should be that level of respect is kind of needed, because fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Like, if you've just seen them cheese and then you don't respect a potential cheese, then well, the information was there. That's on
Yeah,
you, buddy.
for sure. And then one thing is of course how you play it on the map, but another
Mm.
thing is altogether how you play it in the draft. Some things are more some drafts are more vulnerable to cheese, if you call it
Oh
cheese
yeah.
now that we're in the StarCraft universe for real, while others are more safe and more flexible to approach certain kind of more aggressive compositions. And Fritval, we see their setup. They definitely have the possibility to play a safe comp, to slow things down, to negate an attempt at an aggressive and unpredictable draft. But it also does rely on the fact that 42 has to do it. They could also bait in, think, oh, here comes a cheesy draft, and then go for just a strong composition in terms of just pure meta. But yeah, that's what's so interesting about League compared to StarCraft, is that you also have to show a little bit of that in the drafting phase, and to
Yeah.
really get it together. The build order is almost written in stone after draft, not only through the first minutes of gameplay.
Absolutely, yeah. And with that little bit of information, you can usually sniff out if something strange is going to be happening. We'll see, obviously, once we get on into draft. There was a little bit of a problem with one of the players didn't have the correct tournament realm downloaded.
Oops.
So there was going to be a slight delay, but sorry, apologies about that. I'm just going to have a quick look in on the prediction graphic. Obviously, we didn't get to see it before game number 1.
Yeah.
And, there were a lot of thoughts shaded around. And, well, the sentiment among pretty much all of the analysts has, does not inspire the greatest confidence in 42. Although yourself and Tabs they're both rooting for them against Fritfall.
Yeah, I felt it. I definitely wrote down Fritfall at first, but then I was like, I need to take a little bit of a hard right. I expect everyone else to do it. That's not gonna help. So yeah, it's me going for a little bit of a special one. The rest of my picks are of course extremely safe. Obviously, Garden Gaming
Are
and
they now?
are gonna win the next one, and of course, Chaos are gonna win their last two of the day.
Uh huh.
And we don't need to really discuss that. But of course, at here first, 42. They are an underdog, and I do think that the analysis and the predictions here mirror what you could expect from this matchup. And
Yeah,
I'm
I
happy
think
to just sneak in that Chaos is better than Tempest in there, of course.
Chaos will have to show me one hell of a game to convince me of that. So, I mean, obviously, it's the last game of the day. Sadly, being denied to us, but I'm sure Carvis and Temporal will do a fantastic job of covering that. By the way, both predictors of Tempest. So,
I'm so
get
jealous.
your raincoats ready.
I want that game. I want that game so bad, but I'm gonna enjoy it from home with some excellent casters, of course. But yeah, that is it's almost like we
that's
set
when
up
you grab
for.
the pizza.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like it's almost like the schedule is set up to be a game of the day, because you could truly call it
Oh yeah.
that. The two without picking favorites, Brackish. Okay, they are the two teams that people considered the two best teams in Group B, and we'll really get to see who is the strongest one.
Absolutely. And it's taking physical effort for me to not just turn this into Norwegian man and British man argue about whether Norwegian or British team is better. I mean, we've got the time to work with, right?
Yeah. I mean, we just walk into a bar and the joke writes itself. If we were to take this discussion to an hour length, but yeah,
Thankfully, we shouldn't need to do that.
Definitely not. Hopefully, we're also at the point where Frittfall and the 42 Gaming are closing in on joining the lobby.
I heard something from production, but
Yeah, I do think that
production is throwing us a lifeline. Thank goodness for that. Probably for the best.
We'll take a little bit of a break just to jump back in so that you guys really know when we're starting. We'll put up a timer for you. Go and grab some drinks, something to snack on. We've had talk about almonds and Cheerios, and both of those are valid options.
I got them. I got them right here. Don't doubt it.
Don't doubt it at all. We'll be back with the Frittfall versus 42 Academy after a short break. Welcome back to the NLC Regional Promotion Series. Yeah, we got a little bit of a story for you viewers, because according to their name, FF, Fritfall, really tried to FF as well as they could late to the game, and yeah, the consequence being 42 Academy allowed them to play despite the game supposedly being over the time limit, but they still lose all 5 of their bans. So a rough start for the Swedish team.
That means more, especially since they're on red side, because now there's a whole lot of very powerful meta champions that are going to be open, which means, honestly, I expect a whole, like, the first 3 picks from both sides to be just fraught with some of the best champions out there, because Ezreal's gone, Syndra's gone. Okay, well, with Syndra gone, you can basically just free lock Orianna blue 1, and like, there's not really a rough matchup for her unless Edo has a specific thing to pick into that. But we already spoke about it earlier, Edo's not really that assassin player that's going to take it to an Orianna.
No, not at all. And we also did talk about 42 maybe taking the pivot from something more surprising to something more standard. And I feel like they were just given the prime opportunity. And yeah, it is really the case now. They take out the Jarvan too, and Orianna just, yeah, it's so obvious that that's going to be the case.
Yeah, the fact you ban the Jarvan, obviously it would pair really, really well with the Orianna, but is also very nasty for Orianna herself to deal with, since her only way out is the flash. So yeah, this seems like a pretty cut and dry. Take the Orianna on B1. You expect Edo to go something pretty standard. I'm not going to talk about the lock-ins until they actually happen.
I'm a little bit tilted that they're even hovering.
If they don't just pick Orianna here, it would be a very big give over, because we know Edo knows how to play this.
Yeah, we love it. There we go. There it comes. Should be the case.
Now looking across, there's still plenty of really good picks up and available. We saw the Rumble hovered on the side of 42 Academy. I don't necessarily think it fits into Kyrie's wheelhouse. Instead, I could totally see a lovers duo picked up, although this is Luffa we're talking about, and will opt in towards the Evelyn this game, which is something that can really punish the Orianna if it's paired with something that can lock her up a little bit.
Yeah, and yeah, the Rengar hover, of course,
not this time.
Should not happen. Still, the X factor of this Evelyn always going to be something to keep track of. And
you want to talk about an engage combo though, Dogsledder? Magnet Storm into Shockwave plus all of the other LCC, and we'll see what gets locked in here, because there was the potential as well to have a root in there as well. Instead, 42, they're going to give Akos Makos the Zeri this game.
Yeah, and it's also something that Omniscient could play. So it does take that away from Fritfall 2.
It does now leave the Desire open though.
Yeah, exactly. Rakan inviting... parents are not home. He's inviting her over. And yeah, the lock-in shouldn't be too much of a surprise.
Right. We still have 2 more bans to come. Of course, we know that 42 can completely shroud whether or not they want to send this rel into the bot lane or towards Double Geo in the jungle, and now they can look to ban out, I would say, top lane. Targeting Kyrie, I think, would be more of the priority, since you already know what the jungle is going, and you know that Edo is not the kind of player that's going to really be pushing the boat out pick-wise.
Yeah, no, I do assume something somewhat predictable from Edo, something that really can't even punish the Ori, as you mentioned. So I completely agree with you.
Which is going to be a fine matchup, but it's not some kind of crazy off-the-wall counter.
Yeah. It's just so strange to not see any bans from FF. I can't wrap my head around it, and it just leaves so much room for activities for 42. They ban out the Ornn. I mean, they are gonna get the first lock in top pair FF, which helps a little bit because that means, for example, that a secured Cassandra here isn't necessarily going to happen, but it's still going to be so difficult.
Well, very simply, we know that this R4 pick should be whatever Edo is playing. Like, even if 42 want to try and ban out Kairi, there is a lot of champions that are good in the top lane right now, and we know, especially with this composition, unless they really, really want to index into Luffa being the main carry, then like, they have the space here to pick something supportive, you know, that sort of thing that Edo wants to play anyway, and have a really, really strong top jungle.
Yeah, and that might be the linchpin in the comp. Of course, we still need to look out for what this rel is. Could be support, could be jungle. Still an open case. Evelyn needs to scale, needs the tempo. So I would like to see something from 42A that can really try to get up in Loppe's face. We see an A here. I'm gonna go Swedish because it's free for me. But yeah, this Velvet does make a lot of sense.
It's not something that's going to really put the pain on the Evelyn pre-6,
no,
which is obviously where she's at her weakest. I'm okay with that, though, because Velvet is going to be able to do a lot. It's going to be very hard for Loffa, as long as Double Geo is playing properly, to actually get him to a health threshold that the last caress is actually going to be able to kill him.
Absolutely, and it's I mean, the comp coming out from FFR, it's not horrible at any means. Like they've gotten a decent composition, and at this point a little bit on the AP heavy side. But
what do I want from Kairi here, though?
Yes, exactly. I was getting there because definitely we do know Renekton, the Camille, the Jax.
Like Renekton has a fine matchup into Cassante. It's not amazing.
Yeah.
Jax would also be perfectly fine. I think this Renekton makes perfect sense, though. It works nicely with the Evelyn, especially, and even pre-6, which obviously it's not something that Evelyn specializes in, but because of the Ruthless Predator stun, especially if you can get a range empowered one, that could be exactly what's needed for Loffa to get into the lane, let the charm charge up, and potentially lead to the death of Rice.
Yeah, they do have gank setup in every single lane here, FF. So it's going to be exciting to see how Loffa is going to play it post level 6. And it's up to 42A to make sure that that doesn't go to plan. I also like the Renekton just because it's the most durable of the 3 champs we mentioned in our presented little snapshot of Kairi's playstyle. This Evelyn, it's an X factor. I like it. I really like when Evelyn gets out of hand. It seems like almost like a free win because she can just burst down almost any member and just do so much damage. But of course, if this falls flat, we're not going to be as impressed.
What I really want to see is whether or not Loffa is just going to wait until level 6, because there is the potential for an incredibly strong top jungle, mid jungle, support jungle synergy all running through these Evelyn, because all 3 of those picks have means to set up for the Evelyn, as you were talking about before. And if that can then be followed up by the charm, then especially in mid lane, like imagine if we have the Rakan roam up alongside the Ahri charm, alongside the Evelyn charm. Orianna's like a safe laner, but against that much stuff, if you force a flash, she's not safe at all, in fact.
Yeah, it's the mobility. She's not mobile, so you need that little bit of shielding run out. But if you have to avoid both a charm, and I'm talking Ahri charm, not the Evelyn charm. We have a lot of charm in this. We have 3 charms on FF.
Yeah,
I'm gonna drop my entire point. I'm gonna drop my entire point just to say they have 3 charms on their team. Usually it's easy to just say the charm hits because usually there's only one champ in the team that has it. But no. I
am coining this the Riz comp, by the way, from Fitfall.
I mean, I'll give it to you. You get to name it. But yeah,
There we
we are out on the Rift. FF realizing that the meta of RPS is losing something early game. If it's a Dorn Shield, if it's not getting your 5 bans, it's a way to get a mental advantage over your opposition. And,
We'll see. We'll
with this
see, Dog Slider, if that actually materializes into an advantage.
I don't know why I'm hyping up FF. I had my predictions on 42A. I almost got my free points, but now there's a game to be played. Gotta commend 42 Academy for their sportsmanship, though. They could have taken a free win here. They didn't. They allowed the game to be played. I love that from a team, because they're not here to just take any easy advantage they could get. They want to play League of Legends, and they want to do it in a fun way. So I'm really excited for this second game of the day for 42A, and I want them to bounce back from game 1.
And we really, really want to watch some League of Legends, Dog Slider, as we are into the game. There'll be a little bit of a jostling around here, but we can already see Loffa moving up towards the top side of the map. And I'm going to check in if they were starting towards the chickens. They will be.
Yeah.
With the hate spike, obviously, as long as you kite effectively, then taking down the chickens, not all that much problem. You're going to be healing through the jungle item as well. In fact, both junglers starting there. And the ping on towards the chickens. They didn't actually have a ward down, 42 Academy. They are still roughly going to feel out. Will offer started. I do like slowing up, picking up your first buff, because it now means that you're going to have your chickens and Krugs come up more closely on your second clear. It means that you can get through that second clear that little bit quicker, and potentially hit level 6 as well.
Level 1 in the bot lane. Level 2 will, of course, be up in a quick second for FF. Not gonna immediately get something out of it, but of course, Rakan Saya, one of the comps that can really make it happen level 2 if level 1 if you go the right abilities.
Well, right now, they're just perfectly content to push Akos Makos and Tabby in. Draconics putting some good trades in onto Edo, however.
Yeah.
Who's already burnt through all of the corrupting potion stacks.
It does feel like where the draft had the most impact is just this Syndra ban Orianna in situation. So it's very much up to Edo to defend his team from the happenings of the draft.
Right now, he needs to weather through the early game. Obviously, Loffa, on paper at least, or at least the general sentiment surrounding Evelyn is that you've got to wait for that level 6. But yeah, Edo being completely zoned off the wave here. And in fact, Double Geo looking for a potential dive angle.
Yeah, and he's looking over the wall. Top lane, a little bit happening too. A lot of damage from Kyrie.
Kyrie!
Unstoppable and gets the first blood! That looks so easy. The middle gank still going through, and Double Geo out-dueling the double Fs. And they get a 1-for-1.
1-for-1 indeed, but that's a first blood as a solo kill in the top lane for Kyrie. The engage aid on the bot as well.
It has to go out, not in. Another good trade from the FF bot lane. But here, Loffa is mid lane. No mana on the Orianna. And 2 charms is the secret recipe. And an immensely great start from FF. I feel like we set up for how much they would have to play around it, FF, to really hit the mark in the mid lane. But they make it seem easy.
And Draconics just disrespecting, potentially falling into that trap of like, oh, it's an Evelyn. Evelyn's not going to gank me pre-6. And Loffa simply goes, observe. Appears in the lane. Draconics is way too far up. Doesn't even think to burn the flash. And now has to burn the TP to get back to lane. Has only picked up the tier as well, which puts a bit of hurt on his trading capabilities.
Yeah, it's not optimal. Of course, Edo was forced to use his own teleport, and he still has his flash down. So it's follow top. Kyrie just doing a great job in the top lane. But yeah, there's still an opportunity for 42A to make something happen again in the mid lane. It's just a shame for them that it happened like that afterwards.
Meanwhile, call Kyrie a sushi chef because he's turning rice. Well, he's prepping the rice at least.
I agree. You know, it's a complete slice and dice. We get piece after piece of Cassante on the table. And it's not looking too good. Here he goes in again, and yeah, these trading patterns are just gonna continue going well for him with that pickaxe advantage. Level 6 also on the board.
Calm now stepping up. This is something I kind of expected after Edo was losing those early trades. Obviously, Zyra is going to be safe solo on bot lane until the end of time. Like, you're not really going to be able to dive her very effectively unless Tabby can find some kind of noodly angle of engage. So Calm can basically leave the lane, let Omniscient get some solo XP, some solo gold, go and help out Edo, and then rotate back and forth and just make sure that his laners are doing okay while they wait for Luffa to hit that level 6 mark.
Yeah, you should really start seeing Calm go on the roams now, I think. Be the difference maker in the mid lane, because that one is a little bit make or break. Now, Double Geo is in the bot side, of course, gets spotted out on that ward, clears it out. Another control ward though, making sure that whenever a potential gank number 2 comes in, it's not gonna come as a surprise. Loffe, top lane, pre-level 6 again. And we know the gank setup is there. Level 6 available, but here comes the ultimate from Kyrie. Ultimate out, it's not gonna do it, I think. But the dash out is confirmed, though! And exactly like you prefaced in the champ select, the time that is bought by hitting the stun means that the charm has the time to stack up. And we see it even with the disengaged Q. Now the it's still a kill.
Kyrie presents himself as a tempting target for the Cassante, and Rice will take the bait. That's a kill. Another kill onto the board for Kyrie, of course. Seeing the Evelyn towards the top side means 42 Academy will be able to walk in, get this first Drake picked up. That's an Infernal. Got an Ocean Drake coming in as well, but that does mean that the nastiest of souls, we could be seeing the Hex Tech. And,
That's
well,
indeed.
Hextech Riff with an Evelyn, that sounds painful.
It does. And now another attempt at the mid lane. Good attempt at a sidestep,
No
but the
flash
charm
on
is stacking up.
Iconics.
Ultimate is good under the turret, and with the ultimate available, there's never even a question that Loffe will secure it. And they are taking control of the mid lane here, Fritfall. Double Geo is late to the party. He'll just pick up the wave. But what an immense start from Fritfall. They were having no issues.
Fritfall, despite having 0 bans in this game, are building up themselves an advantage.
It almost seems like with 0 bans that Fritfall are giving 0 Fs too, but can't even say that with them trying to FF the game and having 2 of them in their names. It's just seems a little bit like they've got F2A on the fence, and they don't really know the way out. Flash of the wall, though, here's an attempt. Has no ultimate Laconic, but they might have the damage to take down the Evelyn. That's so the Ari. It's so important for them to take back that momentum, and yeah, it's a blowback.
Well, Double Geo spotted that Draconics was being a little bit bullied in towards the mid lane, so steps in, just like, all right, I got you, buddy. And now we'll be able to turn that towards the first Rift Herald. Luffa is on the opposite side of the map, and so there will be a very nice pickup, of course, for the Belveth with that empowered Void Coral.
Yeah, as long as they manage to get a setup properly in the lane, that'll be great. But now 3 members in the bot side trying to punish on the other side of the map. Early ultimate for Akamakos means that he can try to move out, dodges the first W. Omniscient is stuck, but the ultimate might leave him out. The tower damage on the Rakan is enough for a single kill at least. And that is just a great play from Akamakos, who manages to go 1 for 1 with 3 people diving him.
Plays it patiently, plays it calmly, does not get pulled out as we get the all-out.
Yeah, I mean, that could have gone for Rice hadn't it been the fact that the opposing member has 2 kills and it's in a huge CS lead and gold lead. But there are some elements of correctness here, and he's taking out a lot of... Kyrie just goes for it. I think he'll just die to the turret. Wants to give the shutdown to Rice instead of Double Geo, as he knew the jungler was imminent.
Yeah, just giving over the gold to a single member of the opposing team. Definitely the wise play there. And we see how accelerated this Renekton is. He's already completed the Gore Drinker. He is very much going to be a suitable frontline for FF as we get later into this game, which is something that they were technically slightly lacking. Calm taking some damage here. He's still level 5, by the way. That's how much roaming he's been doing.
Yeah, Tabby's been more in lane, 2 level advantage for the support, but that also means the impact of Okomo has also been felt on the map. We do see a 2k lead for FF, and with Kyrie doing this much damage to the Bramble Vest Cassante, you can only imagine how much damage he would do if he reached Lyconix or Akamakos. It's getting to be a dangerous crocodile.
Oh yeah, pretty nasty.
Oh, and Loffa.
Might need to call in Steve Irwin. Loffa looking in towards the mid lane again. The flash.
Even with the flash, it's so calculated. They know that they just have to wait and then pick it up. And this time, Gigonix does not have the patience with his flash and goes down for a third time in this game.
And that's a 7-stack Dark Seal on the Evelyn, by the way. Just keeping score.
I mean, a Mage Ice is definitely a good potential. Evelyn can always stay pretty healthy by going out of fights, going invisible. So you're never really in that big of a risk of getting caught out low HP. As long as you're playing as calculated as Loffa is doing now, I think that is a very, very... it's not as risky of a choice as it might normally be on AP carries.
Kyrie continuing to put the hurt in on towards Rice at the top lane. In the meantime, Calm, keeping it calm, walking away from Tabby Makos. Might be in danger of yet another dive, though. This time he doesn't have a flash.
Yeah, it does have Tabby this time, though. Double Geo on his way, so it's just going to be a plating play from Omniscient. And, yeah, no. 3-man collapse will probably not lead to a kill. It's just defensive positioning.
Right now, Edo on a back timer. Luffa might feel confident enough to just go for this play. There's the TP coming in.
He's behind.
No flash on the Orianna.
Again. And yeah, the charm. He's trying to... he can't dodge both of the charms. One of them he has to wait out. The other one he has to... one of them he has to run away quickly from. The other one he has to dodge. And he can't do both at the same time.
And... unfortunately, we saw this in the previous game with Jaconix. Got himself an advantage and then overplayed. I mean, obviously, Evelyn's not a champion you see every day, but surely you've experienced a 20-0 Evelyn in a solo queue game at one point. That has to be burned into the deep recesses of your memory.
Yeah.
You cannot disrespect against this champion.
Cannot, and yeah, 3-0-3 Evelyn. Let's... check out this. The back didn't lead to a Mage Ice just yet, but the Hextech Proto Belt, of course, gonna allow even more range, even more engaged potential, and seeing that mid lane and top lane should be pretty clear paths of avenue. I think we'll just see this snowball keep on going.
Well, we did joke about free fall. It's 42 Academy, however, that are currently the ones in free fall. They already 3.5k gold down. Obviously, they did have to give across that second Drake. Mercifully, it's not a Hextech Soul, but Mountain isn't all that much better for them because if FF can stack 3 of those, then how on earth are you ever getting rid of a potential Mage Ice?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. If we're gonna talk strong suits for 42A, Double Geo is still online. He still has his 2 kills, hasn't gone down, and is keeping track CS-wise. Of course, we wanted a jungler that could maybe put Loffa on his heels, a little bit on the back foot. But he has not been able to do that. But he's been able to keep somewhat track of the game, unlike his top laner and mid laner.
And Kyrie will continue the bullying. Already 1.5k ahead of Rice in the top lane. Omniscient trying to shove in. There's numbers from 42 Academy here, but the warding has been solid. It has been very respectful out of Fritzl. They've not over-pushed their advantages. I mean, obviously, that dive...
Tabby gets knocked off, but this is
I
good.
say it!
42, right? Tabby goes in, the Omniscient has to ultimate flash out, gets the kill with the Rakana's Ignite, but that's decent for 42, and now it's FF on the run.
Just as I say, the FF are the ones playing respectfully. Calm goes in. It ends up being a support for support trade, so not too bad. But of course, in a situation like this, when you're at parity, trading evenly is by far better for 42 Academy.
Oh, mid lane still happening again. Charms hitting, dashes out. Kyrie almost making short work of Rice and the top lane tower. But I mean, this just seems like a repeat gank in the mid lane. Draconics not getting a minute break.
And if it worked the first time, and the second time, and the third time, like, why stop?
I mean, co-caster of mine once said that an opposing player was the favorite objective of the opposing team, and I do feel like that is a case of Draconics now. We do see another fight, but there are more FF members than there are 42A. Still, they're kiting well here, 42A. Charmed in Draconics, but they're trying to run their FF. I feel like 42A has poised themselves for a good engage. Ido is without his ultimate, so he has to flash out. Lucky almost for FF, and respectful the fact that they managed to get out there without taking casualties. It allows Omniscient alone time with the tier 2 turret in the bot lane, and now Tabby stepped up a little bit too far. Loppa trying to catch up, and here comes the teleport into Dodge out from Double Geo. The collapse will be great. Get the triple quadra charm from Calm, and Akamasu is trying to find the way from the angle. He must do a lot of damage, but FF has already made short work of the rest of his team. Another charm hit, and yeah, FF, free fall, fritt fall, good child, many names. They're doing so well.
Everything going right for them on this map. Niscient, like I said in game 1, has been reduced to the role of a glorified super minion in the bottom lane. Not that he's complaining.
Nope, not at all, and he is earning as much money as anyone. Harold pushing it top. Charm did hit, but Unstoppable there, Rice saved his life. I mean, this is just an absolute slaughter for FF, and they're being so patient in the right areas, and then when they know they can, they just strike. Ido versus Geo. Let's see who wins out. The range on that ability is long from Velvet, but with the last charm, with the last Q, Ido made sure there's no hope in any situation.
A single longsword more might have done the trick with the Maelstrom. Thankfully, or unfortunately for him, Edo able to take that one out. And we do indeed. Looking at that Evelyn once again. He's got the book.
Really does seem like Fritt Fall felt just a kill on off screen, because why not? But Fritt Fall felt the fact that, we delayed the stream a little bit today. The schedule is a little bit off. Let's make short work here. And they really, really are over 10k lead at 18 minutes. That is not something we see often. And they're picking up Drakes. They're picking up towers. They already have 5. There will be more in the coming minutes. And I really struggle to see how 42 Academy will find a way back into this game. Ido,
a little bit confusion about who was gonna kill the Drake there.
Yeah. Okay, let's see here. Ido, yeah, he's just chasing down the Belveth. Trying to dodge back and forth, but just in general, the W and ult damage is enough in and of itself with these 2 items completed. Yeah, they're just caught out at any given moment here, 42 Academy.
In a situation like this, often the question becomes, like, how does the losing team come back?
Yeah, it's,
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. When you're 11k down pre-20 minutes, it basically comes down to, does the enemy team throw?
Yeah, that's pretty much the case. And yeah, I guess a Magi's means that if they manage to get the shutdown on Loffe, the swing will be a little bigger than it usually is. And of course, they have some huge shutdowns on the map. It's Ido, it's Evelyn, but both of them have good disengage and escape options, which makes them so hard to really catch out. And it requires Tabby to hit properly. It requires Draconics to really hit a good ult when more than one member is clumped up. And right now, Ido and the rest of FF, they don't really need to clump up. They can play it 2-man squad style without issues.
Yeah, I mean, they can play for the 1-3-1. Edo is very strong. Kyrie is very strong. Loffe can bounce between all of the lanes with impunity. All the while, Omniscient and Calm, if they were to sit alone, they're pretty safe. Like, what engage tool does 42 Academy have that isn't going to be super telegraphed?
Yeah. And in that situation, Akamakos just has to flash out. Flashless for 6 more minutes means that you can't really step up in a lot of situations. The Baron has just spawned. There's a darkness that reaches for miles for 42A, so they can maybe think that this is happening, but they know maybe a little bit too late. Ryze is stepping up, and the Baron, it's already gone.
There's absolutely no contest that can be had by 42 Academy. They've been choked out of their topside jungle. All the vision there is red. Draconics will be able to get a turret bounty back, which is at least something on the cross map, but the gold lead again cascades forwards. You can see recalls should be coming through fairly soon. I'm expecting Fritfall to make this game as quick as they possibly can. We're looking at Lofa right now. It's got to be pretty close to the Rabadons. If he can pick up one camp, maybe two more, or another kill, that should be enough for the Rabadons, and that would turn a reset into an ended game.
Oh, has to ult defensively. I mean, that's one of the few times we've seen Lofa not get a kill when pressing the R button. But he knows it's not risky at all. The cooldowns are not that long. The objectives on the maps aren't that rushed. It's pretty easy for them to just do that attempt, pull the parachute, try again in a couple of minutes.
What I want to see now from Fritfall is they're currently pushing the waves in, but what really needs to happen is mid-wave needs to be synced up with these side waves. Because if you can have all three waves hitting the tower at once...
Missient versus Draconics, ultimate, doesn't even need to be pulled back. 2 kills on different places of the maps. With this engage, FF is just making short work, mincemeat even, out of 42 Academy. Running past the inhibitor turret. Akamakos, no flash available from the previous play. And an ace out of nowhere for FF. And it does seem like an FF angle might be pretty imminent.
Macro? What's that, dog sledder?
Who needs it?
Was in base buying his Rabadons.
I mean, I knew Rabadons is a strong item, but to think that it would have that much map impact, not even I could expect that, as now the Nexus turrets are just going down. 42A might have a last hurrah, a last stand. They wanted to play this game. They should be proud that they did, but FF was clearly the strongest of the teams. And in their first showing in this RPS, they really do show themselves as one of the contenders.
Very, very solid performance from Fitfall, particularly Lofa doing fantastic work on that Evelyn, but that's not to say, of course, his team did not set him up incredibly well for that success. 42 Academy, obviously they've got one more game still to play, but it will pretty much be for pride at that point.
Yep.
0-4. I think unless there is some freak accident of God, that is not going to be an angle that they can proceed from.
Yeah, it's pretty much impossible now. When we know the format, we know it's a best of one round robin. Every game counts just so much. And now we've had a day with some, let's say, outer game intricacies and interestingness, but 42 Academy been on the receiving end of 2 pretty stompy games. So we are going to take a short break, but the next one, and the third one of the day, that's one of the ones I'm really excited for, Brackish. We got the Garden Gaming versus Epic Avalanche, and I think this one is going to deliver.
Absolutely. Sorry, I honestly thought that
could have been a break setup. So I
thought you were throwing there. No, absolutely. We saw Epic Avalanche have a great showing before. Garden Gaming 1-1 right now. They did get kinda Goomba stomped by Tempest, but how much does that say when they're the strongest team in the group?
Who knows? Who knows?
We'll be finding out very shortly.
Is this a real break setup? We'll go to break. And welcome back to the NLC Regional Promotion Series. We've had some interesting games today. It's been a little bit of a warm-up just for us and for the teams, but with some Goomba Storms, as Brackish so aptly named it, we are now into something that I have no idea how to predict. It's Garden Gaming versus Epic Avalanche.
Yeah, so Epic Avalanche having such a dominant performance in game number 1 is a very good sign for them. Although Garden Gaming, they've had, that's not to say that they've been any kind of slouch in the games that they've played. Even their loss up against Tempest Gaming was not the absolute worst. And so I think on footing, I can't remember who I put to win on this one. I think I had slightly more faith in Garden Gaming just because I hadn't seen enough of Epic Avalanche to make a full opinion.
It was like a little prompt for production to throw up the caster predictions, because
after their win, it certainly Okay, so Zleepa and Pida are clearly just kind of griefing. Like, I know that you gotta represent your country, but everyone else had good taste.
Indeed, and I do. Did I read it correctly that they meant to vote Tempest? And this is wrong on the graphic.
So earlier, the graphic showed everyone having voted for Tempest.
Ah, now I understand.
The oopsie was that Zleepa and Pida had actually voted.
I can't believe the production tried to save both of them, and they just didn't allow it.
I mean, as I said, like, everyone's allowed to have an opinion. Like, you're allowed to be wrong sometimes.
I mean, my opinion was that 42 Gaming would allow to take the FF, but I was wrong, so lost the point there. So, I mean, I gotta respect the regional pride. There are some people that have guessed that that Tempest would win versus Chaos later today too. So there's a lot of regional pride going on.
We could dig deeper into that, but I think it's better that we dig deeper into the matchup that is before us, Dogsledder. And specifically, I'm interested to see more towards this bot side, because MKL and Shiro, they've been around for a fair old while in various scenes, not just in Denmark, but this is a predominantly Danish roster, obviously. And I do have to shout out Hyper. Did in the game up against Tempest Gaming pick the Aurelia, and is also a Brit himself, so, slight salute to him. It didn't actually influence my decision-making at all. And, that cluster makes sense considering Game 1.
It does. And, we do get both the teams having a chance now to break out of the even that they are, and we've been talking a lot, all the casters, about what does a best of one round robin mean, or single round robin even, and it means that there's only one chance. You have to make it or it breaks, because only 3 teams are proceeding from each group into the playoffs, and I'm not completely sure that we'll see both Epic Avalanche and Garden Gaming there, so this game might be make or break in that case.
Yeah, unless Tempest Gaming or Chaos suddenly fall off a cliff, then only one of these teams can make it. We've got a couple of meta bans in there, obviously, with the Cassante, with the Oriana. The Draven ban is also pretty unsurprising. Mikkel is pretty damn hot on that champion. We'll round out the first rotation with a little bit of a Nico ban as well. Plenty of good stuff here. The Jarvan could be picked. Rel is still up and available. It's something that a lot of teams have put a lot of priority on towards.
Yeah, a lot up for grabs. Garden Gaming, of course, getting the first choice, but it's not like Epic Avalanche doesn't have a mountain of options to choose from.
I'm going to start off with the Jarvan, so we can potentially see an Epic Avalanche lock in a strong bot lane combo here, or maybe they just want to match the jungle. Of course, if it doesn't matter them as much, they could leave it to later rotations and Ro and Tamara just kind of sift through whatever is left. I mean, I'd like to see, never mind. I was going to say, I'd like to see them wait perhaps a little bit before locking in a jungler, because you could find a good angle for something like Poppy, but instead, They do go towards the Lee Sin for Rowan Tomari, so at least some confidence being able to execute on that champion.
Yeah, the Lee Sin always spicy, always fun to see in, and yeah, they just pick up the Rumble right away. Of course,
missed that. Karox has already played a game of the Rumble and is notorious as a menace on Rumble. It is, for a large portion of the Finnish league, it was permabanned against Epic Avalanche. This is a gauntlet thrown down.
It really, really is, and of course you could have banned it out, but no, it didn't happen from GG, and now we already have some tempo in the game. Syndra has picked up, and I'm excited to see what champion they're going to try to answer with in the top lane, because Hypa, he can go a little hyper.
He can, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that left for later in the draft. The Varus locked in for Mikkel here. I like that. Obviously, has some great ability to combo with the other CC. And Mirza is falling back onto the comfort, pulling out the Fizz for the mid lane. And,
I love it.
Syndra, she does often quite rely on being able to use the Scatter the Weak to keep her opponents at arm's length. It's a shame that the troll pole exists.
It does, and can negate a lot if in those kind of telegraph situations. Of course, the fight later on will be Champion Waters will be thrown out. There'll be a lot of troll polling going on, and but right now they really do need that CC in the comp of Epic Avalanche to really make this damage stick.
Right now, the support pool's being quite heavily pinched. We see the Renata gone, the Bard gone away, and the Ashe, of course. We have seen it comboed with the Varus towards the bot lane. Very oppressive push lane. Not going to be allowed for Garden Gaming this time around. Outside of additional support, like maybe Garden Gaming wants to ban away True Blue AD carry as well, just to further limit what VL might want to pick here. Instead, take out another strong engage option. The Rel is still up and available. I think it pairs quite nicely with what we see here, but it really depends on what VL wants to go for here. And I mean, it's not the tankiest enemy team you're looking in towards, and you know that Hyper likes to play these more carry-focused champions. So
the issue I was looking at was the Jarvan, because if you pick a Jhin, you just get ulted on and there's no running out. But we got the Ezreal, of course.
Yeah, so that's going to provide a great amount of safety. It means that whatever support pick Eru locks in here, it will almost have complete freedom to roam across the map, because good luck hard engaging onto an Ezreal in this lane.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with what they're having. And if they're picking up a Karma here too, it's not going to be about catching the Ezreal. It's going to be to almost outlast the team fights and situations, just so that you don't get killed, but you manage to strike back.
Lastly, looking for a top laner for Hyper here. Won't be able to keep it hidden away. But I mean, they know what they're up against. Instead,
I was thinking about the option putting the Karma top lane. Does mean they're a little lacking. Yeah, they're a little lacking in the damage department. But if they manage to get the right target, and as long as MKL manages to stay alive, they got it.
Yeah. They have to let the Syndra and the Varus scale into the game a decent amount. And the final lock-in for Eru will be that Rel that we were talking about. So,
yeah, making a little sense.
Varus Rakan, not going to have the easiest time, of course, engaging onto Ezreal Rel. And in fact, I think if Shiro goes a little too far on that one, then it could be a situation that he might struggle to get out of, because, of course, you go forwards, and if you don't battle dance out in time, you take a stun to the face, then you get caught by the dive down as well, and all the while Ezreal. We'll see what kind of rune setup VL goes for, because there is a more aggressive Ezreal setup, of course, that goes with press the attack. We have also seen Conqueror be very standard for the longer fights, so interesting to see what VL goes for there.
Absolutely, and of course, getting an Ezreal always allows your support to roam almost freely because you can play so safe. You can pick up almost any CS from any range. MKL might not have the same luxury if both VL and Area are in the lane because he can actually be caught out while his Rakan is out and about. But we'll see how they play it. The tempo in the early game really comes down to, like almost always, where the junglers are gonna move. There is a decent amount of gank setup, but now the draft is done. They're very different drafts, but I'm excited to see them play out.
Yeah, I think if we're talking about stock standard or at least styles of play, I'm looking very much towards the side of Garden Gaming as the side that can front to back more effectively, because you got the Rakan ducking in or out. The Jarvan is going to be able to find good engages. And of course, the Karma shielding as well will be able to allow them to outlast a lot in these fights. Whereas towards the other side, for Epic Avalanche, you're much more looking for picks. For, Fizz lands the Chump Waters on somebody. Yeah. There's not really an easy way for Garden Gaming to save someone who has found themselves in that predicament.
And a part of me is just scared to see a repetition of the last game where the setup from Ari Evelyn just turns out to be too strong to able to counterplay. And when a Fizz really gets out of control, you just throw out the ult. There's no way around it. But of course, that requires some setup in terms of having enough money, having enough jungle prio. There's a lot to still be done. But if we come out of control, a Fizz could just take over the game.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm sitting. If it looks towards the early game, if we get to the 15-minute mark or so, and there's a couple of kills on Merza's Fizz, or around Tamari has been able to get some stuff going, then Epic Avalanche are in a good position to just keep building up incremental leads, and that tiny little snowball starts rolling down the hill. On the other side, if Garden Gaming can mitigate the early game, Jarvan can maybe find a kill or two, or even if they're at parity at 15 minutes, then I look at these compositions and I go, okay, well, in the super late game, I'd rather have a Syndra than a Fizz. I'd rather have a Varus than an Ezreal. And
exactly.
Yes, the Rumble could be a problem. Obviously, those are two very immobile carries. Karma shielding and speed up should be able to also kind of mitigate the effectiveness of the equalizer in those situations.
Especially with the CC availability from Epic Avalanche not being the kind that can really secure the fact that people are stuck in that Rumble Ultimate. You can't really. You can, but it's difficult to time the fact that Lee Sin kicks you right into a Rumble ult. You have to really flash in or get a proper engage with the Rel. Of course, the Rel is maybe the most clear option. And the Chum the Water is always going to have a little bit of delay, meaning that you can flash out or be sure that at least you don't take the brunt of the Rumble burn.
Yeah, in the latter stages of the game as well, I think it's pretty likely that Jarvan just gets to the point where he can tank the fish himself and make sure his carries remain safe. And as long as the Lee Sin, the Fizz, can't find the Syndra or the Varus, then it's happy days for Garden Gaming.
It should be, especially if they can maybe just get a lot of MR2 on that Jarvan, as you say, as he scales, because there is a certain percentage towards the blue kind of damage, and I'm pretty sure Garden Gaming are aware of that.
Yeah, like 2 of the 3 major carries deal a massive line share of magic damage, and the Ezreal, unless he gets super far ahead, is mostly going to be here just for the consistent poke damage.
Yeah.
That said, I would hesitate to call Epic Avalanche's team any kind of poke comp, because okay, yes, sure, you can poke with Sonic Wave, but yeah, who really cares? You can poke with the Electrified Harpoon. Okay, sure, that's usually setting up for something else. Whereas Syndra poke, Karma poke, Varus poke, if Epic Avalanche can't find a good flank or aren't really decisive with their engages, they could find 1 or 2 of their members at 50% HP before they even get to go in.
Absolutely. The poke capabilities of GG are just immense. as we are finally on to Summoner's Rift. Biscard standing in mid lane, not being aware that there are a couple of sneaky boys beneath him. Gets hit by the first Q, and gives away the 5 first gold to VL. Look at the style.
So VL took the first strike damage because he managed to land the Dark Sphere in time. 9 gold is going to do very little in the grand scheme of things, but right now we are looking towards those junglers, and we can see Potato Panda sneaking in. I think he wanted to try and get a ward down on the chickens. It ends up not actually placing it, though. Instead, there's that defensive ward placed down by Shiro.
We're gonna walk into Shiro and MKL. Double knockup, though, means that VL at least can get a little bit of free reign. Has that glacial, so couldn't stand there and tank for too long, but it also means he can just waddle out, no issues.
MKL and Shiro were... that feel pretty ineffective. The glacial, they didn't really bother fighting back until it had timed out. So they're not really dealing with any issues. Got to watch out for the potential level 2, though, obviously, with the mounting back up. You can flip someone over your shoulder and then land that into a stun as well. In fact, this is why we see MKL and Shiro step back towards the tower. They know level 2 is going to be hit by their opponents first, and they have to respect all of that real CC.
Yeah, for sure, and especially MKL is caught out. He does have Ghost. There's not that much merit in going cleanse this game. So it's all about having that Ghost to move out of the way, but don't want to do that level 1 versus level 2 setup.
And so in a revolutionary thing, you don't necessarily need cleanse if you just don't get hit by the CC in the first place.
I feel like you should write a book about this, Brackish. This sounds like a great concept. Yeah, with MKL really buying into the Brackish way of thinking, I do think.
On top of that, look at the crowd control that Epic Avalanche has. It requires a whole bunch of setup. Like, Kick requires you to land a Sonic Wave in 90% of situations. The Fish requires you to actually hit it. 0 CC on the Ezreal to speak of. The vast majority of reliable CC is on the Rel, which is usually, unless you're sat in a brush or, able to find a glorious flank angle, it's going to be pretty telegraphed. So Gone Gaming should be able to respect it.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily scream ease of execution here from
my
Epic
3 favorite
Avalanche.
words.
Exactly. And sometimes that is a good thing, because it means if you're just better at what you're doing, then the opposing team will struggle to deal with it. But also in some kind of games, that just means it's hard to really make things happen. And we've been talking about this Fizz. Either it's gonna look good or it's not.
Really like that Biscard, while he's going down a little bit in CS, has not taken much damage from this Fizz at all. Now looking to try and follow up with Potato Panda, try and secure themselves the top side. Riscuttle and Meza and Rantamari do seem like they will have something to say about that, however, and it is Carwox who technically has the wave priority top lane, so Hyper's not going to be able to leave.
Dodge from Mersa, the smite already down on it, but they're just going to try and burst down the Fizz, and they might have the damage. Yes, first blood to Biscard. Maybe overstepped a little bit there, Epic Avalanche. That Scuttler is not worth it.
A little bit of a blabber situation, not quite burning the flash as well, but giving up first blood for a Rift Scuttler is not quite what I would call worth it. It was the engage. Yeah, that's an Ezreal for you.
It is. Easy way out, even when it hit is not. Who knows how that works?
Buffering.
I don't know what that word means either. I'm Norwegian. So we're looking at the Drake spawning in 5 seconds. I don't think the junglers will be there in time.
Buffering Dogslider is what occurs when... So, for example, when Tristana uses Rocket Jump, if you start the cast for it before the crowd control hits you, then it'll go through regardless. Unless there's, some other thing stopping it. Like, you can't jump through a Poppy W, obviously.
I really, I gotta say, I respect you not taking my sarcasm, because that means you take me serious. But I do know what buffering is. I feel like we take care of people that don't know in this moment, and that's worth something too. Yeah, but as that's the biggest joy of all, as we see EA trying to catch GG Garden Gaming out of position in the bot lane. Still not caught, but here, the Lee Sin waiting in a bush for a Hypa to overstep, but that's kind of the issue. If this jungler had some sort of CC, he could lock him into it, but that ult just goes to the sideways. Eru now stuck, and MKL just picks up that kill. We're seeing a lot of easy kills here from GG, and right now, ease of execution seems to be a lack of execution for EA.
And Merza finds Biscard, but utterly unable to do anything to him, yet to hit the level... No, has just now hit the level 6, but during that trade, hadn't done so. Potato Panda is going to have the freedom to start up this first Drake of the game, thanks to getting that kill bottom lane. And yeah, keep it simple is sometimes just the easiest way of doing things, and Garden Gaming will start themselves off with a nice little 1,000 gold buffer.
Yeah, very good start, and in some ways, more than one, EA are kind of reliant on having a little bit of a lead to really make the damage stick above the comp of GG, who has shields to deal with, go with. They have a decent, reliable engage, and of course, a decent amount of poke and burst. So, yeah, Epic Avalanche, they really need to find their way back into this game.
I love to see the call in Hyper's inventory. He knows that he's going to be able to mitigate Carvok pretty effectively. As Chobo watches lands on mid.
Flash out, goes in after here. Merza gets pushed out again, and the last hero shot makes it happen. That is a little bit of desperation, and very well played by Biscard, who knows the limits of the Fizz and his own champion. Potato Panda, taking this duel against Rauk and Umar, is just going to win.
Stepping forwards.
Umar. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, he was just stepping forwards, waiting for his cooldowns to see also maybe if the Lee Sin used his flash a little impulsively. Not going to do so, has the discipline to keep that up. But yeah, this Fizz, who in a lot of situations really kind of needs to be ahead to be super effective, is now starting to fall heavily behind the curve. Has got the Lost Chapter, but is down the Fiendish Codex to Biscard now, who of course, through picking up these early trades, is going to be stacking nicely. Shiro, troublesome out.
Yeah, took some damage, but of course has that disengage. Eru now is going to take some damage on the way out. No flash available, and Shiro just an ultimate W in cleanse is not going to help. And that is another good play by the GG bot lane, really knowing how to come in with the counter engage after EA thinking they had one out of the trade.
He may be called Shiro, but he's anything but shy going for those engages. Works out fantastically, gets 3 kills, or picks up 2 more kills for MKL, now on 3-0. And Biscard, again, just continuing to respect, continuing to farm up nicely, knows that if he steps too far forwards, this Fizz Lee Sin would like nothing more than to put him in the dirt.
Yeah, now they're looking, both junglers close to this mid line where stuff has been happening. Shiro's joined the fray. Herald, for some reason, has decided to do the same. But yeah, they're just poising around the mid lane.
Clarks will be able to have Shove in top lane. The numbers are all adding up towards the top side of the map. However, MKL is actually stuck farming up a wave here, so VL might be able to join the fray. And I think Garden Gaming should probably respect the fact that the enemy ADC is off vision currently now, as he will step in. And you see Potato Panda already going over towards his Gromp, knows that that numbers advantage is untenable right now, and they're not exactly struggling. They have that early advantage. They have that Drake in pocket. They don't need to fight this one.
Yeah, they don't. And sometimes you also, it's not set in stone, but as a Lee Sin, you usually don't really want to sit with the Herald for too long, because not having that ward to have to jump on, especially now that you don't afford control wards, you usually want to pop it early, and I'm assuming Garden Gaming are just ready to receive that.
They are happy to chill out for the time being, Dogslider. They've got like 90 seconds until the next Drake comes up. Even if the Herald goes down, it's probably just going to be a couple of plates. It's nothing to really write home about.
Yep. Only mistake you could do is overstep in an attempt to stop it from charging, which just really isn't gonna happen if Garden Gaming knows what is up. And from how they're playing right now, it really seems like they do.
Yeah, very measured from them right now. And Epic Avalanche, we were talking about that 15-minute mark earlier, Dogsledder. They're already at a deficit at 11 minutes. So unless they can really like jam this game open, then they're going to be at a disadvantage at that point in time. And Garden Gaming, who are already slightly accelerated, we've already got the Bork, we've already got the Leandries picked up on the main carries.
Yeah, it's the right numbers
as well for the Karma.
Yeah, one thing is the 2K lead, but another thing is just exactly who has those those goals and those kills, and it's the Varus, it's the Syndra, like you're saying. And I said that maybe Garden Gaming would make a mistake overstepping. They shouldn't make a mistake overstep to stop the Herald. They don't need to make any kind of effort. It's just given to them, and that's the issue with the Lee Sin wanting to pop it early to not have it in his inventory.
Meza dropped low. The Herald got put down bot lane. We saw it fail to reach the turret. So even more gold completely denied away from Epic Avalanche. And with that play diffused, Rowan Tamari needs to take a reset. And that means that a 4-man stack of Garden Gaming members get to walk in and continue their free dragon stacking.
Yeah, seems very convenient. Of course, now it looks like it's the Hex, the Chemtech Soul and Drake that is gonna affect the map. And it's not the best one, but that's not the only, it's not a win condition in that sense from Garden Gaming. They have a lot to play on, and this is just another Drake in the box.
Look at all of this vision set up by Garden Gaming towards the bottom side of the Rift. The river is completely full of wards. The bot side jungle is full of wards. Potato Panda will step forwards to defend his vision. But VL and Aero are basically stuck underneath their tower, because if they step out and Garden Gaming members are not on vision, well, they could be right in your face, ready to teach you a lesson about vision. And Biscard
goes for it, knew the jump was used, but jump the water does hit. Oh,
gets
the
him!
Q! As he tries to come back in, does he have enough damage to take down the Syndra? He does not! And the Biscard just made easy work of another attempt. It looked, the Astral Ultimate almost skirting straight through him, but just another easy sidestep. He had flash available, and just everything going Garden Gaming's way. Hypa might be the first to fall on his team, but that's the reason you went for this Karma in the first place. Shield makes him able to survive that dot, and he's out with a flash.
And after 13 minutes of respecting this mid-jungle.
Another attempt bot lane got a drop because Eru sitting like a sitting duck gets knocked up trying to jump out flash, but now he's completely stuck, and it's just a matter of time before MKL picks up another kill. He's gotten so many this game, the 4th for him.
The game more and more falling away from Epic Avalanche. Biscard at a point where he can take the 1v2 and win it against the Fizz Lee Sin. Obviously, mechanically outplaying with the outplay button of the Unleash power. Knew that Mirza did not have the playful Trickster to get away from it. And as plates drop, we see ourselves at a 3.5k gold advantage for Garden Gaming. There is a Herald picked up for Epic Avalanche and nothing more. This is, macro-wise, a complete domination thus far from Garden Gaming.
And if we're gonna look for win conditions for EA, there is some extreme outliers here where just the kits of these champions and in the right kind of environment when it comes to where on the map it happens, that there's enough damage for Epic Avalanche to just roll over GG if they're out of position. But with the goal difference, the way it is right now, okay, let's see, yeah, you're completely right. They're going to try to find Hypa. And here comes the dive. Decent amount of CC, tries to sidestep in the front, gets stunned down, locked up. This one's going to be difficult to survive. He might actually get a kill back. He does. How is everything? Either way, when EA gets something, GG just gets something back. They finally get a turret too. So a couple of influxes of gold, but of course, Garden Gaming has not been sleeping on the map.
That was first turret picked up by Epic Avalanche as well, but as you say, the members of Garden Gaming are doing anything but sitting idle. 2 in the mid lane, 2 in the top lane, pushing on in. Meza is going to force them away, but Biscard, it's too easy for him at this point to just get free gold off the first strike.
Yeah, how much does he have at this point? Because he's been...
How much gold has Biscard earned, by the way, production?
Yeah, that's a good question. We got a little bit of a fight in the meantime. Here comes a rumble.
So he's basically
in,
4-0. He's basically 4-0 just off of having first strike.
Yeah, pretty much. He's been hitting it and making it worth everything. And now Herald up. This might be where EA tries to get something to happen. Double charm though. Double knockback. Ultimate from Esther is going to be huge. But look at the engagement. Potato Panda. Flash out. Does not mean that Chum the Mortar gets the kill. The Lee Sin tries to reach the Rakan, but he's so slippery. Potato Panda knocks up the Lee Sin, who's trying to chase after. The last auto does not land. And another great team fight for Garden Gaming.
And at the end of the day, it's really nothing short of my numbers are bigger than yours. Epic Avalanche, we're talking about it. They needed to find the advantages. They did not do so. They're unable to kill Shiro here. Quickness keeps him alive, and then the turnaround from Garden Gaming. They mow the lawn of Epic Avalanche members. And as they drop low, they try to find their targets. They try to find the damage. In any other circumstance, that should have just been MKL going down. He's unable to do it, however, and more, the gold cascading away from them. VL is in the river. You see, Epic Avalanche want to come in here. The TP has to be burned towards the bottom lane as well as Garden Gaming. They push out the mid lane. They know Epic Avalanche is on it, but it seems like the call might just be, we don't need this Drake. It's a Chemtech Soul, so what? Let's just put down Herald mid, let's get 2 towers, and still be winning.
Red team's turret has been destroyed. Red team has slain the dragon.
I don't know if Dogslord is okay. I can't currently hear him.
Sorry. I had a misclick on my keyboard. Now they're
Oh,
going to
no.
engage with a knock-up. Eru getting bursted down. Finally, my Potato Panda might go down, but he's shielded. The Lee Sin in the backline trying to catch him. MKL. That's a good kick onto the ultimate of Rumble, but they don't have the damage to back it up. Try with the fist again, but no, that's not going to work either. VL trying to get from the flank, but it's a triple kill from MKL. And GG Garden Gaming, they're just making gnelfs out of their opposition.
It's not the best luck for Epic Avalanche, as, again, they look to find the angles in, but Garden Gaming are stacked as 5. VL goes towards mid lane to stop the Rift Herald, and so they're down numbers as well as being 7,000 gold. Potato Panda doesn't care about dying here. He knows what his role is. It's keeping EA busy, while the rest of his team can tear them apart from each other, and then tear their health bars apart as well. And once round Tamari goes down, honestly, I would have rather just seen Epic Avalanche try and cut their losses. They were not going to be getting that much more out of the play.
What losses are there to cut at this point? The Fizz just, he's less useful than most of the epic minions on the map. He's not worth much. They're trying to find a flank here though, but there are 3 members from Garden Gaming. If Mercer steps out, he'll be in trouble. Maybe he can be a part of a counter dive here, but there's so many members. He's outside the turret, Korvax goes down instantly. The Fizz is trying to do the damage. We see the healing from the Blade of the Ruined King, and again, just looks like it's another day on the job, mowing the lawn, taking out the trash, so to say.
And this Karma, obviously, has been not something we've been talking about. Never mind.
Oh, another great engage from Shiro. Now they can just chase them down again. Lee Sin tries to go in, but the health bars are very, very healthy from Garden Gaming. Another turret might be falling. A little bit out of position there, Potato Panda, but has the backup from a shield.
It's really cool to see Hyper, who has been very much of a big carry player. He's known as a Riven player. It didn't get banned in this game, but he goes, it's fine, guys. I'm just going to pick Karma. I'll get the Moonstone Renewer. We can just chill out. Our carries are going to be fine. Like Biscard, 405. MKL, 1102 on this Varus. If we could have a peek at the individual goal, we're probably looking at like 3.5k difference between these AD carries. VL has not been allowed to have a real impact on this game. In fact, you could be said that Epic Avalanche has not been allowed to have a real impact on this game. Even the Enchanter Karma, who has just been sat mitigating top lane, is 500 gold up over the Rumble, who is meant to be a major damage threat for this Epic Avalanche team.
And I'm just so impressed with Garden Gaming. Ahead of this game, I said it would be hard for me to predict who was going to be the strongest of the two, but this performance is just absolutely insane. And with a win here, they would really set themselves up for success. Now, an attempt from the Fist to get out, but stopwatch makes that a hard sell. And Garden Gaming just going to collapse on the Fist, take him down. An attempted counter engage from Epic Avalanche, but this might allow Garden Gaming to get even more flash forwards. Triple knock-up from the Jarvan, and here comes the follow-up. It's a good re-engage from Eru, but the damage difference, the goal difference, the team difference, it's not even close.
MKL, it will be a formality with the Ghost to run down VL. It's another ace for Garden Gaming, and they will turn on towards the big purple worm. This Baron buff, the flash of purple, the royal hue to potentially turn this corner and close out the game.
Yeah, this was a game where either you would look really good as Epic Avalanche, or you would look like you weren't having a good time in the game, and it seems like, sadly for them, the latter is the case. With this collapse, Garden Gaming just makes mincemeat out of Mersa, and you know that Potato Panda knows he can go in there, flash, engage, and then the Cataclysm, and the rest of this is just a formality.
Yeah, it's simply the wallets. At this point in the game, Epic Avalanche can play as best they like, as long as Garden Gaming don't get overconfident, don't overplay their hand, which they haven't been doing all game long. They are just going to be able to choke Epic Avalanche off the map into their base, and then the rest of the base, you know, they can hide behind their walls of stone. But Garden Gaming, don't know if you know fun little Ivy facts, but if you give them enough time, it can just melt that away.
For sure, for sure. And we get a little bit of a pause. Keen-eyed viewers might see that the Rakan did disconnect for a little bit, but Shiro, I heard a good sound, and that was someone who has reconnected. So I'm hoping that everything is in order. But I mean, it would be we had an interesting day regarding rules and players coming a little bit late and stuff like that. It would be interesting to see, could Garden Gaming win without the Rakan? I think they could.
At this point, Shiro and the entire comp has set them up with such an advantage that, yeah, I'm not convinced being down a player would matter all that much at this stage. They break open the bot lane tier 2 turret. We see Mirza in the top lane trying to get something back, just some gold into the pockets of Epic Avalanche, but when the bot lane is being shoved in, Garden Gaming, they even have the fallback. There is a Drake available, and Rantamari looks for it.
Succeed. He doesn't succeed with it, and now it's a free reign from GG. They can just push forward. Shiro with the W. They stun down VL. He goes down to the burst of Biscard. Tries to get out here, the Lee Sin. Decent ult from the Rumble, but he's in the thick of it. Goes down to the rest of the team. Fizz has the opportunity to convene now, but it's already done. One inhibitor down. The other one is gonna fall. And who knows, Garden Gaming might try to take down Nexus Turret at this point. Here comes the engage from Mersa, though. But look at the lack of impact as he tries his best. Again, Lee Sin tries to go in. No ultimate this time. Takes the damage. Goes down to Biscard, who gets another kill. Nexus Turret after Nexus Turret is falling. And Garden Gaming making short work, securing themselves another win for Denmark. And yeah, they are looking to take one of the top 3 places in the group.
Garden Gaming, they go to 2-1. More importantly, they put Epic Avalanche, a team that has a game in hand on them, down to the 1-2 as well.
And I gotta say, of course, it looked easy, but Garden Gaming executed so well that game. They had a need to put the Syndra and the Varus ahead, or else they would be lacking. But they did it so well, and you saw how they played the team fight. You saw how KL was protected, how it was peeled for. They just played it out excellently.
Let me break it down for you, Dogslayer. So you've got an incredibly fed Varus with Rakan shields, with Karma shields, and also up 13,000 gold. It really didn't seem to matter what Epic Avalanche threw at MKL. it was not enough.
It wasn't, and of course, some of that happened in team fights. Some happened in lane because they also played it so well in lane. You saw the skirmishes there, and they went in the direction of Garden Gaming. They just looked like the stronger team altogether, and a well-deserved second win on the block for them. There's still some games to be played. I don't want to oversell them going into the playoffs, but it's because they did it against Epic Avalanche, who is one of the contenders to take one of those top 3 spots, who are now pushed down 1 game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have to remember again, Epic Avalanche has the game in hand. They still have, they've played 2 games today, but they have, hang on. Is Epic Avalanche the ones that they have a spare game?
Garden Gaming has 1 spare game today. They are playing against Chaos later on. We can set up the rest of the day if since we're on the topic. Frittfall versus Tempest Gaming is the next match coming up. Then it's Chaos versus Garden Gaming, and then we're setting up for, let's call it match of the week. It's Tempest Gaming versus Chaos. It's going to be a great game. So there's a lot of viewers in here right now, and I would not advise anything less than sticking around, because this day of NLC Regional Promotional Series is going to deliver. And yeah, we could also round it out because we're done for the day. So we're gonna say goodbye. We won't be able to at least cast the rest of this amazingness. But of course, we will be watching. We will be enjoying, and we will see you later on in the groups. Thank you for the day, and we'll see you guys later. Stick around.
Hello and welcome back over to the RPS, where I'm joined by Temporal. Welcome back over to the desk.
Hello, hello. Good to be back. Good to see the regional promotional series carrying on in exciting fashion. Had a look over the first 3 games there, and you know, some pretty big stomps, some pretty big statements to be made. I'm still personally not convinced about Fritfall and Carvis, and you know what? I think we're about to just get a bit of a measure of them.
Yeah, we are finally going to see how good Fitfall actually is. 42 Academy, while they did try with the 5 lost bands to give them a challenge, it really didn't work out. And as you said, the previous games were sort of stomps, and my Finnish pride and faith in the FPL took kind of a hit. So I really needed the prediction points. If we look at the statistics, I'm middle of the pack, not doing too well. So I'm gonna start channeling everything I can. Let's go UKL, UKL. I've brought my hot water and leaves and everything to make sure that Tempest wins twice today.
Yeah, might still be going undefeated. The champions of the UK and Irish League have been the team to go up against. And wow, I'm still on top. Let's go. I did have a giggle at the perfect day. I haven't really looked at everyone else's predictions since. Good to see. Good to see we're still coming in there. I have dropped. Gosh, everyone had a rough day yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah, there were so many games that were unexpected, with DO7 especially turning out to be decently strong considering the Group A standings. And Group B, starting to look like there is some power imbalances compared to A.
Yeah, it's a bit deeper. I think 42 Academy, they've shown off like 2 different rosters. Both of them haven't quite had the cohesion, maybe enough practice, or enough support to get through this stage. Today's looking good though. Not dropped a game today. Quite jazzed with myself.
Yeah, we'll get to see how it goes. As we already said, Tempest Gaming will be the ones taking on Fritfall, and we've only seen 1 game due to some rescheduling from the Swedish roster, but Laffet, their jungler, really looks like he cooks some interesting picks even in these so important best of 1 competitive games.
Yeah, best of 1, great time to show off your creativity. Great time to just like bust out something crazy. Did you catch what they played earlier? I don't.
They did. They played an Evelyn Ari.
Oh, the Ari Evelyn. Yeah. Yes. Cool. We'll see. Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Tempest just choosing to not. You get to do target ban a little bit further on red side, and you just get to choose which overpowered pick comes over. And by overpowered, we mean like which is highest value, highest flexibility, and competitive. We're looking at stuff like the Rel, but Fritfall, and taking that away, and just making sure that won't be the choice. So instead, we're on stuff like the Rakan, potentially some of the better junglers, but it's all pretty open season right now.
Yeah, and even on blue side, Fitfall choosing some target bans, even with the Lilia, since Tempest are no slouches when it comes to cooking some cool picks themselves.
Yeah, we're a pretty big fan of like sort of Tempest sort of slot in, slot out compositions. Bear Tree will just play whichever top laner is like most suitable for the comp and the matchup, be it like your crazy stuff like your Alawi or your Garens. Very much a creative mastermind.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of Mordekaisers sometimes come out as well. If you blind pick a poor matchup into that, there's a bunch of threats on the side of G. But with the RE getting banned out as well, that was what Edo played in the earlier games, so we're gonna see something new from Fritfall. And the first pick, still a couple of priority. You mentioned the Rakan, there's also most of the 80 carries left over.
But all reasonable picks. Inside to see what Fruitful, because we haven't seen many games for them prioritize here. Betri will not be solo boloed by Kazante again, as that one is banned away. Syndra to start normally picks into the Oriana, says you want to do a front to back and modulate the front line and be able to get multiple scatters off if you're going that CDR build, or potentially pick off a single carry. Blue wanting mid does invite some crazy mid jungle answers. Wouldn't be surprised to see the LeBlanc here for Kusai. He's been an excellent Akali LeBlanc assassin play, and we'll see that locked in.
Yeah, and I did some pre-game scouting, and Kuse has been spamming this in solo queue. Like the past 6 or 7 games are just LeBlanc, 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 LeBlanc,
Nice.
LeBlanc. And when you pick LeBlanc, you can go LeBlanc. And Frogan will be really happy with this. And the Varys, the AD carry of priority, I think, in the RPS group stage, this has shown up full force with the full-on attack speed blade of the Ruined King build, just 1v1ing everyone.
Yeah, I kind of like that this is where we ended up. Like, UKI was a very heavy Xayah meta. We saw the top 2 teams move into stuff like the Varus and Misfortune to sort of escape that. And, you know, Varus's lane is still pretty good, even without the lethality, even without all the extra conditions that you need for his more lane dominant forms. But he scales so well with this on-hit build. The Rakan, decent engage, more flexible, more creative in the way he can approach, can dip forwards and backwards, and will complement Syndra's ability to modulate a front line. Picking an AD into Varus is very, very hard. Nearly all of them will lose lane.
Yeah, Ezreal would be a lot more passive, looking to scale towards the later stage of the game. It does get locked in, while Caitlyn could kind of start to challenge the Varus if they ever land CC, burst the Varus down.
Caitlyn kind of gets monstered by Varus. She can't have that sort of gold upswing that the character really preys upon. And in the UK and Ireland, we saw Sivir as the response. So we had lots of Sivir games. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the rest of the RPS ready for that. And Buzzy on engage, shock horror. The Nautilus, nice and simple, will be able to lock someone down. If you do throw the depth charge at the Rakan, it stops him going back to his own team.
And one of the few supports that can lock down an Ezreal as well. Hard to escape the depth charge, knock up, and the follow-up that follows after. But Ivern now getting banned. Alpha again has been cooking with the jungle pool, showing the Evelyn previously. So Taliban's mostly going to be headed that way on the side of TPG. Well, for Fritful, it's a bigger question of who do they choose to target.
I think you got to set up your top laner here. I think Rasmus is pretty neutral, pretty flexible. They are going to go after his Lee Sin anyway, so maybe hinting they don't want a jungler in the 1v1 with Ivan gone and another ban to go. That's probably going to be all 4 bans chucked at jungle unless there is a specific matchup to evade, and I can't think of one with Tempest getting that red 5 pick that you'd try and set up for.
Final bans to follow. There's another jungle. Jarvan makes sense. When you have a Varus in the bot side, you don't want to get locked into a Cataclysm and have a ton of skill shots rain down on you. Final ban. Again, there's so many top lane canopies that Bear Tree could go for. I think it's going to be another jungle ban to follow.
Potentially the Viego, something else Rasmus is pretty decent at. Chaotic sort of pickup there. It's harder to modulate with Syndra's Scatter.
Something interesting, Nocturne also left open, which has seen huge priority recently.
Yeah, if you've stopped the Renekton, but you've left up Bear Tree's entire pool of bruises, I have no idea what Fritful are going for here. Maybe just trying to evade a 2v2 on the top side and acquiescing that this Viego will come over.
On the last moments for the 4th pick for TPG, and as you predicted, Viego locked in for Rasmus. That is a really scary mid-jungle duo looking at Fritful.
LeBlanc's so good at holding people still and then either unloading more damage or second chain for Viego to come through. Fritful are in a really difficult position here where I'm not sure what they're going to lean to in topside and jungle. The Nocturne, as you mentioned, might be decent. We've seen a bit of Crysis's Yuda coming through, and that will be the name. Wouldn't mind that going top instead of into the jungle. Do prefer it with a bit more gold behind its punch and does lane pretty safely. Renekton has a decent time into it, so we'll see if Fritful have led us with that.
Couple of choices still there, but Malphite Blind would be kind of risky with Silas being open, or making a ton more sense.
It's Alawi time. It's
Alawi or
Alawi
Mordekaiser.
Yeah, or while normally a safe and stable pick, does invite a lot of Bear Tree's champion pool to just attack it mercilessly in lane. The Gangplank would do it as well, would allow for greater setup across the team fight, placing those barrels not only in a position to pop your opponents, but prevent the engage onto the Varus to go further. The Olaf as well. We're on for that same sort of drawing pressure here out of a carry topside.
They're even hovering 3 champions we didn't mention. There were 5 counter picks that could be considered good into this situation.
And he flashed all of them, and we know he plays all of them. Like, Bear Tree, come on, bro.
Gwen being the choice for TPG. A little bit more side lane threat, doesn't really support the team
Absolutely.
that much, but when you have a ghosted Gwen running at the composition that Fritfall has, it will be hard to deal with.
Evades the Scat of the Week through the Hallowed Mists, so a difficult approach to break the Gwen. Normally, you're right, doesn't like to play sort of long front-to-back dances around a team fight because you want to use that mist, you want to be in. So we're looking at flanks, we're looking at side lanes, we're looking at Viego being in the jungle and on a flank, then transferring out and shadowing the side lane. I think Tempest are well and truly set up for success here. Fritfall sort of have to scale and go a bit safer and have sort of a drawn out position where the Ezreal gets multiple Mystic shots in, where the Udyr can sort of wreak havoc through the front side. 2 stand a chance, I think, in a straight 5v5. Otherwise, Tempest, they look a bit stronger and their lane should set them up to be ahead in gold and experience.
Yeah, what I see on Fritfall is a ton of range. That's what they have to play around. On a 5v5, they should have a pretty good mobility and range advantage before the fight itself starts, but once Tempest makes it in, it will be difficult to escape. You just have to mana fight your way through. And as an Ezreal Syndra with no further damage follow-up, it could be a rough time unless they position themselves perfectly.
Yeah, I think avoiding the Ornalt is all Tempest really have to worry about. Other than that, should be pretty straightforward here for the UK side to continue undefeated. I'm only mildly biased, but I think that Red 5 really did cement a strong second half to the draft. That has put Tempest in a commanding position. No pressure, guys. If you flub this, I've set you up for failure.
Well, Ruddy already struggling a little bit in Group A. Let's see if
I
Tempest
noticed.
will...
I think one of Ruddy's games was actually so tragic. They were so close to winning.
It kind of was. Yeah, Tempest looking to do better for the UKL. Now undefeated 2-0, looking to continue their streak, while Fritfall already picking up themselves a win and even themselves out on the 2-0 statistic. Game 1 of the second block of today starting now.
Yeah, we're getting deep into the RPS. We're sort of getting a decent measure of most of our teams. Tempest, undefeated for now. I think it's fair to say they would be a challenge for most teams in the other groups as well. Pings down here as both teams looking at this choke point.
Barely missing the hook there. Getting a flash out of the Rakan early would be huge for preventing level 2 all-ins. Ezreal Rakan can still... Oh! Syndra, a bit out of position, but no CC follow-up. Just trading early on.
Yeah, a little bit of damage and the numbers advantage means that Tempest will be able to walk in here. A counter warder back on the other side will reveal Bear Tree coming back up to top and should give Fritfall timer on where Rasmus is going to be. But for now, full pings down onto this bottom side. Lafa is coming back down here. Tempest will meet them at level 1.
Tempest are looking for a 125 invade here. They see Omniscient who lands, and that could be the first blood going over. Has to hop away, but now Calm is the one in trouble. No summoners yet burned from TPG, but they don't have to. They have the manpower advantage, and Lafa just kiting away. And he's stuck now behind enemy lines. Rasmus starting up the red buff, but with Scream and Buzzy there's no level 1 power to contest this.
Yeah, the Udyr's in a tough place. If Rasmus and Buzzy walk down here, he's probably going to get pushed off of his Krugs as well. Instead, they're going to go for maximum stealing rather than maximum damage. They would eventually meet Calm in the 3v3, which might not go their way, completely unguaranteed. It's a lot of vision investment there from Tempest. If they really want to hammer this home, they have to go and steal his blue buff as well.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a struggle for Lafa to make a comeback from this position. 2 camps already taken out from his bot side jungle, and with the Udyr clearing on these solo camps that aren't AoE, being a bit slower than usual, the timing may not work out for him.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Looks like he's going to be able to secure his own buff. Not enough camps, left in his jungle to slow him down as he gets up to this blue side. Rasmus is going to come across quick and save his own blue buff. This prevents the steal back over. Bear Tree's also got massive amounts of priority. Huge minion wave coming in this top side. It should limit Lafa's ability to get back in. This is Tempest. Fantastic early game execution. They have read this Udyr like a book.
Really, really well planned from the start of the game out. Now they just have to execute, play with the Viego advantage. But the mid lane, Edo on the Syndra, not giving anything for free over to Kuse.
Yeah, I think Kusai is in a position where you want that 2v2, you want this, you want to play the game, but forcing it into Orianna or Syndra really difficult in the current meta. That's why those two picks do so well and just so pickable. Battery comes back in with his cull. Thank you, production. He's going to try and do some investment banking in this lane. Should be able to hammer the Ornn home no matter what. A little bit of extra damage on each snip. The base here from Rasmus should have him coming back with, some components, an item. Be able to take up his own blue buff. This Laffer is, not surprised, but has to check, unfortunately, if there's anything left for him on the other side. Not today.
Bot side though, they've ignited the Nautilus, flash forward, and first blood secured by Calm. Still, Scream in a bit of trouble, has to pop the ghost as well. Just trying to bait out some extra trades, but a nice catch from the bot side of Frickfall.
Not sure what happened there and what led up to Tempest losing Buzzy in that 2v2. Looks like Rakan got a decent pick onto him, and maybe a piercing arrow missed onto Omniscient. The ghost down from Scream as well for extended positioning. Likely, there's just a little bit of a blunder. We'll have to see if Frickfall can make anything of it.
And getting an accelerated Ezreal going works so well with levels, works so with gold. Can start to manify this Varus Nautilus lane if it gets any worse for the side of Tempest. But with the jungle advantage that they've accrued, Rasmus now only clearing his blue buffer, it's still a 4CS lead, and he has denied so much tempo this year.
It is that tempo lead as well. He's got this full quadrant up now, whereas Laffer has to path up to topside. He's only got one way his camps are respawning, whereas instead Rasmus has more camps and a little more freedom in where he wants to go. He could hook this back round to mid. He could head up to top and then over into his Krugs as they respawn. Nice and easy for Tempest here to set up a more creative path, react to what happens on the map. Frickfall locked in means that Tempest should be able to understand their play, react if they need to, or otherwise be elsewhere on the map.
Still, Frickfall trying to get some vision of what's going on Tempest's bot side of the map, but they could get collapsed on. He has a hook lands onto Ezreal. Rasmus still a bit of time before he can make it into the fight. Just a little bit of poke going over, but Dragon priority now. There for Tempest, Syndra can rotate over faster than the LeBlanc, but it's just not going to be contested at all.
With his camps respawning only one way, Laffer could only be here on the top side. The Yudik cannot sacrifice his experience to such a degree.
And top side, they're trying to get something back, but with the needlework, Beatrice healing a lot, Ghost running away, stunned up by Laffer, needs a bit more damage to secure the kill. There he goes. They may have traded over the dragon, but they get the Udyr at least a bit back in.
Yeah, I can't help but think Battery should have seen that coming. That was the entire execution of the way the jungle was set up, with those steals, with forcing the Udyr to path back to top. And yeah, it seems like Tempest dropped the ball slightly. They call the objective, they call the bot side play, but maybe Battery just forgetting slightly about the Udyr in the game.
Sometimes you forget that even though you're Gwen, you still can take a bunch of damage from these tanks, like the Ornn W dealing max HP damage that procs hurt a ton as well. Udyr Q deals so much damage in the early game as well.
The Ghost to match your own as the Udyr speeds through with bear stance, enough to keep him on top of the Gwen, despite her own Ghost. Tempest still probably coming out on top. I'd probably value that dragon at about the 800 gold. Kusai flashes.
Edo! Solo kill over the Kusei, as he just doesn't respect the double distortion. And now bot side, another trade starting up. Frickfall just taking a chunk out of Buzzy's HP pool, but can't fully commit just yet.
Scream has just got the 6 off of his isolated experience. Buzzy still level 4. The Nautilus, bit of a victim in this lane. He is there to offer the hook later on. Not a huge amount of presence up against the Rakan. Isn't able to match his ability to dodge and dive forwards and backwards. Is more of an all-in or all-out. Then at this stage, you don't want to be going all-in.
Speaking of all ends, it's gonna be a chance for Fritfall to soon do their Rakan. Looking at the level 6, Herald being started by Rasmus. They are trying to rotate over to it, but the camps, again, a little bit off for Luffe on the clear. Will be having to skip out on the top side camps completely, but with Nautilus and LeBlanc converging in, Herald resetting, Fritfall may have to take a 4-on-4 fight here, or an ultimate still available, as TPG now finally here.
They've seen Kusai coming. Fritfall not eager to take the LeBlanc. Scap of the week does match.
Edo already taken down to half HP, but the rest of Fritfall committing on the top side, but Syndra's already gone! Rasmus has the reset, throwing the balls towards the retreating Fritfall, and they just have to give over the objective, can't make it there, and converge in time.
Yeah, Kusai on the flank. Fritfall were wise to back away, but unfortunately, Edo still in range, still able to be caught out, and Rasmus completes Kusai's pick over the wall. Some of the spells used, ultimates used, but the objective secured, and Tempest Gaming equalizing the gold lead.
And this entire time on the bot side, Scream and Omniscient have been farming up a storm. We saw a small CS deficit earlier in the game for Scream, but that has been completely evened out. And this Varus on the first item power spike can mess up any front line that Fritfall throws at them.
Yeah, the Blade of the Ruin King so effective, able to take the top off. Oh, Battery a little slow.
Palaffa there for the punish, couple tower shot tanked, and Bear Tree falls for the second time to the Udyr, just barely not in time for the punish on recall from Kire, but
like maybe he feels the pressure to like he has to win this because it's Gwen versus Ornn, and you know the Gwen should win. Instead, gives over another kill credit over onto Lafay, who, while he should be behind after that start, sitting pretty even now with Rasmus after Rasmus commits time to those objectives. Oh, we're gonna do him like this. Poor Battery. Sorry, bud. It is maybe better than showing off that Cassante 1v1. Drops Q. I think that's sub 20. Sub 20 health. And
yeah, that
feels the need. Feels the need for speed. Oh, you saw the hit marker. That is incredible. In fact, even picks up tower aggro. That is very unfortunate. Last few frames of the recall. And Lafay just putting him down.
I can see why he would go for it. It's such a frustrating situation where then himself survives with that amount of HP and takes such a greedy
I'm mad on his
behalf.
He got tower aggro. He hit him.
But who's not mad? Kire and Lafay, they again get back into the game a little bit more, and the Udyr now, most kills on the Rift has started to even out the CS gap, and once the demonic embrace is there, can become a threat.
Yeah. Just offers so much with that snowstorm. Reasonable damage, CC. If he's got, I think, what am I using on Udyr top at the moment? Approach velocity. Allows you to zoom up on top of someone real fast if they are in anywhere in your storm. Which means you can play with your, it's not bear anymore, is it? It's with your movement speed. A little bit easier. Rasmus going topside now. Not a lot of camps up for Tempest. This should be a moment which they can get out on the map. They are giving up this dragon with the priority in bot side neutralized. We'll get to see which Rift we're playing on as well.
Yeah, Rasmus has the Herald still in his inventory and kind of missing a timing window to use it. They're going to go for the kill onto Edo in the mid lane, but there's going to be a Rakan following this up soon, but the burst is too much, and they get the kill while pretty much being unthreatened.
Yeah, maybe not across map, but in the same position. Tempest pick off the mid laner once again. This is sort of the lethal setup we saw through that early draft phase, a consequence of Fritfall picking up this Syndra early on and maybe not realizing that Kusai could go a bit deeper. Scream is low.
Scream is in trouble. Nautilus can't zone the Rakan out as Calm with a knife manages to take out the AD carry. Omniscient hops over the wall, picks up another, and Fritfall all of a sudden started to take over at least the bot side of the rip up with the Herald. Now Tempest looking to clap back here, a really tanky though, the Orc just clearing the way with his ultimate and taking a chunk out of Bear Tree's HP pool. Sure, plates go over, but your defense there from Kire. Lane.
So just about gets away from Calm.
A little close, but still survives it.
Yeah, okay. Gold still even after all of that. The dragon goes over to Fritzfall. Tempest lose their bot side. We gain some plates in the top side, so everything's still even, but we're definitely starting to see the characteristic. The Buzzy is still too weak to be present as a force in these fights. Bear Tree gets a bit more gold. We try and get this Gwen stabilized. I think she's meaningfully behind looking at the items. The Leeching Leer doesn't offer a lot on its own, and while it is the start of the Gwen's healing in the 1 versus 1, it doesn't actually offer that much in the way of statistics. 1 minion left on the call. Sorry, Bear Tree.
It's one of those things that
Yeah, that happens a lot.
You either miss a cannon and then you realize, if I had just gotten the cannon, my call would be stacked. It's a double
game.
whammy.
Every game. Just like, oh, like 1 CS left. And it's like, oh, I'm 20 gold short. Ito, being covered by Calm right now, will be able to distort his way back out. Rasmus is nearby, and I'd like to see Tempest try this mid 2v2 once again. It has been a really strong point for them so far. Hopefully not into a 3, as Latha is also nearby.
Say's just being one of those annoying flies that just goes around your screen. Hey, I'm here. Do you remember me?
Yeah,
Let me get a couple of auto attacks in.
Frustrating to play against, and nimble when they come forwards. It's LeBlanc of previous years. Forget that static shiv nonsense. We're not into that right now, as Rasmus finds Calm.
The Udyr, no empowered Phoenix yet, and the Rakan melting down really quickly. Burster down, shut down for Rasmus, and the rest of the team now there to follow up on any further picks. Just getting that one, but with the Herald spawning, another objective looking to go the way of Tempest.
Yeah, I think with the LeBlanc distortion and the way Viego's running forwards this game so far, I think Tempest are laughing to the bank with an Infernal Rift. It's going to be so hard for anyone to hold this mid lane up against this 2v2.
Edo again taking a huge chunk of damage from the LeBlanc. Needs to watch out because the ultimate is back up mid lane, flashing in, trying to look for the kill. Ultimate from Edo. Can't chunk his down just yet, but with the Udyr there, they should be able to pick this one up. Calm wouldn't want to take the kill, but kind of has to shut down. 550 gold into the hands of the support. 3-1-1. Calm is the richest man probably on the side of Fritzfall. Okay.
Potentially. Bear Tree trying again for this all-in.
Not the richest man, but still feeling pretty good with the 4,500 gold. Over 1,300 ahead of Buzzy.
Yeah, that feels so bad. That's such a difference in support gold at this stage. I think Buzzy at least has caught up on levels, which is, good at this time, but we haven't seen a big show up from him outside of that pick in the top side. Starting to get a bit worried for Tempest now. It looks like they're forcing themselves. They need to feel a need to prove themselves through the mid game to not let anything go by. They're taking fights that maybe aren't their best. Kusai falling in mid, felt the need to prove himself, and gives her another kill.
And Fritzfall, all of a sudden, in a really good position to start contesting this upcoming dragon in 30 seconds. They have the Leandry's power spike, they have the Trinity Force already on Ezreal. Ornn and Udyr looking really strong, and even Rakan finishing off the expensive version of a support item.
Yeah, I think with that support mythic coming through as well, offering all that healing, it's likely Fritzfall in our favor here. It would be on Tempest to try and pick someone off nice and early to mitigate that item advantage. Items are not gold efficient if they are in base user.
Rasmus and Luff feeling each other out near the river entrance, not daring to commit. Would really want the Varus to join up before they go for this dragon, but Fritzfall already there, setting up full vision and starting up the dragon for themselves. They're just gonna give it up. Say, okay, you got this one. We were late to the action. Let us pop the Herald into mid instead. Open up the map a little bit as Kusei, zoning out the members of Fritzfall from defending this middle wing.
Importantly there, Fritzfall did get the dragon, and they'll manage to get that Infernal Mark, stack up a bunch of damage, which matters a lot for Edo and Omniscient, being able to expand those character ceilings. Ezreal, Syndra, just so good with a bit of extra damage. What I am worried about, Tempest was still farming all 3 lanes. They come out 1,000 gold ahead on a play they didn't attend. And now they get to move out on the map once again. Looks like they're trying to get Edo.
Edo, the target once again, locked up and taken down, but the Nautilus falling afterwards to the tower. Kusei really low as well as Lappe goes it up, trying to look for the kills or an ultimate bounce. House all the way. Beartree still trying to match up against 3. It is a Gwen with a fully complete Riftmaker, but the damage and mobility just isn't there. And Fruitful defend against the play.
I think you're starting to regret your t-shirt by now, Carvis.
Yeah.
The calm betrayal angle not on. Tempest feel the need to go forwards, get another pick. It's reasonable, but the members of Fruitful are already coming out of base, already looking for another play on the map. And while Buzzy goes down to the tower, Edo's revenge mark coming to fruition. Kusai has been the victim of Lafayette twice now, and even though Beartree and Rasmus commit, Kusai has to go back in. Tower shot enough to take him down, and if not, the members of Fruitful running forwards would have been enough. Tempest delayed under the tower, their dive too overextended, and they are punished.
I was a little bit worried at this point that the Gwen might be strong enough to actually match up against 3 members of Fruitful, but they just have so much CC, so much utility in their team composition. If they can isolate a member of Tempest, they cannot move at all.
Yeah, I think managing that front to back as Tempest overextends as they feel a need to keep playing these fights has been advantageous. Beartree gonna ghost away. That'll be enough for now. It's not quite burning a flash, but it's still pretty good to get that mobility off of the laner.
Yeah, forcing out a summon spell always good for any team. We saw on the minimap there, Edo on the bot side of the map has to retreat for the threat of cross-map play, but Fruitful, you said that you weren't convinced yet that after the defeat of 42A. How about now?
It's going pretty good. I'm also chalking this up to Tempest getting a little bit greedy, a little bit overextending, and the players being like, oh no, we can get this. Oh no, we can get this. It's like this opportunism has not worked out for them so far. They've not been able to make the most of those extra plays. Would have preferred they just like showed up to objectives, especially the dragon a little bit earlier. Maybe manage their tempo slightly better, recall a little faster. It's tough, you know. It's not always so easy.
Yep. And there's always the rest of the game to make up for this early game mistakes. The Scream has finished up the Blade of the Ruined King, feeling pretty good about challenging Omniscient and Calm, trying to take down.
I don't know. Calm's pretty fed. I'm not sure about this stage. Beartree just had his Ghost Burn.
Flash auto attack from Kime will lock up Beartree for a moment, and look at that Udyr damage. Healing though from Beartree, keeping it alive for a moment, but finally taken down by the duo. Third time is the Charm, and Kusei on the bot side getting instant revenge on a solo kill onto Edo.
Yeah, I feel like Kusei could probably extend down to this. Is one time you do want to be greedy when you can see everyone else on the map. Could have done some damage to that tier 2. But, you know, there's always that moment of worry when you see an Ezreal ultimate when someone's just finished channeling base. It's like, a little bit too late on this time though. Kusei will already be at full health. Teleport, not necessary to get back out on the map when you can distort twice. Let's talk about Tempest Gaming and the way they technically have a lead in this game. They're down a dragon, they're up 1,000 gold. And their mid laner, they carry Kusei, looking pretty good. Being able to evade that front to back, getting picks onto Fruitful. We've just seen another one in the bot side. We haven't seen any conversion off the top of it though. No objective, no big push, no more advantage to be gained. Just poured some minions into the tower. We've got to see that rinsed and repeated, because I think if you end up in these devolved states, like a Beartree has multiple times where he feels the need to go in, he feels the need to be present. Fruitful make the most of you being out on the map as, yep, there we go. We got to see that rinsed and repeated. Kusei wasting no time at all following the Syndra. We might have to see lane assignments change.
Buzzy, not in a lane at all, getting picked off by Fruitful. Approaching the Baron pit, Rasmus has to hold away to keep himself safe and flashes away, but the tower is no safety for him. Ezreal will be picking that one up. Kusei has joined the fray. Nautilus still getting chased down by the Viego above. No, wait, that's the Udyr chasing him down. Demonic Embrace trying to take the last bit of HP down. They sure have got the kill. Donated over to the Ezreal. Omniscient again finding another kill. And teleport from Syndra. They're looking for the Baron here.
That's the conversion that we're looking for off of Tempest's earlier place. This should be a shooting gallery for Kusai and Scream. Let's take a moment. Let's see how Tempest turn towards this. Fritfall should be looking to leave the Baron behind.
No vision for them. Need to watch out for the
Kusai!
Gwen ultimate. Ornn committing. Kusai getting CC down. Bear Tree, the target just falling apart. 17 HP on the Baron secured by the Ezreal. Still standing in the pit, and they come out ahead with a kill and an objective.
Kusai distorted into the wall, and it prevented the LeBlanc from being able to come forwards. That double dash was necessary to stop Fritfall and having a clean objective take. It was what they wanted. They wanted the LeBlanc to come towards them to start to play the game, but a little bit of mechanical miss error means it's Baron for Dragon. Tempest have got to get out of here for now. Killing off that Udyr is getting so difficult. Fritfall, they know it. They're able to push forwards, take this tower.
This is the first time in the game that we've seen Fritfall in a good gold lead, just marching down mid lane, taking down both of the towers still standing. They're looking for a play though. LeBlanc channeling the teleport. Viego has a flank, but I think it might have been spotted out. There's still a pink in the river, and they know that LeBlanc is there, and Fritfall just retreating away, looking for a reset to get more gold, more items in their inventory. Kusei looking to get at least a kill, but Omniscient just really tanky with meatballs hanging around to spot him.
Kiri just able to tank up the chains there. Lurfer, not sure he was not able to get his own red buff, but that's small victories. Tempest, they get these picks, they get the little bits around the map. They have not been able to make it work yet, and Fritfall definitely pushed the UK and Irish winners as far as they've come so far. And yeah, making Tempest really sweat out on the map. This is about an even game as I've seen Tempest play all season.
And now it's time for the bot lane siege. This is what we talked about in draft. In a 5-on-5, Fritfall should feel fairly confident as long as they play at their own pace. Rakan burning the ultimate, thinking that they could catch out their LeBlanc. Instead, just thoughts away. But look at the damage they're putting out on the minions and the tower. The pressure on the rest of the map, though. Fritfall needs to defend.
Yeah, Tempest have had a few fights where they've been able to keep up an advantage by farming all three ways, by keeping Battery out on the side.
Flash is traded by the two carries. Edo stays alive for now, and Lafa looking for a playback. Ornn ultimate slows the AD carry down. Screaming huge trouble, stand up by the Syndra. And now TPG on full retreat. Flash away, unstoppable Erasmus. Nice buffer on the ultimate, but the ghosted up Udyr will have none of that. Just chases the man down. Viego sent to his loved one, and the mid lane tower now under threat. 5 men from Fritfall looking to finish the game. There is no wave clear left for the side of Tempest. They need to find some sort of miracle. 20-second death timer on the jungler. And Scream about to respawn. Gwen trying to melt down the carries. A good start. Edo getting taken down, but the Ezreal still untouched. Bear Tree gets melted, but no mini wave left to keep this push going with.
How do we like those meatballs, Carvis? Tempest really struggling right now. Their comp's sort of broken open. I think Bear Tree at this stage, we can say he's well and truly been suppressed, while Ornn has no kills of his own. 0 and 6 on the Gwen. She's missing that time in lane that she likes in the side to make an impact against the Ornn. He's able to nail such team fight ultimates. A tiny slow, all that is required to put Scream's fragile Varus out of joint. I think at this stage, Tempest really with their backs up against the wall.
And it's all about the small positioning errors. We mentioned how mobile the Fritfall team comp is, and Varus, while he can manify, he is incredibly powerful, does struggle a little bit with his own mobility, and if you get caught out like that with an Ornn, with a Udyr ghosted up running at you while your team is nearby, that is a chance for Fritfall to find.
Okay, so Battery falls, minion wave gets taken with him, but we're back to us. Hi, Carvis. Sorry about your t-shirt. That's a bit of a shame.
It's starting to
Maybe you've done this. Maybe I should be angry. Maybe I should
I'm starting to
blame
feel
you.
like this unlucky right here is somewhat deserved at this point. Whenever I predict or hype something up, it tends to fall completely flat.
It's crazy. I think Fritful, very upset we didn't get to see them earlier in the tournament. Some of their games rescheduled for later on.
And a critical game that was rescheduled against Epic Avalanche, who hasn't
Yeah.
really been doing their best, let's say, in their a couple of games.
They're not
And
that much of a slouch, but yeah, a bit more of a middle of the level sort of expectation for them right now.
I came in really hyped up. It's not looking good at the moment. They still have a chance though. If the tiebreakers
It's
work out well, they can fight for the third position. But at a 1 and 2 position in a single round robin, you are very close to being just gone.
Yeah, you gotta sort of have that in the back of your mind. If you're not very confident in your qualification, that's a tournament, folks. A little bit of a technical pause right now. We're figuring something out in the backside. Just trying to get everyone back into the game, get everyone sat down and happy. Yeah, what a way to have a Sunday night. Have you done much of your Christmas shopping, Carvis?
I have done absolutely no Christmas shopping now that I think about it. I probably should start to think about it. I do have at least one gift planned out that is like,
Ooh.
it's
It's time to start planning, people.
it is
Viewers
about
at home,
time.
we're not trying to shame you, and NLC definitely not sponsored by any retailers, but it's time to be getting planned. None of that December 22nd shopping angle, please.
Back when I was in Japan a couple of months ago, there was
Yo.
a store there, like one of the like general store type of things that had Halloween and Christmas stuff next to each
Oh,
other
yeah?
already 2 months ago. I was looking at it like, what on earth? Are you planning this far ahead?
Yeah, that's a bit much.
But I don't know. I think the main thing that's cool about like this Christmas season is we're not stuck on cast off season. We actually have a tournament this entire time to cast, and even with all the global leagues kind of on break, we have RPS. This is like everything that the scene has wanted for so long. UKL, Finland,
I get to moan
Norway.
about the UK losing to everyone else, even after the season ends, and that's part of my personality at this stage.
Yeah, I think this is really fun that we have this back now. And well, for Group B, we already talked about it a little bit in the Champions League how Ruddy didn't have the best day 2 of Group A. And in this Group B, am I again gonna regret my words that this power imbalance I
Potentially.
spoke of is a thing? Because Fritfall looking pretty strong.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, right? I think Tempest aren't on one of their stronger compositions, but at the same time, this is a very them comp.
Mm.
It's not the sort of massive dynamic. I think they're just missing a bit of a way to kill Yudir until Scream gets going. Scream's a bit too fragile. Normally, we think Varus isn't that fragile with Rel off the board, but he's being made to be fragile through Fritfall's excellent technical play.
And it's not even Fritfall with excellent technical play. We saw Chaos on the earlier Group B take down Epic Avalanche pretty confidently, and now I'm starting to think that Chaos, we're going to see them later today after this one, how they fare up against some of the stronger teams of the group. I think it's going to be Chaos against... my mind's blanking. Do we have production? Who's Chaos playing against?
I'm looking at the. Hang on. I wrote all this down earlier, but forget what I've written down. As we're back out onto the map, those Nexus towers, all that stand between Fritfall and I think, shock victory over Tempest Gaming.
It's still to be converted. 3k gold lead isn't that much. It's more the power spikes that is keeping Fritfall so far ahead. If you look at Orn level 16 has been hit, and the ornaments on Syndra and Ezreal are giving them so much gold value. Ezreal doesn't even need the usually critical third item to be a monster in this game.
Yeah, not a single kill going to anyone but the mid and jungle of Tempest. I think really sort of showing how normally this three-pronged fork, a team that can be threatening everywhere and anywhere, it's currently just the Kusai show.
Still, the LeBlanc can be a threat, but with the Baron and overall strength of Free-Fall, the LeBlanc may start to have problems side laning against most members other than Edo.
Yeah, I think the Syndra has sort of been where Kusai's been assigned to the match. Trying to like read where the Syndra's been going throughout these last few minutes. And if we look now, he's just back in the side. He's just up there with that teleport, able to come down and contribute to this Infernal. If the rest of the team can get these waves in, I think it's quite unlikely. I think Tempest is still just going to keep farming. And Fritfall, they're defending the jungle. They're trying to catch Tempest coming forwards or push the waves in as fast as possible.
Now, sieging up the bot side towers, Kusei can push the top wave fast enough to actually threaten it with too much. Just a fanatic death
These two
rush
have
there.
been here for a little while.
They have, but the dragon is up. You're on the wrong side of the map to contest
Yeah.
anything.
Baron vision, not a big concern for Frithfallen right now. It's still 17 seconds away. They'll be able to take this objective and move out. Yeah, looks like Tempest. That orange team logo, prophesizing the Fnatic death brush of years gone by.
They're still there. What?
Yeah, this is a little desperation, I think. Tempest didn't even catch Calm on his way up. Everyone's gonna walk straight around them. What a disaster. They're in way behind enemy lines now, Carvis.
Oh, Omniscient though. Omniscient is taking the wrong way around the wolf camp. He might walk straight into it.
Oh, no way!
That's shut down by Kusei. This is exactly what they hoped for. And a Free-Fall are sandwiched between Tempest. It works out exactly as they planned. And Free-Fall are in full retreat. Kusei trying to find the unit. Chain lands. He has to pop the empowered Eva. He's late with it. He gets CC'd down. That could be the jungler gone. And never mind, too tanky. Or an ultimate trying to turn it around. They take down the support. A ton of cooldown's committed though. And Tempest might have held on with that play.
I don't know what's more unfortunate. Omniscient not realizing that his entire team dodged that bush just to walk in, or Buzzy having an absolute sad time this game. Once again, locked up, locked down, and bounced around by Frithfall. With no Nautilus, the re-engage gets harder here, but Tempest have committed.
They want to fight this. Charmed up on most of Tempest because they have to flash out of the pit. Edo still untouched. They want the Baron. They've stolen it. Rasmus is too low as his bear tree. Screaming, kiting for dear life, but they just can't help him. Tempest not strong enough to work the turnaround play.
At this stage, Tempest falling 6,000 gold behind. Teleports in. That's Edo. That's the double TP from Kirei. And at this stage, Bear Tree not even strong enough to stand up with the scaling pick under his own towers. The Nexus tower is being teleported to. Tempest might be able to hold on, but they are so far behind.
Oh, lane inhibitor tower falling now. Still a bit of time for Tempest to regroup. 13 seconds they have to hold on before the 80 carries are cancelled. The distortion from Kusei doesn't hit anything. And Omniscient, look at this Ezreal, so confident. Jumping forward, just zoning everyone out. No W up on the Gwen. Buzzy's down. Rasmus just hanging around, trying to find an angle to go in. Kusei just not. He can't go in. Bear Tree falls, and Frithfall have done it. Another upset for today.
The Swedish victors pushing the UK and Ireland out. No more undefeated runs. What a tragedy. I don't know. I just think every time you put like a deep farming jungler so far behind, it's like you flipped a switch in the Udyr and the Nocturne players' heads. And they're just going to power farm for like 20 minutes. They're not going to do anything, or they're going to show up on a side lane at the time you've like set them to, and you must know they're there. And then they get the gank off and win anyway. And it's absolutely staggering that Tempest from that early game position dropped the bag. And Fritfall took it and ran. Didn't stop.
I think it all came from the Gwen getting caught out by two Udyr ganks after putting that unit
Yeah.
on such a streamlined
If you
path.
put a jungler all the way down, if you suppress them, don't give them freebies.
Yeah, but with that, game one for our block now over. We will go on a short break as I repent for my turncoating actions, apparently cursing another region entirely. We will be right back with more RPS. And welcome back. We are live with more PS second round of the group stage between the A and B groups, and that was a
I'm
strange
still
move.
upset. I'm not over it. I'm not okay.
UK going. Both teams just losing the undefeated streak. Sometimes it do be like that, but now we're gonna have a break before we see Tempest again because it's gonna be Chaos versus Garden Game. Both have only kind of stopped Epic Avalanche. That's what we've seen from them.
It's not a bad way to be, for sure.
At
I
least in the
think,
standings. For me, it's a bad way to be.
fair enough. I think I was pretty impressed with Chaos's first victory. Cast that one. It was a good time. And yeah, Garden Gaming from Danish finals. They've had a bit of a dip or two, but looked good earlier today. I'm pretty excited to see them again. I'm always excited to see what hype is going to whip out
Yeah.
at the end of the day. Some crazy draft moves from this team.
Yeah. What I'm interested to see is in the game from Chaos that we saw, they lane swapped their mid lane and top lane. So we haven't yet seen how they fare up in a, so to say, honest matchup. They both went into a counter pick situation. So in this game against Garden, are they going to try some swapping shenanigans once again to get themselves good matchups going, or will they play to more standard way that we're used to?
Yeah, you're completely right. I've got this the wrong way around. I'm getting these guys confused with another team. So yeah, I think. So we've seen 2 games. I think Chaos are going to do fine. I think there
Yeah.
was a pretty big margin. Sorry, I just had to reel back a week in my head. That was November 22nd. Feels like a lifetime ago. Yeah, I think the margin was pretty big. I think we've seen Epic Avalanche today sort of size up. They've lost a game, won a game. I think we're going to be fine for Chaos. That said, my heart is in Denmark, and I think Garden Gaming are probably going to win.
And that's where I think the interesting matchup will be between Certified Random and I shouldn't blank on this name.
Whichever one of the laners he goes up
MKL.
against.
MKL is the ADK for Garden. I've been watching them in the
Yeah,
Danish
we
league.
haven't seen lane swaps top to bottom in a while.
No,
But,
thank
maybe.
God. Please let us never return to the lane swap meta. That was awful. And I used to play back then. It wasn't fun.
Oh, it was certainly a time of all times.
But yeah, so I think MKL versus Certified Random will be a huge point to how this matchup goes. Who can get their 80 carry ahead? Because both of these players put out huge performances when they get ahead. They play confidently, and when an 80 carry is feeling confident, the entire team feels empowered.
Yeah, and you've got that big, almost like Queen from Jess to play around, a big piece that kind of moves, do so much damage, and be that core unit of a team. It does allow just play a bit free and loose. You're there as a facilitator as well as your own power, and with that extra sort of responsibility, but also ability to move and be covered. I think it's the most fun way to play. And Mikkel earlier today did put on a bit of a clinic.
Something though, I want your opinion on this. I think one of the coolest things about a tournament and group stage like this is that we're starting to have like our own meta within the groups. And as we talked about previously, Varus has been a huge part of it. Is it gonna be like this for a while, that Varus is gonna be let through, or are people gonna actually start to adapt and ban out the Varus and already start to mix up the game plan?
I think maybe some Varus bans. Just some people will do that. I'd like to see more Sivir pickups because I think the champion does really well. I don't think a team like Ruddy are going to struggle against the Varus too much because they have like pretty deep AD picks. You can go down to like Twitch, which while it's losing, it's like crazy. So you can just send it around various lanes. They can go to stuff like the Misfortune, the Sivir as well. Pretty big for them, but they're not here right now. And I don't know if any of the other teams have like practiced these picks. If they have, let's see how they do. Let's see whether that ban becomes essential, or whether they're able to actually stand up to the purple man in the bottom lane.
Usually the AD carries are the ones with like the deepest champion pools coming into their role. Most of them kind of work in a similar way. So all the meta AD carries, let's say Zaya, let's say Varus, and all those, they're
you
usually able to
can-
play them.
You can move between quite easily, but I'm not sure I would say many of these people have practiced a Sivir for many
That
years. Which
that
is
that is an unknown to me. All I know is that I think Sin is the only one that is confident on the misfortune coming into the
yeah.
tournament.
The misfortune's been in and out of meta for such a long time. There are also like the other ways to attack the Varus, like Rel,
Oh.
Draven, goodbye Draven, never mind, eh? And you know, things that make AD carry while he can like peel himself in a way with the chains of corruption, he can't arcane shift. He only has the one flash, so matching him with CC from the Maokai or the Rel, goodbye draft. Be back in a minute.
We're gonna have some updates on what just happened, but something I want to bring up as well. We cast the finals of the Denmark League, and Biscard, the mid laner of Garden, put out some huge performances on Syndra specifically. He's a very good Syndra player, if I remember correctly, and
He is.
so that has seen some priority. It's one of those champions that you're like, I don't really want to ban this. I can play a ton of things into this. But once a Syndra gets going and the Syndra player is good, it's a nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, we saw in last game how effective those scatters could be at moving forwards and you know preventing any dive onto the Syndra, going for one on tower dives. Made Buzzy's life on that Nautilus absolute struggle. We'll have to see here. You know, I think Orianna Syndra gets a lot of priority, a lot of attention right now. Those two majors, they were just sort of given love taps with their ratios and the way they play the game this last season. Really did sort of come to life, and it showed that the kit was great, but they've just not been given enough of the numbers treatment. And I do wonder what sort of the next thing to play around them is, because eventually we're going to move back onto assassins, Fizz. We've seen a little bit this tournament.
By
Sort of been bringing
Mirza.
these guys on. Yeah, it's a bit crazy because these two picks, they're not as infallible as they seem. It's like the bot laners, you know, we're waiting for the Renata Glashka worlds to come out and just be like, oh yeah, like we're all playing all engaged. Like now we're gonna play all ranged, and then Ashe is gonna come up. We're looking for that next step in the cycle. It could be the Fizz, it could be like melee mids that aren't so worried about being attacked.
Yeah, in the Finnish league, Mirza's been the one who uses these as counterpick, like the Fizz. Also, Grasp Diana against
Yeah,
Orianna
stuff
was
like
his,
Diana Mid, Arc Second in North America is still playing it for like 4 to 6 hours a day in Challenger, and it still looks pretty good. Absolutely ruins Orianna in lane.
yeah.
There are things out there, people. It's okay. Competitive will continue moving forwards.
And interestingly, Azir hasn't been shown a ton in our games. Just completely like disappeared. Well, it has been a mainstay in the meta for a couple of months now, even.
Yeah, originally, like Azir was pretty good into the Orianna. It was sort of seen as like, yeah, you leave the lane alone. The Azir will eventually outrange and is able to be off the wave and not be attacked by the ball. As time's gone on, Azir's 2v2s and actual ability to outrange once the Orianna starts to get a bit aggressive, and with both junglers like wanting to play away from that lane, hasn't gone so well for Azir. Just as time has gone on. And I think if you are going to play the Emperor of Shurima in mid, you're kind of looking for this weird place where you kind of don't want to fight a lot, and then you want to fight all of a sudden. If you get that timing wrong, a bit more brutal. I'd be surprised if we didn't see Ruddy and Tempest particularly pick that up. They both played plenty of Azir this season. Not sure it's something we've seen from either Chaos or Garden Gaming thus far. So not sure it'll show up here.
Yeah. The other thing that I think in the current meta is really valuable with all the carry junglers running around is the mid lane punishing flash potential. If you can burn the opponent's flash, can you, for example, Orianna shockwave them away from the tower for the jungler to initiate onto? Can you Azir shuffle them back into a Vi full combo or a Viego full combo? It's all of these pullbacks that are so valuable. We've seen Ari make a resurgence, just completely take over maps with these high mobile jungle picks.
Yeah, it's pretty vicious 2v2. I'm not sure we're going to see more Evelyn after earlier today. I think we've had our fill of absolutely crazy 2v2 mids. See, there's always potential.
Now, Draven getting taken out. We're probably going to see heavy target bans in this match.
Yeah, I think Mikkel probably also won't be allowed to play the Xayah again. It's had a absolutely storm of a time on the champion this season.
Oh, you're right. This was the brand jungle against Epic Avalanche that Reflect brought out. It kind of mixed us up as well. Like, holy. We've seen a ton of talk about how fast it clears, and the objective damage from the passive especially is huge, but seeing a ban on it, really
yeah. I've been playing this in solo queue. It's really fun. I'm not sure I'd take it into competitive though. If you invade it, it absolutely falls apart at a moment's notice. So bit of a worry, but as we saw last game, maybe invading just isn't the plan. We just don't do it.
So far, not a good success percentage on 125 invading. But Cassandra Yarel will finally moving into the meta, like bans and just overall solid picks. And Potato Panda not gonna get his job, and again, absolute monster on that pick, and overall a strong jungler on the current patch. And Orianna now gone as well, mostly standard.
I'll just take the Orianna there instead of the Syndra. I suppose if you ban the Syndra, they take Orianna, then you're on something a bit more crazy, and Bisgard has looked pretty good on the Syndra himself. So leaving that up. We'll have to see what Chaos prioritize here. We saw a blue on Syndra last game that invited a crazy first rotation from Tempest with the LeBlanc involved. Instead, the Nico locked in, something we haven't seen an awful lot of. This is good into the Orianna and the Syndra. It loses lane pretty horribly. And then you get massive picks later on. Absolutely shocked to see Biscard and Potato Panda run this back. Syndra, the Nocturne to Shadow. Fantastic pairing.
Zorian, though, really good on the Nico. One of the players that has actually shown it in the RPS can deny some engage opportunities, except if your name is Nocturne. Nocturne has a spell shield. He does not care. Xayah, though, she is able to pretty easily escape these engages from Syndra.
Yeah, you can get away from one thing, and then the rest of it held. So whether that be the Unleashed Power, the Paranoia, or a Clutch Scattered the Weak, the Lovers Duo bot lane will have to be found out there. And now Garden Gaming got a bit of a tough question to answer. They've got this like all-in engage and a little bit of backwards and forwards. The Renata would be a decent way to deal with this. You put that on top of the Nico ultimate. No one's really able to come forwards and capitalize. Doesn't do. It's kind of weird into Rakan with the Renata. Not always the best setup in lane, but the 2v2 with the revive, not so bad. Wouldn't be surprised to see AD bans here from Chaos. As Garden Gaming probably have to target the jungle.
Yeah, you stole the words out of my mouth. If MKL doesn't lose like all the powerful,
this should just be
picks,
Varus. This should be Varus snapped, gone.
Even things like I'd be worried about is like Ashe. And we rarely see her in the AD carry position now, but considering you have Nico, Xayah, Rakan, well, Kalista, another huge lane bully, doesn't really go the outranging way, but instead out DPSs pretty much everyone in the early stage.
Yeah, buying yourself a few extra seconds with Renata's tick down into revive to pull the knives back out on Kalista is normally enough to force that fantastic 2v2. Biggest lane presence at Worlds, no doubt. Best 2v2 lane in the game right now. Also does succeed relatively well, so nice to see that banned away. This should probably be the Varus if Garden Gaming can play the Misfortune that we highlighted in the pre-draft talk. That would also fit in nicely here. So the Ashe gone.
Varus, though.
The ultimate. Yeah, Varus and Fortune available here. I don't think Garden Gaming are too worried in the way these bans have gone.
If with the Varus pick, the only thing I would be worried about is getting outranged in this game, and even that hasn't been much of a problem for the Varuses that we've seen. You have Nocturne and the Syndra to force and engage with, and a Blitzcrank now being hovered. Yeah. This would be a jungle blitz if it gets locked in.
It's been a long time, Reflect, and I expect you to not lock in that absolute insanity. Riot even removing and nerfing away a lot of the things that the Jungle Blitzcrank was buffed for recently.
What are we cooking here? That's an Ezreal locked in.
Ezreal mid? Top? Jungle? Right, I just called Reflect out for not locking out insanity, but here we are. We're gonna let them finish this one off.
I think it's Jungle Nico. I've seen that a couple of times. Some of the regional league junglers cook with it. It plays decently well and has really good gank potential.
I'm still upset from last game, but this draft is not making it easier for me. What on earth are cows cooking?
Hear me out. Karma top faces off decently well against anything, can play safe. Ezreal
Hyper
mid.
will rip Karma's head off with this Camille.
We're gonna let's ignore the Camille for a second. That's gonna stay there. We're gonna move on to it eventually. Yeah, Karma top faces off against most champions pretty
Most
well.
of them.
You have Nico jungle, denies engage, clears decently well, can gank pretty much invisibly since she won't be spotted on the minimap. Ezreal, mid lane, outranges the Syndra, can dodge pretty much anything and poke her down with auto attacks if Syndra misses. And you have the Zyra Khan, you can play at range. Sure, you lack a front line, but if you never get hit, you don't take any damage. And then there's a Camille.
Chaos, you've lost me in rotation. Okay, I am. What am I looking at? Okay, Gun Gaming, well done. I think you should wrap this one up in 18 minutes or so. I'll say it. I'll curse it. I think Chaos might do fine if there is a complete lack of engagement. We've got a Nocturne over here. As soon as that Ezreal steps up on a wave, he is toast.
Asterisk at level 6. Before that,
that's gonna be at least half of the game. So I wish him luck.
Thankfully, it is a short lane. So if Ezreal really needs to stay safe, you can
He's gonna have to go sides because Zaya doesn't want to go sides into a Nocturne.
I don't know if any of these characters want to go sides.
Oh my goodness! All right, you know what? 5 ranged champions because Rakan counts. They're just gonna knock down all the towers. Maybe that's the angle.
Yeah.
Else, you're gonna have to teach me a thing or two about the game because I'm not believing right now. I did say that you know, this Norwegian team that we can do all right. They're gonna do big things.
We're allowed one, right? We're allowed one. You could even say that the draft is chaotic. The casters are gone, but we are on the rift. We are going to see a banger of a game between Chaos and Garden Gaming. 5 ranged champions for the Norwegian team, and Garden Gaming are looking to punish hard in the mid game.
All right. Like that bottom third says, you got to follow us on NLC lol if you want to see more of the cutting edge of Northern European League of Legends. And by God, is it keen today? It is sharp and it is something I've never seen before.
Well, sadly, I can't say that this is something I haven't seen before. It does work. I've also seen some infamous.
Is this what happened in that university tournament you mentioned? Was this the line?
That was Fritful. That was Fritful.
Oh, it's Fritful. Okay, no, sorry,
university.
I'm confused.
Yeah, but the Nico, trust me, the Nico jungle can work. It's so scary to see a blue buff randomly come into your lane, and it takes a moment to realize what is going on.
It's like something at the champion spotlight, and you're like, hold on a minute, this isn't what normally happens.
But lane priority should be the thing that's a huge problem for the Norwegian team.
Yeah, I don't see how this isn't like 2 losing lanes and a figment of hope from the bottom lane. Oh man, even with the poke Varus from Mikkel as well, they're not going to play this one long, Garden Gaming. They're going to be well and truly enabled, and there's not a single tank. There's not a single shred of a reasonable HP bar out of Chaos to stand up to this. And all of this audience, if they do stand up to it, like, I'm learning something today.
Although in the mid lane, you see Zoran already establishing quite a bit of pressure onto the Syndra. This is what I mentioned in the Champions League. If the Ezreal can dodge abilities, press the attack, and AD carry auto attacks do hurt quite a bit in these earlier levels.
Yeah, and when you just throw the Mystic Shot multiple times out onto the wave, you can sort of auto-attack your opponents and then just cue the wave. It'll always get absorbed. That does allow you a reasonable amount of pushing power versus a control mage. I'll have to see what he makes it. Gets the most out of it.
And Reflect, finishing off the full clear. As you can see, Nico fairly healthy clear as well, since the clone does tank quite a few hits from the camps, and it's not half bad on the speed either. We'll be making it on the top side scuttle. The pathing, though, interesting, splitting the map between these two junglers.
Yeah, I think both teams could have reasonably pathed to top side. Potato Panda has chosen not to in this instance. But that doesn't mean Reflect, without any greater knowledge, doesn't want to cover the Karma from a potential all-in from the Camille and the Nocturne. And that's a little guy. That's a little Krug.
That is hard to spot. But on the bot side, though, we are spotting a small trade, MKL getting chunked down.
I've never seen a little Krug icon on the spectator minimap. It's gone back to Nico now as Reflect has returned to his Vastayan form.
And mid lane, Zoran, as you mentioned, if he goes too far in the lane, will get punished. Fear getting channeled down, flash away, but the Fear still goes through. Exhausted Potato Panda needs a couple more hits to secure the kill. Flash forward, first blood for the Nocturne. Reflect now in a 1 versus 2. Cannot finish the fight and is stuck on the enemy side of the map. Needs to make his way out somehow.
Oh,
Potato Panda healing up quite a bit from these Raptors, but needs to watch out. There is a Nico lurking. The W to spook out the E, but spell shield on the roots. Now in an auto attack battle, the Nocturne has a bunch of attack speed, trying to run the Nico down. E lands and another kill for the Garden Gaming jungle.
Cows are cooking. They're trying something creative. They're trying something different, and we could see why there. It almost worked out. With Zoran found off of mid, it looked like Chaos was still assuming the Nocturne was bot top to try and capitalize out of the top side. Instead, the Nocturne appears behind mid, spooks the Ezreal. We'll see it coming out here. This is extended, so we've come out of the lane. Zoran doesn't manage to get out with the flash. And Potato Panda fully stacking that lethal tempo. Enough damage. Reflect. Fishes for more. This should be a particular strength of his champion. A little bit of invading. Unfortunately, Potato Panda, even with all of his skills used on the chickens, just about wins that 1 versus 1.
And that's the power of the Nocturne spell shield. Only 2 characters really had that powerful tool in their hands. Now Chrono kind of being marked by the top side of God, and can't really commit onto the Karma, though. Really safe. When Mantra is up, the Mantra W just heals you up so much.
Yeah, allows you to just get an extra few seconds to walk away. And here we go, Carvis. It's the Krug.
The Krug gank. He's not spotting it. He doesn't know. MKL called out, knocked up, and bursted down. Shiro can't do anything but watching horror as his AD carry just sees another source of gold in his lane. And that is the power of Nico Jungle.
It's not all right, is it? It's not okay. Mikkel there, realizing at the last second that something is not meant to be in his lane. No icon on the minimap for that small jungle camp. And yes, Garden Gaming. Hands in heads, I think, after falling for Chaos's cheese. Production did have a big old giggle at my expense there, as I also did put my head on the desk.
It's one of those things that you just don't see, so you don't know how to react. Now imagine if that was a blue buff, like, hey, look, another buff for me. But another buff for Garden Gaming as they, on the reset timer, punish Chaos and secure themselves the first dragon of the game.
I think just Garden Gaming just picking up, you know, the normal objectives, the normal plays, rather than the Krug straight from the river into bot style gank. Okay,
Speaking of
Carlos,
ganks,
it's alright, my breath's nearly come back. Cows, you've taken my breath away.
speaking of ganks though, Rakan lurking around in the mid lane, trying to watch that Zoran doesn't get caught out by Potato Panda's upcoming paranoia ganks. Instead, they're looking down on bot. Need to watch out since Nocturne posturing for the upcoming ultimate. If Zaya ever overextends, Certified is in big trouble. Level 5 still doesn't even want to commit the paranoia. Just straight up Qs and tries to fear up the Zaya, but there's no reaching the AD carry underneath the tower.
Yeah, they do get that push in. Could maybe get some vision in towards Kaus's bot side. If I was on Garden Gaming right now, I wouldn't have a clue what this Nico is up to. I don't know how fast she clears. We saw her do faster than Nocturne on level 1, which was pretty impressive. But in a competitive game over the whole thing, not a clue. So should try and spot her before she's able to get to these lanes. Currently counter jungling the Nocturne for overstaying in bot side to reflect, making the most of Potato Panda's visible presence.
Certified's still kind of stuck underneath his tower. Can't really get any CS without his support there topside. Chrono has overextended, CC'd up by the Hextech Ultimatum, but might get out. Karma with the Mantra W, so damn tanky, and Garden doesn't have the power to burst her down yet.
Yeah, I think Chakras would be pretty happy with that tank con performance. Shiro there flashing back, should just about get away.
Mid lane, Biscon takes a small chunk of damage once again. Now, how about a repeat though? Chrono again too far up. Mantra W might not save you this time around. Slow onto the Nocturne, but a flash forward from Hyper will be enough. Oh no, never mind. One more auto attack. There we go. Revenge in from Reflect. Flash in with a Pop Blossom. CC's the Camille down. Picks up one for himself and chasing down Potato Panda. A bunch of damage coming in, but no tools.
Yeah, with just boots. That's pretty impressive. Nico just able to turn the fight around. I was about to say, Chrono, you know, the Mantra W, the life tether will heal you, but it won't buy your life. Will buy enough time for Reflect to get on the board. This Nico starting to look real scary right now with some Dark Seal stacks. We got some items coming through. Hextech Alternated does so much immediate damage on the gank. This is Biscard looking towards Zoran. A little too much, a little too far. The flash away means that Garden Gaming's mid laner will survive. So is not able to convert onto the Ezreal.
And we are seeing that Chaos's draft does actually work. They have good lane priority, and the Nico bringing in the same utility that she provides from the mid lane, but it's available across the map with these unique transformation ganks, and even expanding the flash up in the top lane to get a little bit of payback. And Chrono now starting to punish the Camille a little bit.
Yeah, Hyper not really enjoying himself up here. Knows he will outscale. It's just going to be nice and frustrating until he does so, until that Camille is sort of at your 1000 HP. Massive second Q spike.
This wave position is awful for Hyper.
Yeah, he's going to lose the next one unless he's able to get that cannon in. Keeps having to hookshot back to avoid the lockup from the Karma. Avoid the Mantra coming through afterwards. Reflect has joined the minion wave in the bottom side. Let's see if Garden Gaming can count.
They're going in. CC'd up for Shira MKL. They don't know. Dr. Paranoia coming in for the 3-on-3. Can't burst down NKL just yet. Potato Panda getting low, but flashing forward shut down from the Nico. MKL picking up a kill. Minions coming in. So close, taking down Potato Panda.
One more shot from the minions would have done it. And I really am not sure if Garden Gaming saw that one coming. They did fire the Renata ult back over the top pretty convincingly. So let's say Garden Gaming were inviting that extra minion into the bottom side. Crowno has returned that minion wave now over to Hyper. The teleport in, try and get as much chip damage as you can. And the Karma lane domination will continue. The minions were pretty even. Oh, Reflect.
Here we go again.
Oh!
That's a way to check the minion wave. You just casually poke at your enemy and find a Nico.
Yeah, I think he might have just seen the fourth melee and just decided, you know, don't know which one it is. Gonna fire this over the top. Reveals the jungler from Chaos.
A bunch of money going over to Ezreal. They can't really commit to this though. Nico's still lurking in the shadows. Renata and Varus are looking to sandwich, but with the dragon constantly hitting on the support, they are Potato Panda just forcing his way through. It's a bunch of damage in response to Biscard as the burst reflect falls down, and without the jungler, Chaos now in trouble near the dragon pit. Probably just had to give over the objective.
Yeah, all they've got for this is Eski's ultimate. Rakan will not be the charge. They'll try and steal it, satisfied. Just throwing some throwaway feathers there. And all of that play, I was so excited. Biscard.
Zoran in trouble now, trying to find his way over to the bot side to get a catch of some sort, but instead finds a Nocturne.
Yeah, that's the way it's going to be now. Paranoia just able to lock on to this Ezreal, to this Nico if they are caught out the spell shield to block the ultimate.
Did I see 36? Did I see 36 grass procs? Oh god, Hyper's not enjoying it.
No, that lane is absolutely cursed. Currently 40 CS down. Hyper did have it even for a long time, but this is Karma's strong point now. With some levels in all of her abilities, with that mythic that reduces Hyper's flat damage out every time he is attacked. So difficult for the Camille to hold on.
And reminder, we saw Hyper play this earlier. Getting a piece of his own medicine. Crowno just forcing him away from this tower. So low now on HP. And with the Nico approaching, he just has to back off. Even Potato Panda can't save the situation. That could be first tower going down on the top side of the map.
Yeah, to the Karma no less. In Garden Gaming, doing reasonably well across the lanes, but yeah, on this top side, this is Karma's time to shine. I guess it's only fair if Hyper played it early.
Gold lead basically is even. The Karma on the top side of the map has such a high CS advantage along with some of the plays that he got. It's negating the advantage accrued by Potato Panda in the jungle. Now we just have to see.
It's also contextualized, right? This Karma will offer utility, but not damage, not finishing power to her team. And it will have to be on the rest of Chaos to back that up. Whereas the Camille, even with 0 CS, 0 items, will be able to prevent an Arcane Shift away with her own ultimate. So there is that still to overcome, but Chaos, yes. Numbers on the screen, they're doing great.
And the other thing is, can this Karma move the advantage all the way across the map? It is also, a top lane Karma that has to constantly be there to deal with the command.
Yeah, as soon as she goes to the sides, as long as it's not that 1 versus 1 frustration, the pick does drop in its power significantly. Unless you do manage to invite like 5 people in to chase you, execute that RW, and just walk away unscathed. It'll be interesting to see what Crowno goes for item-wise after this. It's like, you know, tank Karma. Normally, a bunch of healing. Normally, maximum utility might go for the redemption, like we see Ornn do sometimes, to sort of offer things to the rest of your team with the gold you've accrued.
Speaking of items, that is incredibly annoying to deal with. But speaking of items, we have a bunch of power spikes coming in with first mythic pretty much finished on everyone except for Eski down on the bot side of the map, going for the bit more expensive one, already committing to the full boots. But objectives, I'm still a little bit afraid if I'm Chaos to fully commit towards the Herald.
Yeah, this dragon coming up, not a long amount of time. Yeah, I know what you meant, Cobb. Cloud Soul. Oh no, it's not Cloud Soul. It's never mind. Never mind. It's Ken.
Hext. We both get one. We both get one.
We both get one of those. We both get one of those. The Chemtech doesn't offer a lot when you've not got big health bars, and Biscard about to reduce Certifieds to 0.
Gets the dodge on the Syndra ultimate, perfectly timed on the Featherstorm. It not reducing the HP bar to 0, but still takes a considerable chunk. Gonna force a recall eventually from the AD carry, but that's again a huge cooldown's gone from the side of Garden.
Great that that's gone before the dragon from Garden's perspective. A little bit of a miscommunication. I can't help but think if the handshake, if Renata's grab came through first, there'd been no way that Certified is able to ult that or be caught by that and avoid Biscard's unleashed power as well. Let's have a quick look over the minimap. Chaos have managed to find their way into this river. Eski is down there now, dropping the Rift Herald. This is their moment to seize control of the dragon.
Chrono getting chunked down a little bit, but with this Herald, they should be able to force this mid lane tower to fall. Warren taking a huge amount of damage, getting caught out by a stray ball, and now with the dragon respawning, Chaos just has to take a reset. They don't really have any teleports to work with. Chrono again chunked down. The Syndra doing so much work, and the entire time Hyper pressuring the top side tower. That will be a nice influx of gold and XP to the Camille, and they cannot commit towards this objective as long as Biscard is alive and well.
Yeah, Chaos, you could see the frustration moving back into the river. That fight was designed to get them back into the river. But instead, with Garden Gaming's clutch scatter and now Shiro on the backside.
Has a huge flank paranoia coming in. Hostile takeover hits almost the entirety of Chaos, taking a huge amount of damage. Zoirin now below half HP along with Certified, but they can't find their way in. Dragon now going down, secured by the blue team. They want more as the Renata out of position, caught out by Chrono. Camille on top of the map though, getting a bunch of gold back.
Yeah, at least there's a cross map there, but it's the second play in a row. Garden Gaming have tried to do different things with 2 different units. Biscard, Potato Panda not in position to contest that, but didn't stop Shiro giving it a go. Did at least manage to recover from his deep flank. And it just seems that Garden Gaming aren't sure ahead of time what they want to do. They're trying to find these extra cheeky picks.
Really trying to play around the Varus Muramana power spike, I think. This is a lethality Varus, so
maybe. I can't help but think with the Renata ult, the Nocturne should have just ripped someone's head off and then played through the fight from there. Instead, we're just happy to let Hyper go, but maybe to some people like, oh, let's let Hyper do his thing and maybe try a 4v5 and let's let Hyper do his thing. We're leaving now. Not communicated.
Still, situation pretty much even. Just the Dragon being conditioned now a couple of minutes slower for the side of Garden. I really am struggling with understanding how Chaos wants to play the game though. They seem to have like...
That's okay, that's alright. Yes, as they allow Camille, who remember was what 60 at worst. Oh, never mind.
And Mikhail almost gets caught out, but they're turning it around. Junglers both really love a shutdown, and Potato Panda comes in first. Biscard also caught out, and even with the Renata save there, they can't finish the kill. MKL picks one up, invulnerable by the Duskblade, saved. Certified can pick that up. Hyper hits the ultimatum onto the Zaya. Doesn't have Featherstorm anymore. Needs a couple more hits. Flash bomb from Zaya. Zyro. Hostile takeover only onto the Rakan. One more auto attack. Hyper gets the kill. And Chrono joining the fray. It's not done yet. Karma Rakan against the world. Shiro most likely going to fall. Finally does. But they just don't have the power to go for any sorts of objectives.
What an absolute mess. I think GG came off slightly worse from that. Cows have equalized the gold. Look at the start of the play. Reflect is the melee minion and will come over. Just tags MKL cleanseless in this game. Scatter and Paranoia is the return there, but Potato Panda on his own in a split level of focus. GG not feeling like they can put their AD carry in the front line. While they deal a bunch of damage to Certified, Biscard was trying to take out Zoirin. While he does fall, and lets MKL get out just off the back of the Drakthir proc. Hyper shows up late. GG still trying to fight this one out, even though their AD carry is off in Narnia. Flash away, allows Certified a moment longer to live. with a hook shot coming up already. Sealed his fate. Gyro coming back in with Hyper, way too overextended. Crowno shows up eventually, and I think this is the
Paranoia.
most favorable. Oh gosh, we're back in.
Paranoia used. Potato Panda just jump scaring the casters. I saw him pass by my fridge.
We past your fridge. This is like one of those Yankos Niddly spears, except it's Potato Panda's whole body.
Just launching himself forward. But yeah, from their replay, I think the only point that I can think of is they don't really have a dive buddy for the Nocturne other than the Camille. And if Hyper isn't in the fight, they really need to blow someone up instantly.
I think if you're going to do that, like turn back around and hit the person, you know, there was lots of cooldowns burnt onto the Nico that maybe overcommitting for the Nico a little bit more and exposing Biscard and MKL to some return damage, but then letting Potato Panda loose would have been the play. Hard to work out though, because there were a lot of cooldowns used immediately back there, so I don't blame GG for the way that played out.
We almost saw the 1v1 matchup of the year there, as we get to see how the runes are working out. Biscard, not yet too much gold gotten from the first strike.
Cheeky kill. Cheeky kill.
Basically 1-1 and 4. Not the most impressive thing in the world, but what is impressive is Crowner's pressure onto Hyper. Just refusing to interact with the Camille, poking her down along with the minion wave, and being an overall nuisance.
Yeah, we get to see the Scat of the Week handshake set up again.
The minion.
Oh no. He's on a pink ward as well. Reflect knows he's in deep.
A random minion in the brush. Hey, something must be up over on this side of the jungle. God, not falling for it. They are aware of the shenanigans, but now Hyper finally trying to deal with the problem that Crowno has been.
Can we get a grasp of the Undying check on Crowno?
It was 46 earlier, as Kat was showing us.
This is absolutely so frustrating to play against. The grasp so powerful in lane just to heal you, damage your opponent. Chemtep Dragon going over to Chaos right now. So that means everything is nice and evened up. GG tried to get some extra positioning on the Baron, but instead they're going to contest their own mid wave.
GG just can't find a way in. I can't believe I'm saying it, but Chaos's comp is doing what it's supposed to. Just deter every angle.
Bit of madness and a bit of nerves, I think, so far. Holding GG at bay. I think Garden Gaming should be relatively happy that their Camille isn't totally suppressed. Only 30 CS down. It's not a huge deal, especially since that Camille will only need a few moments to start to break through infrastructure and lanes.
As long as he can deal with Prowno, we're gonna have another damage check coming in, but with the Frozen Heart and the Oblivion of this, yeah, Camille just can't break through the wall of Karma.
This level of CDR as well, getting through that healing and shielding, just gets a little tighter, the tolerances. Much harder now. Oh, is he all in again?
Yeah, the Hextech Ultimatum already burned, but Crown is going to be healing a bunch from the Mantra W. It's just trading HP down, but now Hyper doesn't have his ultimate to work with, so it's just ending up to be a trade while both teams are posturing around the Baron, contesting vision, but no engage potential really to speak of.
Yeah, it's in the back of both top laners' minds right now. They both keep fighting and keep trading, even though Crowno is the only one scaling from it directly with that grasp.
Ooh.
Teleport in from Hyper, that's a bit desperate.
That's a huge commitment, and instantly you see Crowno heading towards the mid lane. They know Camille can't join the fight, and Iski has to flank. Crowno, Speed Demon, finds Shiro in the river, and the rest of Chaos are ready to follow up. Hostile taker dodged by the Ezreal. Will take a couple of auto attacks in trade.
Hyper's pinging the tower, they're not coming. GG fall away. Chaos, they get another ultimate. They do pay with Zwiren's flash.
Paranoia
pushed off.
Paranoia already used by Potato Panda as well. There's the bot lane tower now falling, and Karma doesn't have mana to contest Hyper anymore. He needs to take a reset as fast as possible. The Baron already being threatened by, well, both teams really, just posturing aggressively. You can't come here. We will deal with the Camille eventually, Chaos is saying, but Godin doesn't really care.
Yeah, they got him.
They've got Zorin before Blossom onto 2 in response, taking down Biscot, but Surge by barely staying alive. Nocturne down, and Shiro falls. Chaos finds the fight once again with NKL and Hyper. Only one's left alive. It's the double trouble of Iski and Chrono once again left to hold the fort in the mid lane.
Chrono's teleport, I think, a saving grace there for Chaos, able to allow Random to come back in and pick up the double. Let's have a look at this one starting up again. Shiro in the front line, just trying to get as much damage. The scatter into Unleashed on Zwiring, gets the execute, followed back in by the Nico ultimate, and you'd think that would be enough, but without Ezreal to free fire away, it's more of a punch and counter punch situation. Random able to get the second with Chrono up there in the front. GG nearly found their angle there.
And the Zaya is proving to be a huge issue for the side of Garden. They are pretty much forced to run at the Feathers, and Certified playing clean enough with the Featherstorm to survive these fights, even with Nocturne and friends coming after him, is huge for Chaos.
The timings that Garden Gaming get to play in around the Nico ultimate threat, around the Arcane Shift, around the Feathers pullback now with the Navori for Certified. It's just so small, the windows they are actually allowed to play the game in. It might become a bit of a struggle as time goes on. Chaos are committing to Hyper.
Hyper 242 deep shutdown for Reflect, and now with the Camille side lane pressure neutralized, they can head towards the Baron area and actually threaten to take it this time.
This is a bit much, Chaos. They do have that one-person advantage. Hyper's teleport not available, so he's at least a minute away right now. They're going to lose their tier 1 tower, and then I think Garden Gaming are going to try and shove them off the objective.
Shiro's trying to get a little bit of vision. Paranoia now committed, wants to join the fight as soon as possible. Hostile takeover only hits one. Baron falling down low. Eski can't find the flank just yet. Kited down by Biscot and MKL, but the Baron is down. Chaos wants to get out of there fast. Chrono slowed up and feared by Potato Panda, but he's very tight. Both of the bot laners now gone from Garden, and they cannot defend against Chaos's full ranged composition.
I think the extra range afforded by Nico there, like, what an absolute high roll to have the Chemtech Rift. This didn't even occur to me. Baron will be started off. GG get the mini objective at this stage. That is the mid tier 1 tower. Push both the sides in already to the tier 3. Paranoia transfers the Nocturne over from that in to this fight. I think that's the third one Potato Panda hasn't taken, finding it hard to approach this Chaos lineup. And they're pushed back into their own jungle. They're sent back. Shiro's pretty weak. Mikkel's not super healthy. Reflect triggers his ultimate on the Bloom. Straight over, delivered in to GG's bot side. Both of them fall in an instant.
Absolutely beautiful by Reflect on the Nico. Not only can Zoirin play it, but the jungler apparently as well. And Garden find themselves in huge trouble against the siege potential of Chaos. Now, completely melting this bot side tower. They don't have the wave clear with the lethality barriers even to deal with 2 Baron empowered cannon minions.
This is crazy. 4.5 range champions does allow you to batter towers down. Reflect.
Chunk
Sure.
down, Paranoia committed, but the Potato Panda can't find his way in. Again, fully defensive Paranoia being used, and now the engage potential weakened considerably for Garden. This Karma on the side lane on Athema's Chains finish, grasp 71 used. Hyper really needs to start taking Chrono down, and he is committing to it. Potato Panda also joins the fray, but on the bot side of the map, you see Chaos forcing their way through to the base of the red side team. Chrono staying alive in a 1-2 situation as the base is falling apart. Finally, they get the Karma down, but at what cost?
Massive cost. Chaos pulling Garden Gaming across the map. They've replanted them somewhere they don't want to be, out of the sunshine. Garden Gaming split too hard, too heavy. And I can kind of see why Potato Panda doesn't want to go in on these paranoias. Maybe that Guardian Angel should have come through second when he was 5-1 and 3 a long time ago. The more standard composition here from Garden Gaming is not interfacing well with the Nico. They have not found angles onto the evasive members of Chaos, be it your healing and your health on Crowner, be it your arcane shift on Zwire and your feathers flying for certified random. The Nocturne has to commit. Garden Gaming have to find a way to actually play against their opponents instead of minion waves, else they will fall.
It feels like Chaos is playing cool, calm, and collected. They are not giving an inch to Garden. They're constantly pressuring a lane, constantly pressuring objectives. They have decent vision, so they don't fall prey to an incoming Camille roam. And even on the side lanes, Krauno's Karma just proving to be an absolute menace, even with 3 items on Hyper.
I feel like Hyper should just recall in this situation. It's much harder for Crowner to kill minions now with the Hull Breaker. So we'll see whether he actually is able to push these in with those empowered minions spawning more regularly.
Pyro has a decent angle for a hostile takeover if he wants to look for it, but instead, almost getting caught out. Paranoia committed onto the Zaya, has to retreat away with the rest of his team. Varus Arrow won't reach at this distance. Reflect only taking a chunk. It's the Cultivated now on the bot side. The rest of Chaos in retreat mode have to help. Never mind, they don't have to help their top laner. Krauno's just dealing with the threat.
Yeah, with no Ignite, the lower end of Karma's health bar is just so sticky, so long. Being able to heal for your percentage missing health. Shield on top of it that doesn't count as increasing the health to double down on those bonuses. 1 minute to Dragon. Chaos have reset, stocked up, are ready to hit this objective. Is that 2 or 3 stopwatches? I think we saw in Chaos's inventory. Anathema's chains locked on to Bizgard. That'll just
only magic damage source. Essence Flux apparently also stuck on the Syndra. Interesting small bug there, but
interesting.
probably doesn't really matter. What matters though is the dragon in 35 seconds we earlier saw in the picture-in-picture Chaos.
Hyper's just teleported away, so he's got a stack of this minion wave. Got to get Crowno +1 to the top side. He can't kill this Karma.
Already committing towards it. Has the Hextech ultimatum before the tower. Has to commit though, because Zoran is there to punish a possible overextension. They want to fight this 1 versus 2. Hyper can deal a bunch of damage to the AD carry, but exhausted up. Has to retreat, flash away. And Hyper now, again, deterred.
All right. They managed to pull someone else to the top side. That's the time Garden Gaming have bought. That's all Hyper could give them. All summoner spells, all out. Now it's on the rest of Garden to convert.
Zoyer now joining his team near this dragon, but both of the AD carries chunked down by the incoming poke. Shira again on the same flank is standing on a wall, but Flash ultimate catching only Eski for now. Paranoia doesn't want to go in as the support falls. Nico on the flank couldn't find anyone, but what they did secure was the dragon. Soul denied from the Norwegians.
Double soul point there. The next dragon will be the last of the Chemtechs. Hyper tried to stop that base, tried to stop Crowno TPing down. Wasn't able to, and Chaos will have position on this Baron. GG don't feel like they can be out on the map. This Camille has not been assigned against anything but this Karma, and has found themselves having the bullying returned onto themselves.
A Potato Panda could be too far forward. Reflect doesn't really have the tools to catch him out though, but with the Baron, Chaos can once again start pressuring these last remaining towers of Garden.
Red team's inhibitor is respawning.
A lot of pressure for Garden Gaming right now. They have not been able to take down a champion for such a long period of time. They've been playing against minion waves, and while that's fine, it's allowed Chaos a lot of freedom. Eski just staying above the execute threshold there. Discard still going towards double penetration items, so won't have that flat AD, or AP rather. He's try and push through.
I'm still amazed, but this Karma is full build, by the way. Just finishing off the final healing reduction. I always forget the name of this thing. It's Putrefy, right? Yeah.
Chemtech Putrefy. Another Chemtech item for a Chemtech Rift that has allowed Chaos a reasonable amount of freedom. The movement around, keeping Nico in the shadows.
Camille? A bit out of position there, spotted out by Chaos, but again, Garden looking to find a flank. Shiro's hostile takeovers have usually been good enough to force the Featherstorm from Certified, but the follow-up hasn't really been there, and now with the Norwegians forcing their way down mid lane, looking to siege up, Garden has to find some sort of play.
Camille struggling right now on sides.
And he's running the wrong way. Nico can join this fight soon, and if the Camille falls, the Garden lose their last chance at a side lane pressure defense. Hyper's just dead. Shutdown goes over to the Nico. They need to make a play.
Onto mid.
They need to make a play now.
He's running out of time.
They're afraid. They don't want to pull the trigger.
It's incredible amount of fear. The Chaos is crazy, absurd, obscene composition have put into Garden Gaming. They don't feel comfortable stepping up. They don't feel comfortable stepping out of their own base.
Zoran again.
That's the freest paranoia of a lifetime right there on Zoran, and they just do not pull the trigger.
They do get the poke down though, so the incoming threat is at least negated a tad. But with the dragon a minute and a half away, eventually Garden has to commit to something with Chaos
Reflex is in perfect camouflage. That's 3 melee minions. Oh, well, that should give it away. That should give it away. That should give it away.
MKL is gone. The AD carry absolutely bursted off the rift, and now Chaos are looking to end the suffering of Garden. One more good pick will do it. Both inhibitors now down. They don't need the Baron. They have the range advantage. Still choosing to play it safe. The objectives are spawning soon, and with a 30-second death timer, MKL has to somehow, some way survive this dive from the Nico in the next fight.
The absolute mental warfare coming out of Chaos right there is an incredible, incredible mark of how well these Norwegian players have stood up with a composition that should not have made 20 minutes. It should not have outscaled Garden Gaming's heavy carry situation, and should not have found a 3,000 gold lead, soul point, and an incredible pick in GG's base to put them well and truly under their Nexus towers.
Still a chance for them, as Potato Panda needs to show some fancy footwork to dodge the skill shots, but the dragon now being started up by Certified. This would be the Chemtech Soul. While not the most powerful, still a considerable advantage for the squishy team of Chaos. Every single member now harder to take down, and this Karma with the Mantra Ws can stay alive for much, much longer. As Hyper, again, trying his best to take down Chrono, but doesn't really seem to care.
I feel with the Spear of Shojin, Hyper could probably do it. He's also finally got some anti-heal, lacking the ignite from himself.
Shiro, he's dead. Shiro's just gone. No, close though. Both of the carries kind of hitting each other there for half of their life, but it's just not enough. Support gone, and one of the main CCs as well. Final inhibitor tower. Now the target. They have pretty much all the tools they need to end the game from the single push. If they can find a catch instead, Biscott trying to delete the Karma, but she's just way too tanky. Nico, as a minion, walking up, trying to check the awareness of the Garden player. Biscott's gone! once again, Reflect finds his target. Last inhibitor falls. One carry down, only MKL left, but Potato Panda isn't in his front line when he's G8 up. MKL barely surviving underneath his fountain. One next to Tower God, Hyper's clearing the wave, Chaos just patting their KDA, sieging up the base of Garden. Hexacle ultimatum onto Zoya and just needs a couple more attacks, but he falls before he can do it. MKL's gone, and Chaos gets the second win of Group B.
A summoner has disconnected.
What did we watch?
Chaos reigns over an incredible game for the ages. I will not be playing solo queue for the next 2 weeks to avoid every single Nico jungle that may or may not be inspired by this absolute shift, this performance from Reflect. And I think they really just got in GG's heads. That was a player differential through the champion. That was not like, we've tried something spicy, let's see if it works. That was incredible trickery, subterfuge, and absolute mental warfare from Chaos. That's 2 games, and not only has my perfect predictions dropped Carvis, and I am a perfectionist, but I can deal with that going missing. I can deal with the undefeated Tempest Gaming from all of autumn losing a game. What I can't deal with is the absolute workshop that Chaos have just put Garden Gaming through. The lawn has well and truly been mown.
It is. We're gonna figure out how to deal with this. I'm gonna check if Reflect is in the cabinet behind me disguised as something as we head to a small break. We'll be right back with the third game of the day. For us. Last game of the day. Let's go. Well, we've barely recovered, but we still have one more to go, Temporal.
One more game. Hopefully not as cursed as the previous two. You know, that's okay. That's the way it goes. No more Nico jungles, unless Chaos really want to. You know, we'll continue to learn more about just the absolute powerhouse of Norway's first seed in this tournament. And you know, to come in as not even the winners, DMG Norway did win the tournament, were uneligible to submit their roster on account of there being so many DMGs and so much across the NLC regions. And to put on a clinic like that against Garden Gaming, you know, it's absolute firehouse. And now they get to try and do the best against Tempest as well.
Yeah, and well, Tempest now knows what they're up against. They may have not had too much data on how Chaos likes to play, but now they do. And how on earth are you going to approach this? I like Nico ban. Nico ban 100%.
Just I'm looking across. I think it's Tempest Blue, but that's not a confirmation. That's not official.
I'm
that's
pretty
just
sure
off the
it is.
sheet. We're just gonna see Blue 1 ban Nico. That's gonna be it. I can just see it now. That's gonna be the way.
Yeah, especially with 2 players showing it now on the roster of Chaos. It should be just 100% out of there, but Lord knows what else they have prepared after a game like that, and they are currently 2-0 in the standings. So if they beat Tempest, they will be the sole possessors of first place in Group B.
Impressive stuff. The best of the UK and Ireland. You know, we're not down, we're not out. Ready to fight back, and maybe pick a composition with a way to actually kill our opponent's tanks in this final game. Interesting stuff. Carvis, shall we? Then this is maybe a production thing as well. Shall we go to predictions? Have we got time?
Please no. Let's not look at them. I don't want to. No.
Sorry, Carvis. Okay. Actually, I did have a slip of the moment there. I did miss that text box in the bottom, but I actually did predict Chaos. I thought the Norwegians would be stronger yesterday night when I did review some games quickly. So congratulations on me for second guessing me and you know, having that set up and ready. And most of us predicting Tempest at the bottom of today.
I'm still getting punished by my turncoat moment, so I'm a little bit worried for this last game. But
I did notice during the break you hadn't put your traitor shirt back on. Well done, proud of you. Or not. Come and join us in the UK and Ireland, whatever you want. Brand jungle ban for Reflect. Yeah, this got to go. That went last game. We'll see if Nico's joining it.
It would be impressive for Reflect to draw out so many target bans after just 2 games in the RPS group stage. But well, on the red side, they also have the R5 counter pick to cook with, and we've already seen like Haw play the AP Kog'Maw on the other side of the group in Group A. There's a ton of weird stuff.
Yep, Rel traditionally banned on blue sides, but with Tempest moving into targets, the entire draft gets a little looser, and Buzzy's Rel has looked absolutely incredible, so absolute shock and horror to see he's not going to be playing that today.
And here's the moment. Will it be the Nico or not? Tempest probably can play themselves as well, but I think Kusei wants to play something that has a bit more impact on the map. Because Syndra, though, that's an interesting take.
Will enable Kusai's assassin pool. I think if Zweiren went to something like the Ezreal against Kusai later in the draft, then Kusai's just going to lock a Kali and absolutely rip his face off. Will be that sort of line from Tempest if they don't ban the Nico last to stop sort of the Chaos map setup. The Orianna coming through pretty respectful. That's maybe Chaos not realizing this is going to be an assassin match in mid, the way it is going.
There's still the chance that the Orianna is such a high priority pick that Kusei just gets.
Kusai drops it on purpose.
Never mind.
Goes in for the assassins, but you'd be reasonable to think that, Carvis. You'd be maybe not misguided if Tempest went such a lean towards that fashion. Fiora.
Crown does play that. I am aware.
But Bear Tree plays so much stuff that's decent into it. All right, it's going to be the way.
it's probably just they may want to pick the top lane early on in the draft just so they can ban away possible counterpicks. Not taken away. They pick the Nico. Okay, acceptable solution from Tempest.
Yeah, they take it away themselves. And now Chaos has got some interesting positions because what is actually good into Nico is normally those two control mages that have been banned away, at least in the lane. So a bit of a struggle now. Chaos might not have anticipated that. They've got off of the LeBlanc. Kusai played that earlier today. They'll bang that in. Zwyron maybe going to tell Kusai is going to show him how it's done, how you end games on this LeBlanc. Because while Kusai did well, failed to be the linchpin of Tempest in that first game for them.
Assuming that this Nico is in mid lane as well, there's the problem of the matchup being quite good for Nico early on. It's only in the later stages of the game once LeBlanc starts to roam around the map where it turns a little bit rough for that's Lucian now picked.
Welcome to the NLC RPS. We are the future of Northern League of Legends, and if the Danes and Swedes have given us any precedence, these will be the best players in the world, hailing from Europe in mid AD and sort of around the LEC. But I do not understand R2 Lucian Blind. That'll be Scream's Draven lock-in, which normally receives a lot of draft attention and will do very well this game.
Yeah, one of the few picks that can challenge Lucian in the all-in, so this will be all about how the engagements go. I'd probably pick away the Braum if I was Tempest, because Draven doesn't really like that pick, and the Lucian Braum is still as devastating as it used.
Yeah, maybe if they are leaning towards that Ornn lock-in as well, that the Fiora ban highlights instead, it's going to be the Jace flexible solo lane that maybe Rasmus hinting towards the Nico. Maybe he got enough of a tutorial watching Reflect, or he has played it a little bit before, not in my notes per se. R3 now, you're right, maybe it's the Braum coming in, maybe it's a bit of cover from the Nico.
What?
Alright, maybe that's just presuming that this is flat and that is Beartree's Jace, because both of those picks, pretty reasonable into Jace. Still top on R3 here. Chaos are really cooking. Their draft is so aggressive in the way they are comfortably taking picks with vulnerability still open early, and they've got to knit it together once again like they did last game. Otherwise, once again, it's going to be vulnerable.
Temporal. I hate to say it. Well, what's the chance this is a LeBlanc support?
Just take it away. Take it away.
It albeit a slim possibility. LeBlanc support has shown up occasionally in solo.
Wait. They flicked through all of those top laners and they banned Gwen. 50-50, that Jace is top, friends. And into the Cassante as well.
Are they predicting Nico jungle, Jace mid?
Absurd scenes from Chaos. Maybe just covering Cassante's biggest weakness that they feel they can't out 2v2 with the Nico present in jungle, perhaps?
Well, at least Tempest is keeping a standard with the Nautilus band just targeting the support pool heavily. They don't want this Draven to get hindered moving forward, trying to catch as many axes as possible. Why?
Chaos accepting they have no idea what's going on. They'll just ban the worst things in either position and hope that it's enough, I guess.
The buy ban is probably to let the LeBlanc play freely, guaranteed.
Yes, but is Nico jungle or top? Because we've banned one of each, so they're not sure right now, and that's okay. They're just going to remove the worst situations from each. No. Put him down. That's not getting locked in. That is not getting locked in. There we go. That's more like it. So the Belveth has a pretty rough time against the Vi. Just being able to get popped back out of her E, where she deals so much damage and resists a bunch of it as well. We'll be not shocked to see that go in. He's vulnerable to the Nico also, though. Tempest to have to show their hand here. This is, I believe, 4 and 5. All flex is broken. And we're going to see him... Gosh, what are we going to see?
It is...
We're so deep in the source, ladies and gentlemen, and Candace caster cannon minions at home.
Okay, Renata with Draven. It's good.
It's alright. It's good. It's good. It's not quite Callista Draven, but it cooks. It smashes. That 2v2 pretty nasty. Letting Draven catch the axe instead of dying.
Nico jungle. Are we gonna see another game of it?
Jack's jungle still really only a solo queue thing. In competitive, it's a little too slow. And while the 2v2s, 3v3s are great, it's clunky. Normally has you expending flash aggressively, which means if you are aggressed onto and you lose it, you're pretty much a minion. For 5 minutes, it's likely to be Bear Tree's Jax. It's decent if you are aggressive into the Cassante. It can be made vulnerable. Melio coming through. That's a Lucian special. Not the 2v2 I'd choose into Draven Renata. As soon as these two cast a single spell on the wave to try and get some push going, that Draven has got to run at them at top speed. The 2v2 lost immediately as soon as the piercing light is absent.
Are we playing a standard composition?
I don't believe it.
It is incredible to see this. It is straight up a top lane champion in top, a jungler in jungle, AD carry and AD carry, support in support. We're gonna have a good, honest 5-on fight, except that Tempest taking a page out of Chaos's book, playing the Nico jungle themselves.
I'm gonna have to go do some research on this after today. When Nico's latest round, like big changes came through a few months ago, I was like, yeah, maybe she could jungle, and then we didn't see much of it. You know, we saw some Reddit, we saw some Twitch, we saw some TikToks where it was like, yeah, look, haha, blue buff walking into your lane, and that was it from my point of view. Never seen it again since. And today, Chaos have well and truly twisted the NLC RPS meta. We were talking about how we had this meta game developing. It's like Varus was high priority, and we saw the control mages sort of rotating around. I think it's fair to say that's all over and forgotten already, as Nico jungle now the #1 thing.
Time goes past so fast. We were so used to front to back with Varus, and now we're dealing with Nico jungle and a Krug in your back line.
I'm in awe of the way these last two games have drafted out. We'll have to see as we get onto Summoner's Rift if it is as exciting, as tense, and as absolutely exciting as the second game of our set, the 5th of the day. This is it for the NLC RPS. And this week after today.
And if anything, this will be extremely explosive. What my eyes are drawn towards instantly is Scream's Draven. This AD carry can benefit from the Nico flank gank so much, providing the empowered root, possible pop blossoms after level 6, backed up by the Renata resurrection. They can punish Certified and Eski really, really hard.
Yeah. All right. To see more of Nico Jungle and other exciting League of Legends, follow that lower third. Go follow us over at NLC LOL. Oh man. Oh man. What a setup for last game of the day. No 125 invades for Tempest this game. I think it's fair to say that did not... well, the invade worked. It was just a shame about what happened afterwards. In the earlier game today, I do like that Cow sort of spread out the Belveth. Oh, hello, dragon. It's Mountain. There you go. Oh,
Belveth also makes those noises if you look at her clearing the red buff. Belveth is surprisingly fast on the early jungle clear. Not
She's
the
real quick.
Not the healthiest clear though.
She's definitely a jungler who takes a potion still, right? But I think relatively healthy after the jungle change recently on 13.20, I think, where it now heals missing health and Scream, just showing Certified that it's not a 2v2 that he's afraid of in this bottom side. Do look to the Draven Renata to, especially from level 2 forwards, really start to run at the Lucian Melio as they are farming. Zwire just showing a bit of patience in the matchup there. Nice to get the auto attacks woven between. There's a decent way to keep Jace honest in a matchup he otherwise can all in relatively easily.
You just always need to be a little bit careful as LeBlanc and as the Lucian Melio lane. The damage tends to stick into these champions quite heavily if you misstep. And as we already said, Tempest incredibly aggressive on the jungle side. The Nico we already saw, and what ganking potential it brings to the table. Need to be careful as we head to the scuttle contesting phase.
All right. I like that Beatrice managed to get the push here, managed to get a short CS advantage. Looks like Chrono will be able to equalize it. And with that ward, actually, in that top bush, he's able to be a little safer in the lane. Normally, when you push up like this, there's a risk of ganks, there's a risk of cheesy plays from that bush. And Chrono's Cassante can be nice and relaxed and just focus on getting his minions that he knows that is absent. Push in from Scream and Buzzy. This lane going pretty well for them so far. Scream not allowed to play as Draven for most of the regular season. That's pretty easy to see why. Rasmus now.
Oh, Reflect taking a bunch of damage. Nico is a burst mage after all. Need to respect his name. Rasmus just contesting the blue buff, securing himself scuttle priority and forcing Reflect to take a small tempo loss as he walks up to the top side of the map. Instead, choosing not to take the recall as not really sure what happened.
Yeah, he's just going to go across to the crab. I think Rasmus cannot cross mid with the current predicament for Kusai. Having to teleport back in to restore his health bar and taking a chunk again. It's a little bit of a worry now for this Jace in the moment to moment. And remember, when he gets level 6, he doesn't really get a new ability. Just his changeover gets a little more efficient. So it will be LeBlanc's time to shine in this matchup.
Still, small XP advantage for Kusei as we see him hit the level 5 and a pulse to give us a chance to breathe. Tense early game, but no real engagements yet.
Yeah, nothing crazy. Top lane equalized after Chrono was able to pick up a bunch of CS under his tower. Bot lane 2v2 push for the Draven, not a huge surprise. A lot of like 2v2 intensive lanes do beat out Lucian Milio as soon as they are sort of given the choice between hitting you and hitting the wave. So nothing crazy right now, nothing untoward. Kusai struggling a little in mid, so yeah, it's pretty even.
And I think this kind of roots itself in the Bel'Veth changes that have kind of trickled in through the patches. Really strong early game jungler before a couple of adjustments were made. Now scales better into the later stages of the game, but isn't as powerful early on.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Oh, I just don't know, man. Like, Nico Jungle just thrives off so much chaos, and we've already seen that one invade, and it was timed as Buzzy left the lane, so like you could conceivably think it was Buzzy until the last second, while he didn't quite nail the smite. I can only think that's a sign of things to come from Tempest. But Chaos are aware of this. They just won with this. And like that's all that's on my mind is like which creative play, which rotation, which like out there trickery is gonna be the name of the game for Tempest. I haven't quite decided yet. I haven't quite whittled it down.
I think we're gonna find out when everyone starts hitting level 6, because that's when Nico
Yeah, it's crunch
becomes
time.
yeah, it becomes so much more dangerous to get caught by a Pop Blossom combined with something like a Jace Burst, something like the Jax just hopping on you with Counter-Strike, follow-up CC for days. There's just good setup on the side of Tempest. But as you said, Chaos just won with this pick and they know how to play against it. They have quite the slippery team composition and they have
Mhm.
good counter engage as well.
Yeah, I think mid will be the focal point. As you mentioned, the Jace adds a lot to Nico's all-in, so the maximum damage. And then if it's not mid, the LeBlanc will probably bring Jace down from what we've been seeing in the early game. Lots of auto attacks woven in between have dropped Kusai's health bar and then left him a little vulnerable in his laning position. So with the teleport back, it kind of looks like it's continued. So he's maybe going to have to base again, or maybe we'll be able to fight through, but it's going to be an uphill battle for sure.
But again, let us remind you, this is Group B of the RPS group stage. We are on our last game of the day, and whoever wins this one will be holding #1 in their group. Tempest dealt their first loss earlier today. Chaos still to have one, so a lot to play for in a single round robin situation.
Yeah, it's a tense time. These are our best two teams. I think, the two I've seen most creatively sort of express themselves. Like the bracket stage of this tournament is going to be such a banger. Cannot wait. If you're unfamiliar with the NLC RPS, we could roll the tape, but let's just explain. So let's explain it to you. The NLC is an EMEA regional league. You've got tier 1 and 2, so first and second division, and below that you've got the national regional leagues, which are, off the top of my head, Finhouse for Finland, Carvis.
Yep,
Yeah.
Finhouse it is.
We've got
FPL for the league.
FPL. We've got Swedish league. Which name is it? Something House? No, it's Finhouse.
Finhouse for Finland.
The Swedish one is on the tip of my tongue because it's something league. We've got Leagues GG
Online league on
online league again. There we go. Yeah. There we go.
It's SOL for short. Since online league.
I knew there was like some tasty way to say that because I've said it previously. In the UK and Ireland, we have got the Four Nations by UKEL, and over in Norway we had another tournament whose name I'm currently tracking down.
Good game league,
Good game league, and it's the Leaguans, man. I want to say like a previous sponsor of other major leagues. I know it's not right. Something league that used to run in Denmark. A very exciting tournament. Yes, all of those nationalities.
LCD for Denmark.
Yes, yeah, Leagues Championship Denmark for Denmark. Absolutely, we cast the finals. That one was very exciting. And then Iceland and Malta, who are free to roam between these nations wherever they want without an import slot. And all of these nations, they want to be in the NLC. They want to play against bigger and better things and continue to climb that ladder. We're also joined by some teams from the open ladder. So I've seen a few remarks about gameplay in chat tonight, and I've been nice so far. But I really wish some of you put your might where your mouth is. And if it is so easy, if it's so simple, I suggest you sign up to the ladder when it returns next year and have a go yourself.
Yeah.
Because it is open-ended. The RPS open to anyone. There we go. Those are details for each of the leagues. And by winning in this tournament, you'll face the lower two teams of NLC 2 for a chance at their slot in the second division of the NLC.
I hear game sounds. I think
let's
back.
Get some gameplay.
And we are back on the Rift in this fairly early game situation. The CS lead, though, currently favoring Tempest just a little bit from the scuttle tempo that Rasmus got.
Yeah, Zwyron is up a whole teleport in mid. So that will come to favor him slightly in the future. This wave coming towards him, if you're going for that pressured 6 kill, I might be basing now, but we'll see. Battery in top, applying a little bit of pressure. This is what the Jack should do. Might not be a CS advantage as that is Scream falling. Oh no, what a disaster.
Well, Stream getting caught out by something, not even a summoner spell burned from either team, so that must have been a huge mistake or something like that.
Looking at Eski's mana bar, might have been a clutch Milio Q. Maybe. Or maybe Certified walking up into Milio's Q aimed at Scream. Let's have a look down here. Scream all the way into tower, about 500 health. Dodges away from the Q, so he's doing fine for now. Oh, the handshake in.
Just not respecting the Lucian burst, trying to stay there for the mid. Oh!
Wow.
That clipped his toenail.
Certified random. That was an absolute screamer of a shot.
I'll let that one go. I had one earlier.
Yeah, that's well no, that's the piercing light. That is the blinding light that Lucian can just every now and again really impress with. Right, Rasmus has joined the minion wave. This is something we're familiar with from earlier in this series.
Do they
this
know?
Evening, rather. Do they know?
Reflect is here and could face check the brush. Now they know that they're in
Rasmus has got to keep up his disguise here.
I think they know.
In previous games, Reflect didn't even try and he was still unseen. But right now...
Yeah, they question mark pinged one of the minions. They see that the caster creep is a little bit out of position, moving weirdly. So they know that the Nico is in the wave. They dodge out from the burst. Really, really nicely spotted by the Chaos.
Yeah, I think also the Nico did a little more damage. I think they spotted One of their minions dropped slightly faster than the rest, as if there were a champion attacking it. Kusai vulnerable.
A nice sidestep on the knock-up, and even dealing a bunch of damage back onto the Velvet. Rasmus now baiting out the flash. Used his root. Yeah, shock blast won't be enough. Flash forward auto attack. Rasmus finishes the kill. Azorin trying to pay one backhand. Go forward as Kusei zones him out clean. Kinda dive, but bot lane again. Scream just falling apart.
Absolute domination in the bot side. Beartree just about get away with his life that all out. It's still a risk for the Jax at this stage, unless you can counter strike away a lot of the damage. Kusai is low on mana, else he'd have flashed this already. Satisfied with just getting the wave in.
Cross map action. All of a sudden, it is the level 6 mark that we mentioned during the break. That is so critical for both of these teams. And yeah, the Jax will still take some time to be a proper threat in the Cassante lane, and Crowner fully abusing it to his fullest potential. We're going to see this again.
Yeah, Reflect goes super deep. It takes a bunch of damage. Kusai dodged away from Zoiran's chains there. Reflect goes so low. The flash in from Rasmus, enough to convert. And Kusai's presence, enough to get him through. Scream just goes so low in these 2v2s. It looks like Tempest aren't able to get the focus down onto individuals that would allow the respawn. They're not confident enough up against the 2v2 as Wyron dipping low, but so's Kusai's mana bar. This position will continue through.
Kusai feeling fairly confident after that mid lane 2-on-2, but the ever so critical Velvet first Herald is being started out. Goes bot by Crowno. He smells blood as Rasmus a little bit out of position. Beartree trying to make his way forward, but can't be there in time. And now Velvet getting the first arrow. Never mind. We get taken down for the third time by Certified Random on the Lucian. We were questioning the R2 Lucian, but he is showing up.
Yeah, with Scream's choice of Draven. The flash from Certified, enough to make the difference. I think maybe Scream could have won that one out if he'd flashed over the light, but not enough this time.
Look at the difference. Over 1k between the AD carries. Certified is going to be a monster once the recall finishes. He's going to get his first item, and they can probably keep on playing towards the bot lane with the Belveth.
Yeah, that Rift Herald as well. No doubt going to extend Chaos's lead. 1,500 gold. Give it a change. That's plate going over. They're having a great time this evening, Chaos. Oh, man. Tough stuff for Tempest Gaming. If they're going to find a way back in, it's going to be through this Nico. They've kind of sacrificed their normal identity to play this crazy out their jungler. It's going to be on Rasmus. Try and find a way to use it.
And both junglers, again, meeting near the scuttle over at the river. Both teams know that they really, really want to play around this objective, but with the lane priority on the side of Tempest, easily they managed to secure the objective and defend against the bot side pathing. Belveth will need to head towards the top side camps and leave the bot lane be for a short while longer.
Yeah, I think Tempest just in a slightly better position with that. They're still locked off their minion waves in top and bot. That'll be Beartree starting to recall. I think it's fair to say the Jax hasn't had the desired effect in the top side, be it the cull that's just left him a little behind on core stats, be it the minion waves under Crowner's tower just going his way a little better.
They would love to get a gank off. You're turning it around, just all out, all across the topside tower. Belveth joining the fray as well. Beartree on 5 HP will surely die off of 1 E-proc. They right flashes away. Zorin again, 3-on-3 now. Kusei can take down Crowner, so 1-for-1 trade so far. Interesting situation coming out from that dive.
Yeah, the all out there from Crowner. Fantastic across the wall to distance himself from Rasmus. Bring Reflect into the fight. The Rift Herald will come down to convert. despite Crowno going down. But I don't think at this stage Reflect will be unhappy to pick up a bunch of gold.
Reflect feeling so strong, but can he face off against the mid duo? Nope. Erasmus
Absolutely not.
picks it up, and overconfidence is a lethal killer. Reflect really wanted to get the additional gold and possible kill from that top side play, but instead pays for it with his life, and we've seen what...
He's not upset. He's not upset about topside. He's enjoying his bot lane kingdom right now.
From W all the
How
way.
does Scream take that? Get out of the minion way. Oh, that is so frustrating to watch. Scream must be kicking himself with this position. It's important, unlike this caster, to keep your cool, stay collected. Even when you're playing Draven, you're only one big team fight away from a massive cash-in.
Still, as I was saying, we've already seen what a Fed Nico jungle can do. Reflect in the previous game, putting up quite the performance, and now Rasmus has the chance to do the same, already finishing up. The Hextech Rocket build can work with Kosei, has his own Mythic Power Spike as well to roam around the map, loot for picks. For example, on this upcoming dragon in 2 minutes, while Chaos still trying to find a way to play around Bell.
Yeah. So she's got a stride breaker. Not quite fully enabled as a champion. Yamu's plus Buzzy here. This is numbers advantage for Tempest.
Shock Blast already used, but Crowno a bit far up. They want to protect their topside jungle as the blue buff has respawned, and Rasmus coming up to secure it for the team. But yeah, Scream is just not having fun in this lane. Even the Renata has been rotated out of the lane. They pretty much have called they can't do anything down there. And I don't know what Tempest needs to do to defuse the situation.
Need a bit more gold on Scream. You don't necessarily need to use his passive, but we do need to see this AD carry pick up, like, finish off his Triforce, try and become a threat, because at the moment I don't think he's breaking through Eski shields even with his initial auto attack. And you want the Draven experience in this setup. You want one auto attack to chunk a third of someone's health, get them running away from you, get the lead in those small unit fights.
Yeah.
And Crowno just giving Battery so much trouble. This Jax is not enabled.
Every single lane feels like it's being pressured down. Only Kosei in the mid lane holding his own against Zoran. And this Jax, about to get the important power spike of the Divine Sundra, maybe can start pushing back onto Crowno, but it's still such a painful situation for Rasmus to play around on. Again, top side, they're looking to get a catch, but teleport coming in from the LeBlanc, bursting down Bear Tree, stunned up underneath the tower. They need to chunk him down, kill traded over as the Jax falls. Another 1-for-1 trade that doesn't really work out for Tempest because there is an objective on the map.
At least it will allow Scream to pick up a minion wave, but you're right, small prizes for Tempest. In these moments, they didn't get much in the way of plates. With Dragon spawning, they can at least try and make use of Rasmus's position, but they'll lose the mid T1 for it as well. UK #1 seed looking a little bit shaken right now.
Oh, all out use. They really want to pick off this Jace, killed by Crowno. 350 gold going his way, and Tempest can't get a break. Every single play not really going their way. Erasmus manages to sneak out an objective. That's the second dragon for Tempest. If they can buy themselves a little bit more time to scale up, get the key power spikes, those two dragons could come in very handy. But Bear Tree trying to get a reflect, can go over walls since he has the empowered form. Brom W, you know it's just surviving once again.
I think the two dragons, it's a decent consolation prize, but at 3,000 gold behind, and this Lucian, so scary. This LeBlanc, looking like Kusai's earlier, a real threat onto every carry of Tempest. It's a tough price to pay, and in upcoming fights, it's gonna have to be clutch Renata ults. It's gonna have to be Rasmus coming around with the flank to end all flanks. We're going to have to see some Byzantine Emperor level stuff to get him in to these fights, undetected, unannounced.
And Chaos is really splitting the map well. They constantly put the enemy solo laners and Scream in situations where they don't really want to be, and Nico hasn't been able to get a good 1 versus 2 going due to the extremities where the vision is on the blue side jungle.
And even an empowered Q followed by Grass auto reset does not do much damage to Crowno at this stage. Much like the previous game, despite not being on the Karma, Crowno is just such a force in these sides. It's just so hard to move him away, so hard to deal meaningful damage.
Teleport coming in from Jace. They'd love to get a pick onto this Cassante-led Bear Tree farm, but as you say, super tanky all out. You are gone and kidnapped. Kusei getting almost saved by Rasmus. Still a 1-for-1 trade as the bot lane tower falling apart. It's with the Bel'Veth minions that Chaos is pushing onward. They, at 18 minutes, break down the bot lane inhibitor tower and are looking for Scream. This is the Nico, misses the root onto LeBlanc. Hostile takeover also going wide. It's just... Tempest are not managing to defend against the pressure.
Yeah, Cows don't even have to commit all 5 members to such a play at this stage. Such is their advantage. With a certified running in mid as well, they are secured an exit. And while the inhibitor will stand, that is just to prevent Tempest from getting more gold at this stage. Excuse me, from dropping the Jax down there to pick up a guaranteed super minion. Instead, Chaos enabled across the map. The Baron's not even spawned for them to take with this advantage. They have done it so quickly.
Rasmus again looking. Crown has been surviving time after time. Doesn't have his all out up just yet, but has his ghost if he wants to escape. Now popping it, and there's no follow-up CC after the Nico route to speak of. Once again, living from the collapse.
It's less flashy than teleporting your opponent through a wall and then killing them. But, you know, that's what it is. It's Crowno once again just being unkillable on the top side. And production have highlighted Scream's actually got a few stacks now. He's stayed alive for a little while. Is it potential for a Draven reversal here? He does have his Triforce done. He's still got the Dirk, very efficient itemization. We'll see when he finishes the Collector whether he's able to just scrape that debt back away from Chaos.
Chaos, this vision is scaring me. I think they're setting up for a very close to 20-minute Baron here.
Oh yeah, this is as soon as it's up, it's gonna be like Chaos locks Tempest's eyes, like, come find me, bro. Come have a game.
2 didn't work. How about 3 as Buzzy joins the fight? They finally managed to take the Cassante down, I hope. Staying alive for a moment, but Kusei gets a kill for himself. Rest of Chaos in the vicinity, though. 3 members just trying to see if they can get a pick on the clapback. There's 5 members near this Baron, and Reflect standing on a ward, caught out and deleted. Another kill for the mid lane, a Bear Tree CCing up the Milio, just running away. But now with 2 members dead, Tempest might look for the Baron themselves.
Would be a reversal of fates, reversal of fortunes. Tempest Gaming. That's a teleport from Zoyrin into the top side. He's going to try and flank around. Bear Tree is low. Tempest Gaming have to fall away from the objective.
Flash forward, dodged by Certified. Jack's already gone, and now they don't really have anything to frontline with. Flash away. Rasmus wants to stay alive. Q won't be enough. But a ton of cooldowns. The Summoner's Burn held on to the Baron as well. Really, really good defense. Cost.
Yeah, they are still able to stand up on this Baron.
Are they going for it again?
Yep, they just need Crowno to sponge the damage at this stage. He's so tanky, so impossible to kill. Zoyrin here is marking Rasmus, and Buzzy will come over the wall for Scream, no doubt.
Buzzy most likely going to fall. Chain splashed by Scream. And again, Baron Dance continues. Low HP boss on the side of Tempest. And as you said, Crowno so tanky, can tank objectives for an unlimited amount of time, basically, and now the resources
he's
have run
taking
out.
nothing from that. Zweiren's gonna go and stop the cross map and just check in on this dragon. Sees there's no one out of the pit. Sees the Tempest are stuck in mid lane.
Oh, actually finds the jungler as well.
Oh!
Baited and outsmarted. Doesn't matter because he secures the kill. Has to expend his flash for it. At least a small victory for Tempest in the red side jungle. Probably gonna be able to secure the third dragon as well. So really close to soul point from here on out. Can they make it for the fourth dragon is a different question.
It would help for Tempest to have this Dragon Soul, but probably they don't want to spawn Elder because Chaos could use that to end the game from this position. Such is the strength of the buff. And I think with this Baron coming in, look at all those Belveth minions going for it. Every minion that dies here converts into one of your own. Higher power, more damage, as long as Belveth is in proximity. They pick up the Baron buff as well. Chaos, they've got an award tonight for absolute masters of mental warfare. But they're able to just push in with so much here.
No LeBlanc for this fight, so Tempest are feeling confident, forcing them to retreat from the top wave, but this entire time Certified and Eski have been hitting on the mid lane inhibitor tower, taking it down. And this double lane threat, so difficult to deal with when you don't have anything to force an engagement with. Calling used to clear the wave and poke down. Eski chunked hard by the shock blast. Buzzy's looking for a hostile takeover across the wall, but unstoppable is Cassante. They're just kiting away as Lucian going to hit the inhibitors. They just need to survive for as long as possible. Reflect headbutts the wall, still alive, but ticks down to the red buff.
Nexus.
Yeah, base in shambles. Certified and Eski just taking down all the structures they can get their hands on, and all Tempest got for that is one kill, even interrupting the recalls. All out used. Crowner once more taking at least a kill
No
to
way.
his. Never mind, resurrected by Buzzy, but the base still in a shambles. Tempest on the defense have to hold on, but Chaos, this could be a small overextension. The recalls have come in and they're moving fast with the home guards boosted backwards by Eski's shields. Execute almost there for the Draven, burning the heal just in case. So he survives. Shock blast chunks down. Certified and Tempest are fully committed to the chase, but do not have the means to reach them.
Tempest Gaming, not giving up, not surrendering. It's getting so tough for them to stay even in these fights, even when they find picks, even when they have a slight numbers advantage. It's getting so tough to overcome this Cassante, to overcome Certified.
What?
Lucian. That's Crowno just saying, actually, I'd like this lane position to continue, and I have the ego and summoner spells to do it. Locks in for 2 minions, but will keep Tempest within their base, will stop Beartree from being able to roam and teleporting away to help his allies.
No Baron buff left for the side of Chaos, so they will be just straight up sieging the top tower with their hands and weapons. Huge minion wave should get cleared out pretty fast. Rasmus needs to be careful as Reflect finds him out, but wave clear plenty for Tempest.
It can keep farming. It can keep it coming. Gotta find a way to stop these towers going down there. It's good to clear the minions, but they still take damage every single
Look at
time
the
it
shock
comes
blast!
in.
Oh, he's gone! The Certified's really low as well, just completely nuked. And now, man down. Chaos can't really keep this pressure going. Milio is the get out of jail free card, but they are still going to try chunking down Rasmus. That's their main engage. Now half HP, but Kosei, level 16, 3 items on the Jace, proving to be a considerable threat for the squishy side of Chaos.
And in mind, that was a huge cash in for the Draven.
1,000
1,053 gold. Cole's production, 3 kills on its own. Scream now trying to make the best of it.
Hostile takeover doesn't land. They can't get the kill, and one Nexus Tower is already
Oh
falling.
my gosh.
Crowno just all out on the Jax, trying to get the kill before he retreats to the fountain. Solo kill for the top laner. The rest of the team have to collapse to get the trade, but they lose the inhibitor for that. Now completely bare. The Nexus stands with one tower. It's going to be a huge avalanche of minions flooding the base of Tempest.
The last few hit points on that tower, no matter which moves Tempest have made, no matter which waves they've arrived at, they've been unable to stop a little bit of chip damage, a little bit of return, and then the wave comes in again, and it happens once more. Chaos at this stage, their only vulnerability, a few shock blasts onto the Melio before a fight starts, and it's not enough for Tempest. If they keep this front to back, if they keep appearances up, I think once Nico has been found, Rasmus hasn't done a good job, as reflected last game, of slinking back into the shadows, of coming around again. I think it shows Chaos, Norway, are just experienced and firing on all cylinders right now.
Baron up in 15 seconds. Gonna deny the soul point first, and Tempest have found a moment of respite to get vision in their own blue side jungle, so there will be no traps being set up on that side. But Rasmus, now stuck behind enemy lines, will be looking for a flank or a steal angle of some sorts, but the rest of the team kind of stuck defending inside the base.
No inhibitors, barely a Nexus Tower to their name. Rasmus now holds so much power in his hands. He is unseen, but he is suspected.
Game goes in, he's bouncing to find, that would be the hugest kill. Goes golden, but should fall. Draven ultimate to follow, shut down. 4 Scream on the Draven, but Buzzy being caught out now. Still a little separated side of Tempest. Scream trying to kite away from the Cassandre, but all out, kidnapped away from the rest of the team. Still getting chased down by Crown. No, finally finished the kill off. Reflected Eski following up on the chase. Jace deleted, shut down, while the LeBlanc still pressuring inside the base. This is almost a completed ace, as Chaos might have done it. Going towards only Bear Tree left alive. One Nexus Tower stands tall, but 2 super minions have never mind, 4. Just killing it instantly. The Jack's only one left to defend. Tries his best, but chunked down. Eski even survives. And Chaos from Norway holding first position in Group B.
We didn't see much of them. Some of the games rearranged, and I think we missed out on a treat. We'll be able to catch up later when those fixtures rearranged. Chaos, it wasn't very close, was it? They absolutely destroy Tempest in what looked like a quick game. They did take a few minutes to, respect their UK opponents and not rush the finish. I think it's fair to say the Norwegians are here to play in Group B.
Yeah, both groups. I think Norway has the #1 team in both groups now, with Rich Gang going 3-1 in Group A and Chaos going 3-0 in Group B. Just a really, really good performance from the northernmost region of the RPS.
My geography is good, but are they definitely the most northern? Is that how the Earth works?
I think like geography wise, okay, Iceland is probably the most.
Yeah.
Like,
if there are any Icelandic players, then your team has earned that accolade.
I think geography wise, Norway goes like a cliff.
It's a long boy, isn't it?
It is.
God, it's been a while since I've done geography. Well done to Chaos. I think warping the meta also allowed them that extra modicum of power in that last game. The Nico went from like something you'd never think about to like blue one revenge pick or ban, and that's it. And Tempest, weren't able to make the magic happen. We're going to kick it back to our predictions. I think we're going to see a 0% run from every single caster. No, did someone do it?
Someone did predict Chaos to win this one. Duckling, Sleep, and Biddy and Dogsledder all are rewarded for believing.
How did you know?
And me and Tibbs, FPL completely in the dump.
Sorry for misleading you with your day one UK performances. Clearly, we're
Well,
a bit more measured than we thought we were.
yeah, both of the UKL teams going
Hey,
0-2 on.
who won tonight? I think I see Peter only missing one game. Zlepa only missing one game. Sorry, Tibbs. That is I feel like I've done you dirty in that second half there.
This has been 2 straight days of the RPS of completely unpredictable games. Huge upsets through and through with banger drafts, banger games. And you can see that from the scores, barely
Yeah.
breaking half for most of the predictors.
Yeah, I feel like that 70% win rate will be what I aim to return to. But gosh, what an exciting day of upsets! Fantastic games we've had to just show us all. You know, there's always something a little more special out there. There's always something to see in your regional scene.
Yeah. And this was the second part of the rounds now done. But we still have one last one to go between the two groups, and that will be tomorrow. We don't have a break day this time around. It will be on Monday the 27th.
Mm.
With
Oh yes, I'm glad you can read dates. I can't.
both of us will be there. So
Will we?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, excellent.
You're on the second block.
I'm gonna go read some things. I've been out all day. It's not anyone's fault. It's absolutely on me. Yeah, I'll go check that. That'll be very exciting. So we've had 2 days each of these groups. We're getting towards the end now. We have half a day each on tomorrow, as you said, and then some extra tiebreakers. Well, we will see Chaos once again up against Fritful right at the end on November 29th on Wednesday.
And that was it for us. Thank you so much, Temporal, for joining me. Thank you.
I'm glad
Cal.
you could be here with me, Carvis, because I just. Well done, Norway. You've broken the league. You've broken me. Just, oh, what gameplay. What gameplay indeed.
Thank you, Cal, for producing as always. Thank you, viewers, for joining. I think we hit the viewership record today for that Chaos full 5 ranged composition.
Everyone shows up to support Norway. That was a time.
So, with that, it's goodbye from us. Thank you one last time, everyone, for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow, Monday, same time, same place.